Portal of Chaos by Keith Robinson. Book 13 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. A Mission Looms. Hal knocked on the door and stood back to wait. When Abigail came to his house, she often just gave a light tap and wandered in, loudly announcing her presence before seating herself at the kitchen table or heading through to the living room and throwing herself into an armchair. He couldn't do that at hers. Well, he could, according to Abigail and her mom. "Our home is yours," they always told him. "You're always welcome. Just come on in." But he couldn't. It felt rude and a little weird, and it would be even weirder now that her dad lived here. Abigail's dad, he mused for the millionth time. Abigail's dad. Was he really here to stay? It seemed the man had defied the natural order of time, and Hal worried that the universe might realize and snatch him back at any moment. All these years, everyone had thought him dead. Abigail hadn't even met him until a few days ago. She hadn't been born when the Scrags of Old Earth attacked and supposedly killed him. Mr. Porter himself answered the door. He stood there alive and well, happy to be home with his 13-year-old daughter. It had to be equally strange for him. He'd left his pregnant wife to go on a small mission, been set upon by a gang, and then woken in the future, his unborn child suddenly a teenager. "It still hasn't sunk in, has it?" the man said, tilting his head to one side and offering a sympathetic grin. "I can't believe it either, but I reckon it's stranger for you and your friends." He shook his head. "For me, it's like I was knocked senseless, maybe like slipping into a coma and waking up 13 years later. But for you guys, well, I've been dead all this time." Hal tried to tear his gaze away. "Sorry." "Sorry for what?" Mr. Porter stood aside and waved him in. "Get in here, boy. Abby's just finishing a sandwich. Kind of early for lunch, but you kids need to be in fighting shape for your mission. You eat yet?" "Yeah." "Well, stay and have some cookies or something. Miss Simone wants to meet us at midday," Hal reminded him. As Hal headed inside, Mr. Porter closed the door behind him and patted his shoulder. "Are you wearing a watch? Doesn't look like it. How do you even know what time it is?" "Dad keeps clocks running at home," Hal said. "Always has, always will." That seemed to surprise Mr. Porter. "Huh? I don't think I've seen a single clock in this whole town. I assumed people in this world just kind of let the day slide by." "No, sir," Hal said, as he walked into the kitchen to find Abigail and her mom sitting at the table. "We have a clock at school." "And there's one hanging in front of the town hall," Mrs. Porter commented. She and Abigail had the same eyes and dark brown hair, though Mrs. Porter generally looked a lot more flustered than her carefree daughter. Now Hal recognized that the bright, cheerful temperament came from her dad. Both had a constant mischievous twinkle in their eyes, as if they knew something others didn't. "Is there?" Hal said. "I never noticed." Abigail didn't give him a chance to sit. She got up and steered him back toward the door. "Well, speaking of clocks, we'd better get going," she called over her shoulder to her mom. Abigail hugged her dad. He lightly touched her nose and whispered something, and she smiled. The last thing Hal heard when he stepped outside with Abigail was Mrs. Porter calling after them. "I see how it is. Only your dad gets hugs these days. I'm chopped liver, apparently." Hal and Abigail walked in silence for half a minute. He could sense she was bursting to talk, and her grip on his hand was so tight that her fingernails dug into his skin. As they walked along the forest path toward the village, he broke the silence. "So," her words tumbled out in a rush. "Oh, Hal, he's really here. My dad is home. He's exactly as I imagined and more. Funny and caring, a bit of a joker, kind of like me, I suppose, always pestering Mom and making her mad, but she laughs too, so I know she enjoys it. And he's so nice to her and keeps holding her hand and telling her he's glad to be home and sorry for being gone so long. and she bats at him and tells him he's a fool and she'll never forgive him. But obviously she will, probably has already, and oh, Hal, he likes the same things I do. Cheese and sunrises and fences and the sound of birds being rude to each other. And did you know he's a genius at solving riddles? I didn't know that, but I guess that's why I love riddles and puzzles myself. Mum says we're two peas in a pod half the time, which is exactly how I always hoped he'd be if he was still alive. She broke off and gasped for breath. Hal smiled and waited. She'd stopped dead on the trail the moment she'd started spilling, and nothing could have interrupted the torrent of words coming out of her mouth. Not that he wanted to stop her. This was the first time he'd seen Abigail since the events at the Broken Cliffs 4 days ago. 4 days ago. He never normally went that long without her. News of Mr. Porter's return had spread pretty fast around the town, and all the shapeshifters' parents had rushed to greet their long-lost friend, in utter disbelief, judging by their looks of shock. When Hal's mum and dad had shuffled home hours later, they'd sat for ages in the living room, staring at the wall and floor, occasionally saying, "He's really alive," and "but how?" and shaking their heads over and over. 4 days. The Porters had been spotted a few times around the town, as well as in the woods and open fields, but Hal's instructions were to leave them be. "Give them space," his mum had urged. "The poor man has a lot to catch up on, and as for Abigail and her mum, they have to undo years of thinking he was gone forever." A new mission had cropped up that morning, and Hal had leapt for joy, knowing Miss Simone would expect all 9 shapeshifters to show up for the briefing at midday. Surely 4 days was plenty of time to get over a long-dead dad returning from the grave. It turned out Hal was right. Abigail couldn't wait to tell him everything. She prattled on some more as they walked, and he listened with a smile on his face, just glad to be with her again. When she took another breath, he cut in with a question. "You like fences?" "What?" "You said you like cheeses and sunrises and fences." She glanced sideways at him. "Oh, well, yes." "Shut up." He laughed. "You must show me some of these fences you're talking about." Nothing would ruin her mood. She sighed and closed her eyes a moment as she walked, allowing Hal to guide her on the woodland path. The sounds of the town filtered through the trees ahead. "So," Hal said finally, "what do you know about this mission?" "Not a thing," she said happily. "Do you care?" "Nope." "What if it's dangerous?" "Bring it on." He chuckled. "You look sappy. Open your eyes at least before you trip on something and cut your knee." "That'll make it better," she mumbled. This time, Hal shot her a worried frown. "I hope you're not going to go around being goofy. If we're being attacked by deadly monsters, I expect you to help us escape, not stand there smiling and telling us your dad will make everything better." She elbowed him, making him wince. "All right. Tell me what you know." Hal sighed with relief. It seemed she'd dragged herself into the present and regained some of her familiar determination. "All I know is that we're going to Old Earth to investigate a weird portal." Abigail said nothing for a moment. It wasn't until they emerged into the relatively quiet streets of the village that she spoke again. "Where is everyone?" Hal shrugged. "Market's closed. It's Monday." "Is it? I thought it was still Sunday. I lost track of time. Wait, so we're skipping school again?" "Because of the mission, yes." "Canceling Monday class is becoming a habit," Abigail mused. "A weird portal, you say? Aren't they all weird?" "This one is different." "Different how?" "Miss Simone didn't say." "And we're going to Old Earth to investigate it? So we have to go through a portal to get there first and then—" "What? Go look at another?" "I guess. She didn't tell us the details." Abigail giggled. "I'd be surprised if she had. Miss Simone likes to keep us all wondering, doesn't she?" Parting clouds allowed sunshine to glint off the roof of the town hall, which rose above the surrounding thatched cottages near the center of Carter. Hal squinted and, sure enough, spotted the top half of a clock. It was already slightly past midday. He picked up his pace. Passers-by nodded at Hal and Abigail, who smiled and waved back. A group of goblins sat around a small table outside a blacksmith shop. They were bent over a roughly painted wooden board, studying the positions of several carved pieces. 4 players in deep concentration, with 2 spectators leaning over their shoulders. A puffing, panting, wiry old man pushed a wheelbarrow full of glowing Geo-Rocks. Goats bleated from within an enclosure in someone's backyard. 2 young children tore around the corner, giggling uncontrollably as they sped past. Overhead came the distant screech of a rock high in the sky. Everything was as normal as could be. Except, once in a while, anxiety gnawed at Hal's chest and caused his stomach to flip-flop. 4 days since the events at the Broken Cliffs, 4 days since a nasty witch had forced him to make a vow he couldn't possibly keep. He only had 3 days left. His deadline was Thursday. "Miss Simone still hasn't done anything about Madame Frost," he said at last. Abigail drew in a sharp breath and spun to face him. "Oh, Hal, I'd forgotten all about—" She gripped his arm and put on her fiercest glare. "Don't you worry. She won't dare come near you." "She will," he said grimly. "But it's not just me I'm worried about. It's you. You and the others. If I don't do as I promised her, she could put a curse on all of you. She could peer through your window late one night and mutter something under her breath, and then you'd get ill and die." "Miss Simone will drive her off," Abigail said firmly. "She'll work something out. There's no way you're giving up your fire gland." "Except I went and promised she could have it," Hal muttered. Abigail shook her head. "My dad was dying, and the only way she would save him was to make an impossible deal with you. That's not a real promise. That's blackmail or extortion or something. Just forget it." But Hal couldn't forget it. Not when the witch had the power to cast silent spells in the dead of night. His friends were in danger, and despite demands by angry parents, Miss Simone had neglected to approach her. It wasn't really surprising, though. What could she say to change a witch's mind? So Hal was fairly certain Madame Frost would show up on the 7th day when his so-called debt was due. Over on the far side of the village, a crowd had gathered around a tall, squarish, white-colored vehicle from old Earth. Hal and Abigail threaded their way through the throng of men and women and spotted their friends crowded along the side of the van near an open side door. Miss Simone stood there too, talking to a man who had to be the driver. "About time you showed," Thomas said, scowling at Hal. Hal shrugged, unwilling to be pulled into an argument with the red-headed boy within seconds of seeing him. Fenton hulked nearby, looking bored. Close by his side, Darcy swept her blonde hair out of her face and offered a smile of greeting. And next to her, Emily and Lauren continued their conversation without pause. Dewey and Robbie broke off from their own discussion and waved. "Hey," Robbie said, "we were about to leave without you." "No, we weren't," Thomas complained. "Can't go without the special dragon boy." He shot Hal a scowl. Again, Hal resisted the urge to fire back at him. "Sorry," he gestured at the van. "Are we going in this?" They'd all seen old Earth vehicles before. Robbie had actually driven a truck, badly, during their run-in with Scraggs on the deserted roads of a city on the coast. That particular vehicle had been much bigger and more box-like, meant for carrying goods. This one, however, was sleek and shiny, with blackened windows, sparkling chrome wheels, and a gleaming radiator grille. A side door stood open, revealing plush seats inside. "Better than Blacknail's buggy," Abigail muttered. "Literally anything's better than that giant steam machine," Hal answered. "Glad it sank." The van looked utterly out of place in the village of Carter. The dusty streets were meant for people, carts, and occasional horses. not shiny motor vehicles. The engine was running, and a faint plume of exhaust fumes drifted into the air. It probably wasn't anything special to old Earthers, but here it was an object of great interest. Many of the folks crowding the street had never seen one up close. "Hal," Miss Simone said, turning away from the driver. "Abigail," she added in a softer tone. Her gaze lingered. "How's your dad?" Her question caused everyone to fall silent and turn toward Abigail. She smiled. "Great. He's—" She glanced at Hal, then broke off and shrugged. "Well, I doubt anyone wants to hear me going on about him, but yes, he's great. Glad to have him home." Miss Simone stared at her with piercing blue eyes. Her green, silky cloak moved gently in the breeze. "Good, good," she murmured. Her attention returned to Hal. "And as for you?" He quailed, feeling everyone stare on him. "Me? Don't fret about Madame Frost. You won't be giving up your fire gland to her no matter what kind of fair deal she concocted with you. It's not going to happen. Board the van and get on your way, and by the time you get back, I'm certain Madame Frost will have forgotten all about you." "I doubt it," Hal muttered. He patted his chest. A dragon shapeshifter isn't much good if he can't breathe fire. Without further ado, the 9 friends moved toward the van. Fenton and Thomas pushed their way on first and claimed the entire back seat, even though there was room for a third person. Hal and Abigail sat together behind the driver. Robbie and Lauren paired up, as did Emily and Darcy, and then, suddenly, the passenger section of the van was full, except for that spacious back seat. Dewey had to fight for his spot. "You're not coming, Miss Simone?" Emily called to the blonde woman as she leaned inside. "There's a spare seat next to the driver." "No, I have things to do. Besides, what use would a mermaid be in the middle of a city in old Earth?" Everyone at once badgered her with questions, and she raised a hand for silence. "When you arrive, a police officer will meet you and explain everything far better than I can. Pay attention, then see what you can do. Oh, and children," she added with a warning frown, "please refrain from showing off. You're shapeshifters, and you're emissaries of not just Carter, but of New Earth. So act responsibly. Relations between our 2 worlds are still a little, shall we say, delicate." She eyed Thomas in particular. "Let's not run around frightening anyone as a prank, all right?" Everyone twisted around just in time to see Thomas's eyebrows shoot up. "Me? A police officer?" Darcy said. "Ooh, I've never met one before. Does he have a uniform and gun and a shiny badge?" "Well, he's a detective and looks rather ordinary, but he's in charge. Oh, and there might be a TV news team. Just ignore them. Remember, no showing off." Hal couldn't imagine showing off to anyone. Well, maybe he could. Being a dragon was cool, but he also knew that some people in Carter were wary of him. The anxious looks he received, even when in human form, saddened him. Did anyone honestly think he would hurt them? Then again, no matter how human he felt when in his dragon body, from the outside he was a hulking mass of muscle, shiny green scales, huge leathery wings, a hazardous tail with a club on the end, as well as terrifying teeth and claws and deadly fire breath. If he wasn't careful, he could wipe out a crowd just by coughing. Miss Simone waved goodbye, and the shapeshifters buckled themselves in as the driver put the van in gear and set off along the dusty road. Hal marveled at how smooth and quiet the ride was. "Yeah, this beats Blacknail's noisy contraption," he said over his shoulder. "I heard he's building another one," Dewey offered. "There's a lot of clanging and banging from one of the goblin barns, and someone said they saw steam puffing out from under the doors." Hal groaned inwardly. "Well, if we ever go on a long journey with Blacknail to the Labyrinth of Fire again, it won't be at a snail's pace in one of his metal monster machines. I'll fly." You didn't know how to fly back then, Emily said softly. Hal glanced at her, and she shot him a smile. It's okay, she said. I didn't either. I'd only just figured out I could be two different kinds of Naga. She drew in a breath. But now... Oh, here we go again, Thomas cut in. Yes, we know. You can be a third kind of Naga now. And yes, we know. You can fly. I swear, if you tell us one more time. Despite his harsh tone, Emily simply giggled. Did I mention I can fly now? Abigail nudged Hal, smiled, and rolled her eyes. Still, Emily's newfound ability was pretty spectacular news, and it would have been the talk of the town if not overshadowed by the return of Abigail's long-dead father. The van cruised out of Carter and along a dirt road on the outskirts of the forest. Among those trees lived manticores, pixies and fairies, will-o'-wisps, naga, dryads, and a myriad of other magical creatures, both dangerous and wonderful. Eventually, the driver cut in through the trees, taking a narrow woodland lane to a large clearing guarded by uniformed portal patrol officers plus a few centaurs and goblins. Small structures lined the perimeter, and several campfires burned. The outpost was one of a handful in the area, an official crossing point between the two worlds. In the center of it all, a pulsing black cloud hung suspended just above the grass. It was big, though probably not wide enough for Hal to fly through with outstretched wings. Its inky tendrils continually curled outward and snatched back in again. The anomaly was a sphere of eerie nothingness, silent and ominous. A portal to old Earth. Chapter 2. The City. The driver slowed and guided the van onto a gentle ramp that rose high enough to plunge into the heart of the pulsing cloud. Here we go, the driver called, sounding nervous, though he'd probably done it numerous times before. Fingers crossed. You just never know what you're going to crash into. Hal absently crossed his fingers as instructed. Why not? The driver was right. There could be a car coming the other way. Of course, that wasn't true. Goblins rushed about ahead of them, checking the entryway was clear. With a thumbs up, one of the stout fellows waved the van through. A moment of absolute darkness. That was all they experienced. Then daylight flooded the van, and the driver breathed a sigh of relief as he steered off the ramp on the other side and weaved carefully past a small crowd of people, some of them in uniform. Like the goblins, they waved the van onward. The scenery had altered. The dense forest full of magical creatures was now a drab, wooded patch, but soon the trees gave way to open fields where dozens of cows grazed. In the near distance, a dazzling ocean glittered in the sunlight. It seemed incredible to be on the coast when they'd just left expansive forest land behind, but the geographies of the twin worlds, though similar, had never quite matched. Ahead, farther along the coast, a city loomed. "Welcome to Stockport Bay," the driver said. The name rang a bell, though Hal had never been certain that was the name of the city. He and his friends had been there before, though. Just last week, in fact, as part of their bizarre, eyeball-staring adventure with the witch, although that had been more of a ghostly visitation to the past. Over a year ago, Hal and some of the others had visited the city for real. It had been empty and desolate, overrun by scrags, a place full of danger. This time, he expected it to be a much safer trip. Since the road ahead was empty, the driver relaxed a little, rolling his shoulders. He glanced back at the chatting passengers, then peered into the rearview mirror for a lengthier study of them all. Hal caught him looking from one friend to another. "So," the driver said, then waited for the conversation to die before continuing. "Shapeshifters, huh?" It wasn't exactly a question, but Emily answered for them all. "Yep." The driver shook his head. "That beats everything. I heard about you guys months ago and didn't believe a word, but there's no denying those smoky portals, and I've seen centaurs with my own eyes, and also those gnarly little fellows, the goblins. I mean, it's just crazy." Everyone smiled politely. Nobody quite knew what to say. "Never did care for that kind of thing," he went on, grinning into the mirror. "Unicorns, dragons, wizards, the stuff of books and movies. Not my scene, you know. I'm more of a thriller reader. But man, when we came out of those bunkers into the sunlight without bio-suits for the first time in 13 years, and then they started talking about portals to a magical world. Well, we all thought we'd been locked up too long and had gone crazy." "I can't imagine being locked up for so long," Abigail said. "How many of you were there? Did you get to go outside at all?" "Oh, sure. There are bunkers all around the country. Many can hold thousands of people, others a couple hundred, some just a few dozen. There's a ton of research facilities, caves, a network of tunnels, mines, even underground tourist attractions. I was lucky enough to find a place during the turmoil and early enough to be let inside. But we couldn't all stay cooped up forever. We needed food and water. Sanitation was a huge problem. It took work to make it a temporary home while that virus lingered outside." "But 13 years, Abigail pressed. "Yeah, and let me tell you, a ton of people didn't stick around. They took their chances and ventured out. The rest of us dug in." He shook his head. "We took turns with bio-suits. We went out, fetched and carried. It became a way of life. We started farming, but that was dangerous out in the open, so we sealed up doors and windows of buildings and used that space as makeshift greenhouses. Oh yes, plenty of houses have sunrooms and conservatories. We grew tomatoes and all sorts, but we had to be quiet about it, really quiet, because of the crazies, you see. They were everywhere." "We call them scrags," Hal muttered. The driver nodded. "I've heard that word too, and others." The road wound to the right, heading toward the outskirts of civilization. Squat buildings stood silent and empty. "Nobody's touching these outer areas," the driver said. "The mayor's letting the homeless have them, for now anyway. The crazies, you know. Some have been taken in and cared for, but others refused help, so they were driven out. Look." He pointed, and everyone craned their necks to peer out the side of the van. A group of scar-faced scrags loitered there. For a moment, Hal thought one might rush forward and attack with his crowbar, but another reached for his arm and restrained him. The hatred was evident, but they held back. "They know what'll happen if they try anything," the driver explained. "One isolated attack will result in swift retaliation from the authorities. It's happened quite a few times over the past year, and they're finally getting the message. Anyway, the better they behave, the more supplies they're offered, and that means they have no real reason to squabble, not even with each other." Another scrag was so intent on tiptoeing his way along the pavement that he didn't even seem to notice the approaching van. The driver slowed and chuckled. "I call that one Hopper. He's always doing that, avoiding the cracks in case a monster snags him." "What kind of monster?" Robbie asked. "It would have to be pretty small." "There are no monsters, at least not down the cracks in the pavement. The poor guy's just superstitious. I saw a cat run by him one time, and he collapsed into a ball and started wailing in despair. Wasn't even a black cat." The passengers spotted a few more scrags along the way, but there was a long period where they saw none. Deeper into the city, the first signs of normal life came into view. A small grocery store that had been cleaned up and opened. Its door stood ajar to reveal several customers browsing the aisles of a well-lit, jam-packed indoor market. As the van rumbled past, a man exited the store carrying a bag, heading for a car parked nearby. "You can buy food at a store now," Emily said, her face pressed to the glass. "It's not just handed out?" The driver laughed. "Trust me, food hasn't just been handed out for a long time. Even in the bunker we had to work for it. The currency has changed, but things are getting back to the way it used to be. People working for a living, earning money, trading for food, helping one another rebuild. Around the corner, more and more stores appeared to be open for business. Not all of them, though. Some remained dark, with all kinds of damage inside and out. Though the sidewalks were clean and people walked freely, the empty stores were a stark reminder of the panic that had swept through the streets and across the city, and indeed, the world. So many people out and about, Darcy commented, and cars. I count 6 moving about at the same time, not including this van. The driver laughed again. 6. These streets used to be packed bumper to bumper with traffic and noise. Stockport Bay is still a ghost town compared to what it used to be like. But it's a start. We have a fraction of the population and we have plenty of room to spread out. That grocery store back there is one of a few and they keep busy enough. Mayor Larson's done a good job here. She's really encouraged people to get out and start living again, to rebuild our community. We have a shoe store to our left, clothing over the road there, tools and hardware, a bakery, hairdresser, some of the simpler things we need to resume a life as we once knew it. More and more cars and larger vehicles appeared, whizzing by on the left and causing quite a few raised eyebrows. "How do you all avoid crashing into each other?" Lauren asked. But it was Robbie who answered. "They stay on the right. That's all there is to it." The driver added, "Well, and obeying road laws, red lights and stop signs and so on. I guess it's pretty weird for you people, growing up in a magical land where you just have horses and carts." Hal didn't bother to correct him and say they'd actually grown up on an island in old Earth. "Yeah, we might meet a man with a wheelbarrow coming the other way or a runaway donkey. Otherwise, it's pretty simple." The driver turned a corner and taller buildings loomed ahead. Impossibly tall. Hal leaned forward, his mouth falling open. He'd seen them before plenty of times, but only from a distance. Underneath them like this, their size was mind-boggling. He wanted to jump out and have a proper look, but the driver kept moving, picking up speed as the roads widened. "We're into the office district now. Used to be big companies. Floor after floor of white-collar workers, all bent over their desks, pushing pencils and tapping calculators. Lots of financial firms. Most are empty now. But there's one building just up ahead that the mayor is using as a think tank. Do you know what a think tank is?" Nobody answered. Hal immediately envisioned one of those huge military machines with tracks and a long gun. He couldn't imagine one being smart enough to think, though. It's a place where people work on solving problems, research, planning, strategizing, that kind of thing. Political, social, technical, medical, you name it, they think on it. He laughed. Basically, it's where all the smart people pool their expertise, swap ideas, and make decisions about how we rebuild our lives. "And that's where we're going?" Abigail said. "Right. You can see it up ahead, the tall, grey building." They're all tall, Hal thought. And grey. But the one ahead was a paler grey than many of the others, and it seemed to stand out. Perhaps it was newer. In any case, it rose high into the sky and gave Hal the heebie-jeebies. How did such a massive structure remain upright? "That's a lot of floors," he said. "How many?" The driver had to think about that. 20-something? Fenton let out a whistle. Darcy shuddered. "That's too many for me. I can't stand heights." "Oh, this is just a short building compared to some," the driver said. "But don't worry, it's safe. Mostly anyway. There's one floor that's a bit iffy. That's why you're here." He fell silent as he maneuvered the van into a narrow lane, approached the building, and stopped under a covered entrance lobby. "We're here," he said, sliding the lever to pee and twisting around to face them. "You can all jump out. See that man over there? He's here to meet you. And so is everyone else, it seems." He wasn't kidding. As the shapeshifters piled out of the van, a mob of noisy people surrounded them, shouting questions and holding out weird sticks with fuzzy covers on the end. Cameras flashed and clicked, and bigger cameras resting on shoulders glared at them. Hal and his friends huddled together, unsure what to make of it all. These people weren't attacking, just being noisy. They didn't seem particularly angry either, just excited. "Are you really shapeshifters?" one persistent voice called. "How are you going to deal with this crisis?" another yelled from the back. "Is it true we're facing a demon? Do you think there's any hope for the kidnapped staff?" Snap, snap, flash, snap, flash, snap, snap. "People!" a stentorian voice boomed. The noise died somewhat, at least for a second. A man appeared, probably in his 50s, with a hard stare, furious whiskers, and wearing a fedora and a dark brown, rather moth-eaten suit. "I would ask you all to step back and let our guests through." By the sound of his tone, he wasn't asking. Some of the mob retreated, but a few didn't, and the man had to eyeball them with extra intensity before they backed down. With distinctive uniforms and sidearms strapped to their waists, police officers melted into view. Hal stared in fascination. He'd seen so many pictures in so many books and read all about these brave and strong peacekeepers, but he'd never expected to ever meet one. And now, here were 6. They eased through the crowd and began ushering people back a little farther. The fierce man with the battered suit turned to the shapeshifters. "I do apologize for that." He stuck out his hand. "I'm Detective Mills, and it's my honor to meet you all." He made a point to shake each and every hand, and his grip was firm and a little frightening. He was quite tall as well, his glare razor-sharp even when he smiled. "Now," he boomed, "step this way, my young friends, and I'll explain everything." As he led them into the building, he continued speaking over his shoulder. "Welcome to Think Tank, as we call it. Did anyone explain what that means?" "The driver mentioned it," Emily said, when nobody else offered an answer. "Ah, good, good. Well, the police department is here too, at least for now. Those fine boys outside and a dozen more upstairs. We're a small team. But we do our best for the city. And then there's me, a lowly detective. I have some colleagues on the 3rd floor, and we try to dig deeper into affairs that our boys in blue don't have time to handle." "Like murders?" Lauren asked. They were all inside the entrance lobby by now, and Hal was stunned at the decor, shiny orange-brown marble walls and floor with highly polished chrome door handles and trims, some well-placed floor-to-ceiling mirrors, and a massive reception desk that dwarfed the man and a woman sitting behind it. "Murders, you say?" Detective Mills rumbled, arching an eyebrow in Lauren's direction. "Well, yes, but truth be told, we don't have that problem at the moment. This is a time for rebuilding. People have been out of the loop for too long. And now that we're back, all we're interested in is making it work." He shrugged. "Sure, we have a skirmish or two. Bickering here, petty theft there, nothing serious. There's barely enough work for a team of detectives, I'll be honest." He spoke so frankly, so earnestly that Hal couldn't help liking him. Despite his imposing presence, he radiated kindness and warmth. Now, most of those people outside, the press, have come from other cities and are keen to spread the news of your work here today, or these next few days, whatever it takes. As noisy as they are, they have a role to play, and that's to feed stories to the population and keep everyone abreast of what's going on. The reporters outside the grand lobby doors drifted back and forth like mindless chickens waiting for feeding time. Detective Mills pressed a button on the wall. The button lit up. "When we get up there, I'll introduce you to a reporter. She's one of our own, so she's been chosen for an exclusive and will be breaking the story. Basically, we don't want that whole mob getting in our way up there, but we do want someone with a camera to record everything for us. So we picked a lady, and she has a cameraman with her. They'll be sticking to you like glue for the duration." Hal was struck by some of the phrases the detective offered. An exclusive? Breaking the story? What a weird way to say first dibs. And cameraman. That must be something to do with those extra-large, shoulder-mounted cameras. Cameraman. A man who carries a camera. A door opened suddenly. It was thick and made of metal. As the detective stepped through the doorway into what appeared to be a tiny room, Hal and his friends remained where they were. "Come on in," the detective said, gesturing. He grinned. "I suppose you haven't seen an elevator, have you? Well, trust me, it's perfectly safe." Elevator. Hal had heard of it. It was meant to travel between floors. But still. He peered into the room, unable to contain his doubt. It took a bit of persuasion for Detective Mills to get everyone to crowd into the elevator with him. There was room, but they found themselves shoulder to shoulder, not quite sure which way to turn or where to look. A moment after the door slid shut, Hal was struck by the muffled silence. Then the floor bucked and Darcy let out a yelp. It was a strange feeling, but Hal recognized it immediately. It was like the stomach dropping on liftoff. He never really experienced it when he launched himself into the air, but Abigail and the others had told him about it many times whenever they were passengers on his back. A display of numbers filled the closest wall, just to the side of the door. The number 2 had lit up, but it quickly dimmed, and the number 3 lit up instead. Then 4. 5. "We're seriously going straight up?" Fenton muttered. "Like floor by floor?" "Floor by floor," Detective Mills agreed. His voice was doubly booming inside the confined space. "How far?" Darcy whimpered with her eyes shut. She looked pale. Hal noted 28 numbered buttons. He didn't mention it, though. "Not all the way," the detective reassured her. "Just to 13. 8. 9. In some buildings," the man went on, "there is no 13th floor. The number 13 is considered bad luck, you see, and so it's common for the floor to be skipped altogether." "Wait, what?" Thomas protested. "Yeah, hang on," Robbie agreed. "How do you skip a floor? You can't just have a big empty gap between 12th and 14th. Mills laughed and laughed. By the time he'd stopped, the elevator car slowed to a stop and the door slid open. He held his finger on a button and explained. "Not a big gap, no. Sometimes it's just an empty floor, used for storage and so on. Other times, the button is simply omitted. They're numbered from 1 to 12 as normal, then continue 14 and up." He led the way into the corridor. Hal felt renewed amazement. The setting had changed completely. It was almost like stepping into a portal and out into another world. "Here we are," Detective Mills said. "Take a gander at the view. And don't worry, miss. It's safe," he added, squeezing Darcy's shoulder. They were in a lobby with huge windows. Hal and the others pressed their faces to the glass. So high. Not as high as he could fly, of course, but still. Pretty impressive. Neighboring buildings stretched skyward as well, and for a moment Hal felt a little like a bird in a tree. Safe from below, alone in the clouds, and so peaceful. "Now then," Mills said, his voice taking on a more somber tone. "Let's head on down this corridor. What I want to show you is about halfway along. Are you ready?" "We're ready," Robbie announced. The detective nodded. "Then let's go." Chapter 3. The 13th Floor. The corridor ran dead straight. On the left, large windows offered a dizzying view of the outside world. On the right, numerous doors suggested this was normally a busy place to work. Hal glanced into each office as he passed and lost count of the number of desks crammed within. Still, all were empty. The place seemed deserted, apart from the cluster of people up ahead. Beyond that crowd, the corridor glowed a bright orange, as if a fire raged in one of the rooms to the right. "Why is there water all over the place?" Emily asked. It was only then Hal noticed little puddles here and there, damp patches on the walls and streaks across glass panels. Sprinkler system, Detective Mills said. We've had to turn it off on this floor because, well, the system thinks there's still a fire raging up here. The corridor grew warmer. As they approached the crowd, Hal made out 4 police officers, a couple of people loosely wearing biosuits with their masks dangling, several others with name badges, and a cameraman. A woman came to greet them, and Detective Mills paused to introduce her. Guys, this is Nancy Trace. She's the lucky reporter assigned to run this exclusive story. But more importantly, her job here is to capture everything on tape and transmit it live to the powers that be, especially Mayor Larson. The woman had bright red shoulder-length hair, and she wore a grey jacket over her white blouse. Her black pants and flat shoes suggested she was ready to run around after the shapeshifters. "Great to meet you," she said, looking excited and a little awed. "Do you mind if we start filming straight away?" Without waiting for an answer, she called out to her cameraman. The guy was dark-skinned, very tall and thin, and it was hard to see his face behind the hulking device on his shoulder. Hal found himself staring into a huge lens. A red light told him the camera was rolling. Nancy Trace turned to the lens and began speaking, holding to her chin a short black rod with a fuzzy ball on the end. "I'm here at the Denver building, now known as Think Tank, reporting on the anomaly where 13 people have gone missing. We're praying for them, and we'll keep you informed exclusively right here on Channel 9. We have a new development this afternoon in the form of help from the other side." She stepped out of the way and gestured to the group of shapeshifters while continuing to speak. "Over the past year, we've all become aware of the fabulous world coexisting with Earth, a world full of magic and wonder, and a world we've come to know as New Earth. We've also heard stories of shapeshifters, but these elusive, shadowy figures have never before stepped into the limelight and allowed themselves to be identified." Hal frowned. Elusive? Never been identified? Now, faced with the startling and terrifying anomaly that opened last night, right here in this building, Mayor Larson has enlisted the help of this group of young heroes, the famous shapeshifters of New Earth. She went on like that for a bit longer, recounting in broad detail some of the adventures they'd had. By the sound of it, she'd done some research and had a good memory. Hal felt weird, standing there in the corridor with his friends, being stared at by a large camera and knowing that hundreds, perhaps thousands of people, or more, were watching him right now. Or maybe they'd be watching later. He wasn't certain. "Smile for the camera," Emily murmured. She had a grin plastered across her face, but she was the only one. Hal and the rest just looked confused. Detective Mills gestured to Nancy Trace, moving his hand in a circular motion, which apparently meant wrap it up, and she smoothly ended her spiel on the shapeshifters' past adventures and switched back to the present. "And so they're here today to do what we mere mortals cannot. They're going to use their transformational skills to access the anomaly and, fingers crossed, rescue the 13 missing office workers. We're praying those poor men and women are safe and sound. Stay with us for this exclusive story, folks, only on Channel 9. After a strange moment where she stared at the camera without moving, she abruptly nodded and smiled. "Keep rolling," she told the cameraman. "Non-stop, okay?" Finally, Detective Mills turned to the shapeshifters. "All right, now it's over to you. Be warned, there are some angry dogs hanging about in there. If you don't see them straight away, it just means they're lurking out of sight. They're deadly." He shuddered. "Now, I'm staying back here. Miss Trace, you be careful in there. You too, Larry." The cameraman nodded. It was funny how the detective warned her to be careful, but not the shapeshifters. It suggested Hal and his friends were experienced professionals showing up for a tough job, or seasoned warriors going into battle, and that the reporter and her cameraman were in need of their protection. Either that, or the detective only really cared about his fellow old earthers. 13 people missing, Abigail whispered to him, and we're on the 13th floor. How strange is that? And we're 13 years old, Hal said back. Her eyes widened. I hadn't thought of that. What else? Wait, what's the date? Detective Mills overheard and shook his head. That's just superstitious nonsense, kids. Anyway, it's Monday 9th. It's a few days until the dreaded, terrifying, calamitous Friday 13th. He smiled and rolled his eyes. The shapeshifters moved on along the corridor, and the waiting crowd parted, a name tag pinned to a jacket read Hanover Research Institute. Another said CDC. Scientists, Hal guessed. They'd been here a while, judging by the beads of sweat on their brows, as well as damp patches under their arms and around their collars. The cameraman followed closely, along with Nancy Trace, who spoke very softly into that strange device she carried in her hand. What is she doing? Hal whispered. That's a microphone, Robbie told him, or a mic for short. Remember my dad's old camera? He has old magazines about photography, and I've seen microphones before. You talk into them, and it traps your voice somehow. So she's not talking into the camera? Well, it's a bit of both, I think. Robbie didn't look very sure, though. Whatever Nancy was talking into, Hal overheard her say things like, heading toward the anomaly and incredibly dangerous and right here on Channel 9. He glanced around. His friends shared the same puzzled and apprehensive expressions. They all shuffled nervously, perhaps with a sense of dread, as if walking to their doom. The orange glow emanated from one particular office. Its door and frame were twisted. Inside, furniture was piled up against the walls, shoved there with force as if something in the center had exploded. And maybe something had. Hal saw it as a fiery crack in reality, a vertical slash starting near the floor and reaching to the ceiling. It reminded him of a nasty, bloody, festering wound, only instead of blood, the edges burned hot and spouted flames, and the air around the gash glowed and rippled as if on the verge of melting down. The office's walls and ceiling had an orange tint, and shadows danced continuously as the gash burned brightly. In the middle of it, deep inside the wound, Hal thought he could see a landscape, but he wasn't sure. It was too bright to look at directly. He pointed it out in case the others hadn't noticed, but they had. A portal, Abigail murmured, one like we've never seen before. A gateway to hell, more like, Thomas said. The heat was pretty intense, but Hal had suffered worse. As the shapeshifters gazed through the doorway, sweat began to prickle their foreheads. The air felt heavy and smelled like sulfur. A dull throbbing played in Hal's ears, and he shook his head, trying to clear it. He also had a nauseous feeling in his stomach. I don't like it, Darcy announced. Nor do I, Fenton agreed. Hal decided he could withstand the heat and much more in dragon form, but was there enough space to transform inside the office? Probably enough height if he hunkered really low, but would he fit across the room if he had to spread his wings? He couldn't imagine any of his friends being able to get too close to the portal. It was fine bringing in shapeshifters to deal with the problem, but had anyone really thought it through? It was burning hot. What were they supposed to do with it? Where were these angry dogs? And where exactly were the missing office workers, if they'd been sucked into that superheated rip in reality? Hal glanced back to see the cameraman filming their every move. Nancy was silent at the moment, though she probably made a low comment into her microphone once in a while. Ideas? He asked, aware that the whole world could be watching, or might be watching later when the footage was edited. Fenton sighed. I should be able to get close. Me too, Hal said. 2 reptiles could stand the heat. Nobody else chipped in. They were all most likely worried about their skin, fur, or hair catching alight, and in Abigail's case, her wings melting. "Let's do it," Hal said. "Do you want to try first? I'm probably too big." Fenton nodded. He edged through the group of shapeshifters and stood in front of the doorway. Then he began to change. Nancy Trace gasped and immediately began a running commentary. And here we see the first of several incredible transformations, folks. Fenton Bridges morphing into the shape of a very rare, almost unknown reptilian creature that still, to this day, has not been officially named. Able to spit a deluge of water from one of his stomachs, Fenton can breathe on that water and turn it to glue, an amazing defense and attack mechanism reminiscent of the spitting spider. Hal was about to tune her out, but he couldn't help being impressed again by her memory for details. And what was a spitting spider? In full lizard form, 10 feet long, low-slung, black, sleek, sinister, and with glowing red eyes. Fenton edged into the room while the others backed away to give him space. His lengthy tail flicked from side to side. He made it partway inside when another sinister black figure leapt from the fiery gash with a terrible roar. It was a hound, and a vicious one at that, with a coal-black body and eyes that glowed as red as Fenton's. Unlike the shapeshifter, though, flames and smoke poured from the creature's body. For a second, Hal thought a poor dog had just escaped and was burning in agony. But he quickly recognized the creature as a hellhound. He'd seen one before, on the beach of Broden. These deadly monsters wore flames like most others wore hair. Fenton shuffled backward as the hellhound closed in. He spit a torrent of grey water, which splashed over the animal and immediately evaporated with a terrific sizzling, hissing noise. The hellhound shook itself, but Fenton kept up with the jet of water, and the room filled with steamy mist, black smoke, and flickering flames. Then 3 more hellhounds leapt from the burning gateway, and Hal shouted, "Fenton, back up!" As soon as the lizard retreated to the corridor, the hellhounds stopped their attack. They stalked the room, each sniffing at the doorway as they passed. The heat they generated was staggering, and the shapeshifters had to back off farther, except Fenton, who hunkered low, eyeing the beasts with obvious disdain. They didn't see him. They seemed unaware there was even an opening to leap through. They simply scoped out the room, leaving endless scorch marks on the floor wherever they stepped. Robbie appeared by Hal's side. "I think you're up, buddy." "My fire won't do a thing to them," he argued. "Your teeth and claws will." Still, he had very little room to maneuver. "So our goal is to kill them?" Nobody answered. Hal sighed. "Maybe we can trap them." "Trap them how?" Abigail asked. Thomas, who had been silent and thoughtful, snorted and said, "Sure, let's dangle a carrot or something and throw a net over them. Just make sure it's a metal net." The goblins probably had metal nets stashed away, but that didn't help right now. An inkling of a plan came to Hal. He smiled around at the others. They all stared back, impatience written across their faces. "I have an idea," Hal said. "It's crazy and dangerous and probably won't work anything like it's supposed to." "So exactly like normal, then," Lauren said with a grin. Hal weaved past the others. "Stay here a second. I'll be right back." He was aware of the camera tracking him and Nancy saying, "Coming up with a plan to deal with what the shapeshifters have confirmed as hellhounds." Making his way back to the group of people waiting at a safe distance, Hal sought out Detective Mills, who apparently had been watching the events from a handheld device with a screen. "Have those hellhounds ever tried to leave the room?" Hal asked. Mills shook his head. "Nope. I stood in the doorway myself and they just sniffed around. I don't think they knew I was there." "So it's like they can't cross an invisible barrier." "Right. Exactly. A magic barrier." Sure," Hal nodded. "Have you tried shooting these hellhounds?" The man raised an eyebrow as if that were a dumb question. "Of course. Tranquilizers first, then bullets, all utterly useless. Seems the hot lead absorbs into their bodies. We can empty a clip and knock one off its feet, but their wounds heal, and then they're up and about again. That's what I thought. Okay, thanks. Hal returned to the others. 3 of the hellhounds were still pacing. The 4th had, apparently, leapt back into the gateway. All right, I'm going in there. There's no point burning them, but I can whack them with my tail. The main thing is, I'm going to knock a hole through the wall into the room next door. Robbie immediately gave himself a thump on the chest. I'll help. Well? You aren't doing this alone, Hal, Robbie said firmly. No, but you can burn, and I can't. He pointed. The room next door. You can punch a hole through from the other side, if you like. Keep the door shut, though. And be careful. Don't even try and touch those hellhounds. Thomas and Dewey had doubt written on their faces. Darcy pursed her lips, nodding slowly. Emily and Lauren were wide-eyed. With a vague plan in mind, Hal looked down at Fenton. Ready? Fenton nodded and inched forward. Hal took a deep breath, glanced sideways at his friends, noticed that Nancy Trace and her cameraman were practically salivating with anticipation, and ran into the room. The 3 hellhounds turned immediately, launching into a volley of deafening barks and howls. They sprinted toward him. Hal transformed as fast as he was able, simultaneously breathing fire at the hounds. Surprised, they skidded to a stop, shook off the hot fire, and resumed their attack. But Hal was already expanding into the hulking form of a massive dragon, his wings spreading wide across the room, his head pressing up against the ceiling, and his tail shooting backward through the doorway to the corridor, where his friends scrambled aside. He batted at one of the hounds, then felt another leaping onto his shoulder. It roared and bit, trying to get through his scales. Hal tried to shrug it off, but it gripped tight, smoke billowing from his armor plating. He couldn't feel the burns yet, but he might if he allowed such an onslaught to continue, so he reached out and clawed at the creature. The hellhound fell with a huge gash in its side. It roared and thrashed on the floor, molten lava splashing out of its wound and fire leaping into the air, but the injury quickly healed until only a thin, glowing red slice remained. The 3rd hellhound went for his tail. Hal glanced back to see Fenton spraying the snarling creature with water and distracting it. With the sizzling of steam, the roaring and barking, and Hal's wings sweeping against broken furniture, the noise was deafening. He threw his tail against the wall to the room next door. At first, he merely dented the sheetrock. On his second try, his weighty club end smashed it open, taking several wooden studs with it. He hit it again, opening the hole so it was large enough for a person or a hellhound to slip through. Robbie, in ogre form, appeared in the gap and started roaring to get their attention. As Hal continually fought off the fiery hellhounds and Fenton squirted his last remaining water reserves and backed into the safety of the corridor, it became apparent that Robbie's ogre roars were falling on deaf ears. The 3 hounds stuck with Hal, snapping and barking and biting. Then 3 new hounds leapt from the floating gateway. With 6 tearing into him now, Hal began to feel stabs of pain, a searing heat here, a bite or 2 there, and knew it was time to leave. He turned toward the corridor and wondered briefly how a dragon could exit through that tiny doorframe, and how he would survive for even a second if he reverted to human form. Slight flaw in my plan, he thought. Robbie was still roaring his head off, but the hounds ignored him. Then, as Hal twisted around to watch, the ogre muscled his head and shoulders through the hole in the wall and resumed his yelling from within. That made all the difference. All 6 hellhounds paused, and the sudden break from their incessant barking made it seem as though Hal had lost his hearing. Then they tore toward Robbie, a stream of coal-black, smoking animals bent on carnage. Robbie's eyes widened. He jerked backward, bringing dust and chunks of sheetrock with him. Almost as one, the first two hounds leapt through after him. The rest broke off, suddenly confused. Where had their quarry gone? They set about sniffing at the wall, completely unaware of the ogre roars and barking coming from the room next door. Hal's friends ran down the corridor toward that room. Through the hole, Robbie punched a hellhound clean on the snout, sending it flying, then howled and sucked on his smoking knuckles. It only took the slightest, briefest contact for a severe burn. Robbie, Hal thought in horror, as the second hellhound leapt on the ogre's back. There was no time to stand there watching. Hal faced the other four as they came at him again to resume their vicious attack. Growing angry, he swung this way and that, snapping at them, feeling their searing heat whenever his jaws closed on their smouldering bodies. He followed up with constant whacks with his tail, and the hounds howled and tumbled through the air, then righted themselves and leapt back into the fray, over and over, tirelessly. Then Darcy appeared. She popped into existence by the hole in the wall, only she was inside the room with Hal, standing in front of the damage, putting herself at far more risk than Robbie had. As Hal watched out of the corner of his eye, she waved her hands in the air and screamed, "Over here!" All four hounds halted, spun around, snarled, and tore after her. As the first one reached Darcy and pounced, she vanished. The hellhound continued flying through the air in a graceful arc straight through the hole in the wall. Then Darcy reappeared about 20 feet away. She waved again. "Hey, over here!" 3 hellhounds chased her down, only to find she'd vanished again. After a moment, she reappeared by the hole in the wall and called to them. Once more, they snarled and pounced. This time, 2 more went through. They quit their noise at once and stood still, looking around in confusion along with the other 3 hellhounds in the room. All was quiet in there for a moment. Hal could only hope Robbie was okay. One of the hounds paused at the opening in the wall and sniffed. Then it moved on. With only one left to deal with, Hal allowed it to advance on him. Darcy appeared once more, but this time she was silent, obviously tired, standing on the far side of the room and watching as the hellhound tore into Hal's leg. He understood. She was letting him deal with the last one. He timed it carefully. He waited until the hound scrambled up onto his shoulder and toppled backward off the slick, hard scales, as it had done numerous times already, and then slammed his paw down on the creature's head. The hound crumpled underfoot. A second later, it shook itself and started to get back on its feet. But Hal turned around, aimed, and whacked it as hard as he could with his tail. The hellhound sailed through the air and almost straight through the hole in the wall. He wished he could have ended the scene in a cool way for the cameras, but alas, the creature crashed against the wall and dropped to the floor. Bursting into flames, it shook itself again and climbed to its feet. Hal charged it. He struck it head-on, snout to snout, and sent it toppling backward into the room next door. Growling with pain, Hal swung his head from side to side, aware that he had severe burns on his nostrils. Gasping, he reverted to human form and staggered about, rubbing his nose, his eyes watering. It still hurt, and so did the numerous other blackened patches across his body. Smoke poured off him, and he noticed even his smart clothes were struggling. Several charred holes refused to mend. He transformed again, expanding to fill half the room. Then back to his human self, and dragon, and human, and so on a few more times, until the burning eased. At last he gave a heavy sigh and turned toward the corridor, where applause had broken out. His friends stood in the doorway alongside Nancy Trace and Larry the cameraman. Even Robbie loitered in the background, looking a little worse for wear. When Darcy appeared out of nowhere, Hal gave her a hug, then raised her hand in the air as though she'd just won the day. His friend's applause was for her now. Everyone tentatively stepped into the uncomfortably hot room and came to join them. "Well," Abigail said, "that went swimmingly." "The hellhounds are locked in next door," Robbie told Hal. "There's no way out. Well, except right here." Huddled together and peering through the hole, they all stood and watched the pacing hellhounds in the adjacent room. Only a magical barrier kept them at bay, one that somehow fooled them into overlooking exits. The same boundary that had prevented them from leaving the room now denied them access back into it. "They were guarding the gateway," Hal mused, "stopping us from getting close." "But only the gateway," Abigail added, with pretty strict instructions not to go running off and getting distracted, like having guard dogs on a leash, only with magic. "I'm about to burn up," Darcy said, fanning her reddened face. All of them were sweating hard. Nancy and her cameraman looked like they were about to faint. Even so, Nancy whispered into her mic, "The hellhounds have been dealt with in this incredible sequence of events here at the Denver Tower, exclusively on Channel 9. Everyone turned to face the flaming gateway, which had been crackling and sizzling the whole time, putting out searing heat and casting shadows across the walls. With the hellhounds banished for the moment, it was time to dig a little deeper. Chapter 4. The Gateway. They had to retreat to the corridor for a moment. The temperature there was vastly different, and farther along, where Detective Mills and the group waited, it was positively chilly. A second round of applause started up when the shifters approached. A kind lady offered them ice-cold water, and they drank thirstily. "Thanks," Emily said with a sigh. "We're pretty parched." The detective held up his flat-screen device, which showed Nancy Trace speaking into the camera, as she was doing right at that very moment behind Hal. He glanced back to see how her spoken words matched her lip movement on the screen. "We're watching it live," the detective said, smiling. "That was incredible." "So, the whole world saw that?" Robbie said, his eyes shining. "They saw me beat those hellhounds into pulp?" Mills smiled again and shook his head. "Not quite. We're seeing it live, a select audience only, including the mayor. The footage will be edited and broadcast shortly. We need a buffer just in case. Well, in case something goes wrong," Nancy finished, slipping her microphone into her pocket. "We have to be a little sensitive about what we show to the public. Nobody wants to watch children get hurt. But honestly, from what I saw, you're invincible. That was absolutely amazing." While Robbie beamed and soaked up the praise, Hal was keen to get the job done. So was Abigail, by the looks of her. She had a thoughtful expression as she stared back along the corridor. "So now what?" she asked. "How hot do you think that gateway to hell is?" Thomas snorted. "As hot as a gateway to hell, I should think." "But it's not a gateway to hell," Emily argued. "I mean, it can't be, can it? It's a gateway to somewhere, but where else do hellhounds come from?" Thomas persisted. "Right," Darcy agreed. "It's everybody's worst nightmare, and it's a big enough gateway that something else could come through. Something evil?" "Like demons," Dewey said with a shudder. Hal sighed. "And we have to go in and rescue those prisoners." The silence that followed suggested they all thought he was nuts. But he knew they agreed, too. What else was there to do? Abigail turned to Detective Mills. "Tell us exactly what happened here. How did it appear?" The detective cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, booming voice that had everyone's attention, including a lot of the people standing around behind him, the police officers and scientists who'd been watching the events unfold on their own mobile devices. It was last night, just after 6, when people were still working in the building. An explosion glass breaking, furniture scraping and crashing, then a pack of wild dogs going crazy. That was what everyone on this floor heard. The sprinklers activated, an alarm sounded, and people started heading for the emergency exits. Some, in these nearby rooms, witnessed those black hounds chasing people around the room, screaming, yelling, barking, you name it, a terrible noise. As I understand it, there were actually just 11 people working in the office at the time, but 2 in the neighboring room rushed in to help them, and they're now among the missing. How brave, Emily whispered. So these people were, what? Thomas demanded. Herded into the gateway? Detective Mills spread his hands. We believe so. Initially, we couldn't understand it at all. Where had these dogs come from? But then we realized they came from that thing. We saw them jump inside and vanish and leap back out whenever someone entered the room. It was obvious this was some kind of portal. There's no sign of the missing, alive or dead. So what else could we assume except they were herded inside? Through, Abigail absently corrected him. Or through, yes. Well, assuming they're not burnt to a crisp already, Thomas muttered, I guess we're also going in to rescue them. They returned to the anomaly and stood outside the room to study it. Hal sighed. Me again, right? With my fire-resistant scales and everything? Send us a postcard, Thomas said. Sometimes I hate being a dragon, Hal thought. There wasn't much more to be said. Abigail pulled at his hand, but she didn't stop him when he gently extracted himself. With everyone watching in silence, the camera rolling, and Nancy Trace mumbling into her microphone, Hal shuffled into the room. All was quiet except for the flaming gateway, which hung there crackling and spitting. Hal approached, already sweating in the intense heat. He held up a hand to shield his face as he moved closer to the inferno. Unable to bear the stifling temperature any longer, he paused and began to transform. But in doing so, he realized the obvious, that he was too big to fit through. His wings would be a problem even if he folded them back. So he paused his transformation, grateful that his partially scaly skin deflected some of the heat. Interesting, he thought, glancing down at his early-stage shapeshift. His hands were like dragon paws, his arms fully reptilian. He suspected his body was equally scaled, but he retained his human shape and size, and his smart clothes were intact, rippling a little as waves of heat radiated over him. Reaching for his face, he felt a slightly elongated nose and mouth, his snout, and some other weird disfigurements about his head. He'd never paused a transformation so completely before. He could breathe fire without shifting at all, but when it came to growing only a tail or a pair of wings, he'd always failed. This was different. He'd stopped a full-on shift somewhere midway. He took a few more steps closer until the fiery gash in reality was almost within reach. Fear threatened to overcome him. What if he leapt toward it and instantly burned to a crisp? Taking a deep breath, he let out a yell and dove through without touching the sides. His skin was on fire, or so he thought for just a split second. But after a flash of intense heat, the temperature dropped. He tumbled and landed pretty hard, but the surface was soft and cushioned his fall. He blinked and turned over onto his hands and knees, jerking his head about in an effort to spot hellhounds or worse. For the moment, though, all seemed quiet. As his eyes adjusted to the glare, he made out smooth dunes all around. Fine sand slipped through his fingers as he held up a fistful. I'm in a desert? But this was no ordinary desert. He hadn't simply jumped halfway around the world to the Sahara or the Gobi or one of those other desolate places he'd read about. The biggest giveaway was the sky, which had a heavy red tint. Also, numerous fires raged out of pits in the ground, itself a hint that this wasn't an Earth he knew. Sand dunes, gaping chasms, leaping flames, red sky, all guarded by hellhounds, and of course the heat. He had a nasty suspicion there was something demonic about this place. He half expected red-skinned, horned figures to spring into view wielding pitchforks. The fiery gateway hung just above the sand, still crackling and sending out blistering waves. Hal stood up and hurried toward it, keen to check on his escape route and to let the others know he was okay. He could see glimpses of white through the vertical gash. The office lay just on the other side. The image was blurry and rippling, obscured by flames and smoke, but old Earth was definitely there. He jumped through, once more experiencing a blast of heat before falling flat on his face on a hard floor. He clambered to his feet and staggered toward his friends, clustered at the door. "Hal!" Abigail called, rushing to him. He met her halfway, and they ducked back into the corridor, away from the heat. "What are you?" Darcy said, studying him up and down. "You have a scaly snout and giant clawed hands, but you walk like a human." The moment she brought his halted transformation to his attention, Hal found himself reverting fully to his human self. He grinned at Darcy, then at Robbie. "Thought I'd try something different." "So what's in there?" Abigail demanded. All his friends clamored around him, begging to know. Behind them, Nancy Trace and Larry the cameraman edged closer as well. Hal quickly explained what he'd seen. "I think it's actually cooler in that desert than in this room," he said, tugging at his collar to let steam escape. "There's a breeze, a hot breeze, but better than nothing." "No prisoners, though?" Fenton grumped. "Just a desert?" "Well, not just a desert." Hal frowned. There were chasms, too. Seems like all the dry sand would just slide right in. "I don't think it's Earth as we know it. It's somewhere else." "Where?" Lauren and Dewey exclaimed in unison. "Let's go find out," Thomas suggested. Everyone peered at the fiery gateway. "We don't have scales," Darcy said. "Honestly," Hal mused, "I don't think we need scales. It's hot, but once I was through, it was okay. And there wouldn't be much point taking prisoners if they were going to burn up, right?" Emily nodded. "Okay, then. We go in together, in human form." Abigail took Hal's hand. "I trust you, Hal," she whispered. Instead of feeling good about himself, he instantly quailed inside. What if he'd been safe only because of his partial transformation? What if the 13 prisoners burned up and were lying on the sand somewhere, charred black? He shuddered. After a quick discussion, they lined up. They'd go in one by one, but quickly, a rapid invasion of shapeshifters into the hellish world beyond. Oh, and the news team would go too. Nancy Trace looked nervous, but determined, and she kept checking with Larry that he was ready. He gave a thumbs up, his eyes glued to the small monitor on the backside of the shoulder-mounted camera. "Go!" Hal yelled, and leapt into the portal. Once more he felt that wave of intense heat, then glimpsed the molten walls all around as he tumbled. Seconds later, he thumped down onto the sand and quickly rolled aside. Abigail was next, then Robbie, Lauren, Emily, Darcy, Dewey, Thomas, and Fenton, followed up by a gasping Nancy Trace, and finally Larry. Somehow, despite collapsing in a tangle of limbs with some of the others, his camera remained aloft, held high with one extended arm. "Did you get that?" Nancy demanded. Larry said, then spat out some sand. He quickly brought the camera back to his eye and climbed to his feet. "What is this place?" Emily demanded. "Are we in New Earth or Old?" Thomas scoffed. "Neither. This is our imagination." "No, we're in outer space," Robbie exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. "This is a planet near the sun." "This is the sun," Lauren muttered. "Look at all the fire shooting out of the ground." Hal felt his friends were wrong, but he couldn't be certain. The question was what to do next. He turned in a circle, seeking a landscape less dune-like, a place without flames licking out of chasms and high into the air. but he saw nothing but multiple raging infernos, sand, and a deep red sky. "Well," he started. Just then, a figure appeared. Everyone cried out and staggered backward as a towering man-shaped creature rose slowly from the nearest chasm. He was easily 2 stories tall, all sinewy muscle, as though his skin had been flayed off. Thick horns projected upward from his powerful shoulders, 2 on each side. His head... Hal stared in amazement. The infernal giant had an ivory skull floating right above where the short neck ended. There was no bottom jaw, and the eyes were empty sockets. A flowing hair of fire billowed in a gale from the chasm it ascended from. "What is that?" Robbie squawked. The flame-haired figure began to glide gracefully toward the cowering shapeshifters. Taller than Robbie's ogre form, his muscular physique, battered armor, and deadly sword suggested he might be a warrior. Within seconds, the giant stood mere yards away, still suspended in mid-air, his hair streaming behind him. He let his sword hang to his side and studied them all, his detached skull rotating as he looked around the group. In the background, several hellhounds had appeared. They kept their distance but loped back and forth in a restless manner. Hal was aware of Nancy Trace mumbling into her microphone, and Larry hunched low as he trained his camera on the newcomer. Abigail nudged up against Hal. "Any ideas?" she whispered. "Do you remember anything like this from mythology?" Nope," Hal said shortly. "Perhaps," the giant boomed in a gravelly voice that echoed across the dunes for no apparent reason. "You might consider that I am a giant who basks in fire." "Nope," Thomas blurted. "You're still a big nobody to us." "Shh," Darcy hissed at him. With a roar, the monster lunged forward with his sword, the steel tip pointing straight at Thomas. "Watch your tongue, boy." "Well," he said, "it's just... I mean..." Fenton clamped his hand over Thomas's mouth and grinned up at the giant. "What he means is, we're not smart enough to recognize your kind." "And we're very sorry," Emily added. The sword cut through the air as the giant swung it about, but after the shapeshifter's initial and hasty retreat, it soon became apparent the giant was just posturing. A moment later, he stilled his sword and scowled down at them. Quite a feat for a skull. "Well," the giant rumbled, "you've never seen a fire giant?" Standing 4 times taller than the shapeshifters, he cut an impressive figure. An eerie blaze played off his shoulders. "Sorry," Abigail said loudly. "No disrespect, but no, you're our first." "I am cert." Rather alarmingly, his head floated higher. A long silence followed, during which fire curled around his legs as though flaming serpents were slithering up his body. "Cert?" Emily repeated. The giant sighed again. "Does this sword not strike fear into your hearts? Do you not see my charred skin?" "You don't really have any skin," Thomas pointed out. Cert reached up with his free hand to touch his cheekbones. He had to stretch a little higher than he might otherwise, because his skull still bobbed clear of his shoulders. He muttered. As if realizing the flames swirling about his body had erased his features, he shook himself violently until the fires dwindled and went out. Trails of black smoke lifted into the air. Without the orange glow lighting him up, it was easier to see he'd burnt his skin off long ago, leaving raw flesh and sinewy muscles that had developed a tough crust, a newer skin of sorts. "We're here for the missing people," Hal announced, trying to sound challenging and important, but instead coming off whiny. He wished his voice boomed and rumbled like Cert's. He especially wished he could make it echo across the dunes. "What have you done with them?" Cert scowled at him with dead eye sockets. "They are perfectly safe, hanging upside down over the lava. Now that you're here..." Everyone gasped. "Perfectly safe?" Thomas exclaimed. "Hanging upside down over the lava?" Fenton added. Hal gripped Abigail's hand, and they exchanged a horrified glance. They were too late. Now, calm yourselves, Surt rumbled, letting the tip of his sword rest in the sand. Burning them alive would serve me no purpose. Indeed, they have done no wrong, and I am not a monster. That's a matter of opinion, Thomas murmured. Evidently, Surt had extremely sharp hearing, for he shot a glare at Thomas and tightened his grip on the sword's handle. That's twice. Disrespect me one more time, boy. Everyone looked sideways at the red-headed boy. Thankfully, he clammed up and cast his gaze at the ground. What were you about to say? Emily asked the giant. Flames sprang up behind Surt's head. He didn't appear to notice. I am in need of assistance. Help me, and I will release the prisoners. His fiery hair had returned, and it streamed in the same non-existent breeze as before. How can we help you? Robbie asked, sounding shaky. We're tiny compared to you. And yet you proved yourselves worthy by getting past my faithfuls. Hal felt almost indignant. The hellhounds? They were just a test? The giant bowed his skull. What do we need to do? Emily asked. Surt twisted his hand around on the sword's hilt so he gripped it upside down, with the blade hanging as he extended his arm toward the crowd. Take this. It is depleted. I need you to replenish it. Replenish it with what? Abigail demanded. How do you replenish a sword? And how are we supposed to take that anywhere? Robbie argued, pointing. It's 3 times taller than us and probably weighs a ton. Pah! Surt scoffed. He thrust it into the sand, burying it deep. Abruptly, the weapon began to shrink. Hal gawked. He'd seen Robbie and Abigail change size while shapeshifting, and he did the same himself, but it was odd witnessing an inanimate object doing it. The sword now seemed manageable, about the size that a medieval human soldier might wield. Still a hefty weapon, though, and probably superheated after being held by a fiery creature. Nobody reached out to touch it. You will take my trusty blade, Surt growled, and replenish its magic. It has weakened after so long without an enemy to smite. A weapon like this requires action. When the final battle comes, I need my sword to be at full strength. Whoa, what battle? Dewey piped up. Surt stared down at Dewey, then cast his empty gaze around the group. The battle. The final battle. Do you still not know of me? Sorry, Emily muttered. Flames burst forth all over the angry man's body, and he threw back his skull and roared so loud that the shapeshifters had to duck and cover their ears. The reporter and cameraman ducked as well, but Hal noticed Larry was quick to recover from his fright and continued filming. With infernos shooting high from numerous chasms across the landscape, Hal hoped the lava beneath the prisoners hadn't also started churning and spitting with increased energy. Even the giant's sword flickered and smoked as if about to spring into life with fire of its own. Luckily, it remained dull, its surface lackluster. You dare to set foot in Muspelheim without a care? Surt shouted. I rule the land of fire. If I didn't have need of you, I would lop off all your heads in one swipe and let those people burn. Wait, Nancy Trace suddenly said, her voice shaking as she slowly raised a hand. I have heard of you. Her words instantly mollified the giant. He paused, his fires ebbed, and he looked down at her kneeling form. Stepping toward her, he said in a gentle rumble, Speak. Larry's eyes widened as he turned the camera toward her. She held up the microphone, then dithered, obviously uncertain whether she should speak to the TV audience or to the giant himself. She swallowed and attempted both, addressing Surt while glancing sidelong at the camera. You are Surt, a fire giant and ruler of Muspelheim. The story goes that one day you'll kill a god at Ragnarok, That upstart Friar, the fire giant growled. Freya, yes, and then set the world on fire. Surt raised his free hand and clenched it into a fist. And so I shall. For a moment he paused, almost looking thoughtful as he glared sightlessly into the distance. Then he spoke, sounding wistful. The prophecy of Ragnarok speaks of the great wolf Fenrir, who will escape his shackles and wreak havoc. That is when I, the king of the fire giants, am destined to lead my kin into battle. However, he sighed. I have waited thousands of years, and I grow impatient. His voice rose. Asgard must fall, and everything will burn. With another roar, he burst into flame all over. The heat was intense, and the shapeshifters and news team flinched. Moments later, Surt lowered his fist. But first, I require your assistance. Chapter 5. Land of Fire. Hal knew everyone struggled with the same thought. Why would they help this monster escape banishment if it meant he was then free to burn the world? But in his heart, he knew the fire giant had the upper hand. Help him, or the 13 prisoners would roast. That was the pressing concern right now. Save the office staff first, save the world later. Surt reached for his sword. He dwarfed it now. It was like a toy in his huge hands. But as soon as he drew it from the sand and held it up, it grew with a strange groaning, scraping sound. Seconds later, it was back to its original size, heavy and extremely dangerous. May we see the prisoners before we help you? Darcy asked, her voice trembling. To see they're alive and well? Surt swiveled his skull toward her. My word is not sufficient. While Darcy quailed, Fenton eased in front of her. Hanging prisoners upside down over lava usually doesn't end well. You say they're alive, but we need to check. Surt rumbled. Follow me. The giant turned and stomped across the dune, leaving smoking indentations as he went. He could have floated. Instead, he seemed intent on making the group follow in his mighty footsteps. The hellhounds in the distance scattered. They acted like they wanted to attack, but were terrified of the giant. Nancy Trace was again murmuring into her microphone as Larry walked sideways with his camera pointed at her while keeping the giant in frame over her shoulder. One of the fabled stories of Ragnarok, she said, a being destined to battle Asgard and then set fire to the world. What is Ragnarok? Abigail asked, quiet enough that Surt couldn't hear but loud enough for the others. I think it's a place, Robbie said. No, it's a book, Emily argued. The Legend of Ragnarok? Isn't it like a book of stories? I assumed it was a giant boulder named Ragnar, Fenton quipped with a chortle. Ahead, Surt sighed and shook his head. Cretins, he rumbled. Hal remembered then how good the fire giant's hearing was. Nancy came to their rescue. She broke off from her monologue with the camera and screwed up her face as she figured out how to word it. Think of it like Judgment Day for Vikings. Ragnarok is the end of everything, the twilight of the gods. If you have a whole bunch of Norse legends, the story of Ragnarok must come at the very end, because it's the story of Surt marching on Asgard and then destroying everything with fire. Emily frowned. Everything? Everything. All the worlds, people, and gods. Everything. That's a bit drastic, Thomas muttered. Hal was confused. But why? Why does he want to destroy everything? Surt huffed and swung his mighty sword in graceful arcs ahead of him as if cutting his way through an imaginary forest. Nancy lowered her voice. Imagine seeing a phoenix burn. You know what a phoenix is, don't you? Sure, Robbie answered. We've seen a bunch of them. Oh, well, then you know that when a phoenix burns to ashes, it rises anew. Surt believes destroying everything by fire will give birth to new life. He's delusional, Thomas snorted. Surt swiveled and took 2 rapid steps toward them, his sword raised high. The flaming hair brightened considerably, and fire leapt up his body. "I warned you, boy," he roared. "That's 3 times you've disrespected me." It all happened very quickly after that. As he heaved his sword at Thomas, its dull blade about to cleave him in 2, half the shapeshifters transformed in an instant and launched their attack. A hulking, shaggy ogre, a sinister 10-foot lizard with shiny black skin, a silver-scaled naga with wings, and Hal himself, quickly growing into his dragon form. But Thomas wasn't idle. He threw himself aside and shapeshifted as he rolled, springing onto his 4 feet a second later and returning the fire giant's roar with one of his own. The sword buried itself deep in the sand. Hal blasted the giant, engulfing the skull with flames far bigger than Surt's own. Thomas the Manticore shot quills at the fiery figure, though every one of them bounced off the tough hide. Emily zipped about, and with silvery wings buzzing noisily, darted close and tried in vain to bite into the sinewy muscle. Then Robbie managed to bowl him over. The not-quite-adult ogre wasn't as tall, but he had a lot of bulk, and the element of surprise came in handy. The 2 rolled about in the dry sand amid a cloud of dust. Then the fire giant regained control and tossed Robbie aside. Surt roared, climbed to his feet, and lashed out at anyone close by. Hal had to duck to avoid being hit, and Emily was very nearly swatted like a fly. One desperate scramble later, and everyone had retreated to a wide semicircle around the snorting, flaming giant. Even Robbie looked pitifully small in comparison. Slowly, knowing they were no match for the seemingly indestructible warrior, everyone reverted to human form. "Well, well," Surt growled, rotating his skull around the group. "Are you miniature gods? I admit to being impressed. Perhaps you are not mere mortals, after all." Hal was busy studying the giant's sword, which stood upright in the sand. It remained at full size this time. The hilt glowed a greenish aura that swelled and then slowly faded. "What was that?" he said, pointing. "It lit up." "That, boy," Surt said, "was the absorption of magic from the air. You are gods. No more than minor deities, of course, but still. You have magic within. Perhaps I don't require your assistance after all. It may be that all the magic my sword needs resides within you." He grabbed the handle and squeezed it tight, drawing it carefully from the sand. He hefted it, then sighed. "Not nearly enough. Let me try something. I need a volunteer." His gaze roamed the group. "Perhaps you." He lunged toward Abigail, thrusting the sword at her belly. Before Hal had time to suck in a sharp breath of horror, she'd already shrunk to her tiny fairy size of 6 inches tall. The blade brushed past her arm, causing her to spin and then tumble away. She righted herself and buzzed to safety. Though the giant was clearly surprised, judging by the way he cocked his skull to one side, the effect on his sword demanded all his interest. The hilt once more illuminated under his grip, and this time the green aura curled around his wrist as well. He sighed. "I can feel it, but it is a feeble amount. Even if I cut you all in half right now, I doubt your combined energy would be worth the effort." Relaxing his grip and standing upright, he continued, "You will go back to your world and seek vast quantities of magic worthy of my sword. Replenish it and return here. Then I will release the prisoners." "We still want to see them first," Fenton reminded him. Surt rotated toward him. "And if I refuse to show you?" A silence fell. When Thomas opened his mouth, Fenton hurriedly spoke first. Then we'll refuse to help you, and you'll probably kill us, and we'll all die horribly, and you'll be back to where you were, waiting for someone to throw themselves into the portal to visit this place. But I promise you, nobody is going to do that anytime soon. And even if they do, Abigail added, they won't be shapeshifters like us, and they'll have a much harder time getting you what you want. Hal piled on a bit of the same sentiment. We're your best bet, so let us see the prisoners, or roast us all right now. Yeah, Robbie muttered. Nobody had anything else to offer. Hal glanced sideways and noticed Larry was still filming. But could the signal reach the people back on Earth? He doubted it. Surt's flames dwindled. He turned and began to walk, rotating his skull briefly to say, "Come." Sharing triumphant grins, the shapeshifters fell in line behind the sword-wielding figure and followed him across the dune toward the burning chasm he'd risen from. "The fire giant is leading us to his lair," Nancy Trace murmured over her shoulder, her microphone raised close to her lips, "where we're keeping our fingers crossed that the 13 prisoners are indeed alive and well. Stay tuned here on Channel 9 for an update." When she stopped talking, Hal sidled closer. "Do you really think anyone can see us back on Earth? I doubt the signal's getting through." She smiled. "Doesn't need to. We're recording anyway. We'll download it all when we get back." "So we're not live right now?" Emily asked. "We're not being seen across the world?" "As Hal said, I doubt the signal's getting through. So no, we're recording but not live at this moment." "Why?" Emily sighed, looking troubled. "If we don't make it back, nobody will know what's here in Musselpine, and they'll try and send others in." "So we need to make it back," Lauren told her. "Muspelheim," Nancy corrected her gently. "And yes, we need to make it back, if only to warn people not to venture into this awful place." As they trudged, Abigail snuck her hand into Hal's and whispered, "It makes me nervous that my parents might be watching this, or will be when the signal works again. What if we're badly injured? What if we die? I don't want them to see that." Hal frowned. "How could our parents be watching without TVs?" "I'm pretty sure they'll find a way into Old Earth and demand to watch one as soon as they realize that's even a possibility. I can see it now. The moment Miss Simone mentions we're on TV, they'll be like, 'What? Show us.' I mean, wouldn't you?" "Yeah," Hal admitted. "And even if they don't think of it straight away, if we die here, they'll want to see how it happened, and then Nancy will play it back." Her concerns occupied Hal's mind for the next minute as they approached the chasm. The concept of TV was so alien to him. He'd seen pictures of the large screens in books growing up, and his parents had mentioned them in passing numerous times. He knew exactly what they were, but actually watching one? Sitting there in the evening for hours, staring at a screen as moving images played across it. Make-believe plays or otherwise, it seemed a strange waste of time. Then again, he felt oddly proud. A group of shapeshifters dealing with a serious threat to a community was definitely newsworthy. And like Abigail, he was more than a little nervous about being watched in action. Never mind dying. What if I screw up? They arrived at the brink of the chasm, where a wall of flames danced before them. The dune abruptly ended, and when Surt stood at the very edge, his bare feet sank deep, causing sand to cascade over. He didn't seem to care about his precarious position, and no wonder, since his next step took him into mid-air and through the fire. He was crossing an invisible bridge. But he began to descend as well, like gravity had just snatched hold of him. Without even looking back, he glided out of sight into the chasm. "Well," Darcy said, "this is where I turn around and go home, folks. See ya." She actually spun about too, but Lauren absently grabbed her arm and stopped her from walking off. "I guess I'll test it," Hal said. Despite being just a few paces from flames that had to be taller than trees, and though all in the group sweated buckets, the temperature probably should be greater than it actually was. He stepped closer to the edge, his feet sinking. He felt like he might slip over the cliff, straight into the fire. Prepared to transform the very moment he started to fall, he reached out with one foot and probed for the invisible bridge. For a split second it wasn't there, and he started to transform. And then it was there, and he paused with his partially reptilian hands held out to the sides. Breathing hard, he felt ahead with one foot. Confident some serious magic was at play, he eased forward until all his weight stood on an invisible platform several inches above the crumbling cliff. He was so intent on walking on air that it shocked him to find the inferno was literally in front of his nose. Yet it was no hotter than before, so he swallowed, shut his eyes, and took a few steps forward. When he reopened his eyes, he was through, and standing in midair as high as the 13th floor of the Denver building. The flat, grey rock of the chasm lay far below. It took all his nerve not to transform. With trembling legs, bent knees, and hands still out to his side, he continued forward like a tightrope walker, unable to look back in case doing so triggered reality to kick in. If that happened, he hoped he'd die from the sudden drop to the ground rather than burning. "I can transform, I can transform," he kept telling himself. Could the others see him? He was certain they could. The question was, who would be stupid enough to follow him? Darcy certainly wouldn't. She was scared of heights as it was. He doubted any of his non-flying friends would risk this. He hoped they wouldn't anyway. Feeling more confident as he continued onward, he had a moment to inspect his surroundings. He was surprised to see that it was largely fire-free down below, the flames restricted to the two chasm cliffs behind and ahead of him. Those cliffs of smooth, tan-colored sand shouldn't burn, but they did. At the bottom, all was quiet. Surt waited by an enormous cave entrance, a massive black opening 3 times his height and just as wide, roughly dome-shaped. The fire giant stood with his fists on his hips and his fiery hair swirling about his skull. He'd driven his sword deep into the rocky ground. Hal began to drop. Seeing the fire giant do it, he'd imagined it as sliding down an ever-steepening slope, but in reality it was more akin to being underwater and descending to the seabed. In reality, he thought. Yeah, right. His slow fall eased his nerves. He glanced behind to find some of his friends, only just now stepping through the fire. First Fenton, then Abigail, then Emily. But no sign of the invisible bridge. Would they find the way out later? No matter. He was a dragon. He could transform any time and take his friends away from this place. He landed and approached the waiting giant. "You show great courage for one so young," Surt rumbled, his skull face impassive, but his voice suggesting a hint of grudging admiration. "I believe I chose wisely in allowing you all to live." "Tell that to your hellhounds," Hal muttered. He eyed his sword. "Doesn't it ruin the blade when you stick it in the rock like that?" The giant laughed, huffing out bursts of superheated breath that turned to puffs of smoke. "My blade cannot be damaged." He sobered and continued. "But cutting through to other worlds requires a special kind of energy that Muspelheim lacks." "But you already cut through," Hal said, puzzled. "Pah! A mere incision. Do I look like I can fit through that tiny gap?" Light dawned. "So that's it? You need to make the hole bigger so you can fit through? And for that you need your sword recharged?" It seemed so mundane. Glancing back again, Hal counted the tiny figures descending gracefully in an arc. To his surprise, they were all there, every one of his friends, including Darcy, as well as Nancy Trace and cameraman Larry. The fire giant watched them too. "Such metal," he remarked, or blind foolishness. "Where are the prisoners?" Hal asked, trying not to sound challenging and hostile. "Are they inside?" He peered past the giant. The cave wasn't as pitch black as he'd expected. In fact, fire burned within. The prisoners had to be holed up somewhere, hopefully not charred beyond recognition. When the group finally arrived, Surt gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it from the rock. It scraped noisily, then made an echoing ding sound when the tip pulled clear. It remained as dull as ever, though. "This way," Surt grumbled, showing them into the cave. "This is amazing," Nancy said from the rear. "Absolutely amazing. I don't know if I should cry out with wonder or run screaming in terror. Larry, please tell me you're getting all this." "For the 100th time, yes," he complained, with his eyes glued to the monitor screen. "And it wasn't damaged in the fire? So she's more concerned about the camera than herself or Larry or any of us." Hal shook his head, a little bemused. A cave was still a cave even in Muspelheim. A big one, granted, but just rock walls all the same. Surt stood out bright in the gloom, his hair dancing and flames curling lazily around his arms and legs as if he carried a nest of hellish snakes about his person. Up ahead, a narrow river of lava awaited the visitors. The walls glowed bright red, and smoke drifted from the slow-moving molten stream. Its sides were crusty and black. In the center, several oozing yellow spots bubbled and spat fire. And hanging directly above, a single large cage full of people. Hal halted when he saw them. His first thought was, they have to be dead by now. Lava is flowing just below. Yet they seemed fine. Seeing the approaching group, several began to call out, and the entire cage shifted and wobbled as prisoners spun around and clambered to their feet. "Remain quiet," Surt ordered, pointing his sword at the cage. "I do not wish to hear any more of your mewling." "They're not hanging upside down," Robbie said from behind Hal. "You said they were hanging upside down." "Would you like them to be?" Surt asked, sounding surprised. "They were at first, but they whined about the blood rushing to their heads, so I put them in a cage. But if you prefer—" "No!" Robbie exclaimed, waving his hands about. "No, this is great. They look well cared for, thank you." It seemed the 13 prisoners had sucked in a collective breath when Robbie had spoken, but now they sighed with relief. Hal counted them to make sure there really were 13. As far as he could tell, all were present and correct. They were hard to make out, though, just outlines in the gloom above. Again, he wondered how they hadn't already roasted to death. "And now," Surt rumbled, turning once more to the shapeshifters, "enough delay. You will go at once. Take my sword." Holding it at the very end, near the pointed tip, he thrust the steel weapon toward them, hilt first. It wavered in the air, and nobody moved. The sword was gigantic. Then, as the silence stretched, Thomas reached for it. The hilt shifted sideways away from his fingers. "Someone else," Surt growled. Now the handle was aimed at Robbie. He grasped it carefully. His hands seemed tiny, and it was obvious he wouldn't be able to support its weight. When Surt let go of the blade, Robbie staggered and let out a grunt as the pointed end clanged onto the rock. The handle soon followed, and the whole thing thudded down. As Surt began to laugh, the sword slowly shrank, making that weird groaning sound again. When it stopped, Robbie bent and gripped the handle with both hands. Still, he failed miserably to pick it up like a real swordsman, but he did manage to hoist it off the ground under his arm. He struggled, then heaved it up to his chest as though toting a pile of deadwood to a campfire. Red-faced, he muttered, "Handle's hot. Best to hold it like this." Surt laughed harder. Growing annoyed, Hal faced the giant. "So what kind of magic are we supposed to recharge it with? How will we know when it's full?" "Don't leave us," one of the prisoners yelled. His shout caused others to cry out, and suddenly a cacophony echoed around the cavern. Surt roared, "Quiet!" His booming voice made Hal flinch and silence the people in the cage. When Surt turned back to the shapeshifters, he was calm once more. "Face your superstitions and fears. Great magic resides in your world, and it is strong at the moment. I feel it even from within Muspelheim. My sword feels it too. It is not the first time, but on this occasion it coincided with my impatient desire to fulfill my destiny. That means leaving the land of fire and crossing into Midgard. Your world." He clenched his fist. "I am almost there. I have watched my sword revive these past few days. I used the meager energy it had mustered to cut my way into your world. But I need you to restore it to full power so I may complete my task." "But how long will this take us?" Emily said, wringing her hands. "You can't leave those poor people locked up in a cage the whole time." The giant folded his muscular arms. "I will feed and water them. I might let them run free for a while. They will not suffer much." "That's so reassuring," Abigail murmured. "When you return with my sword, I will release the prisoners. All of them will be alive. You have my word." He drew in a deep breath, puffing out his chest as a new wave of flames burst forth. "But I am bound by honor to inform you that their lives, and everyone else's, will be forfeit the moment I escape Muspelheim. I will remind your world what a fire giant looks like, right before I plan my siege on Asgard." As his maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cavern, Abigail leaned closer to Hal. "Here we go again," she whispered. "Hal, if we do as he asks—" "He'll escape and destroy the world," he interrupted. "Or so he says." "But what if he does?" Hal had no comment. What other choice was there? To walk away and leave the prisoners locked up in a cage? One rescue mission at a time, he thought. Chapter 6. The Depleted Sword. The journey from Muspelheim promised to be easy once Hal had transformed and allowed everyone to climb aboard. He watched out of the corner of his eye as Nancy, Trace, and Larry approached him with open mouths. Everyone urged them not to be scared, but clearly they were. Not about getting close, but clinging to a dragon's back high in the sky. With a full load, he launched himself out of the chasm and over the sand dunes, trying to ignore the blood-red sky over the horizon. He landed a mere 30 seconds later, and his passengers disembarked. Hal reverted to human form to find Nancy and Larry clinging to each other and taking deep breaths, huge grins on their faces. "Did you get that?" she asked, pointing at the camera, and they both laughed. Robbie still clasped the sword to his chest, clearly struggling under its weight, despite his best efforts to appear nonchalant about it. "In we go," Hal said, finding he was once more in the lead. He threw himself into the burning gateway and popped through to the other side, where he landed on a hard floor. The rest emerged one by one. Robbie stumbled and dropped the sword with an almighty clatter, but he waited until everyone was present before stooping to pick it up. Again he struggled, this time shaking his head with frustration. "Need some help there, Beanpole?" Fenton said, approaching. There was a time when he never would have offered his assistance, and if he had, Robbie would have refused. "Yeah," he admitted, even though he could turn into an ogre any time and carry it without effort. "Kind of tired of it." So Fenton took it from him, at first cradling it as Robbie had, then gripping the handle tightly and heaving the blade upright. "Yeah, it's heavy," he agreed. They huddled around it. "Anyone notice how it glowed again when Hal changed into a dragon and then back?" he asked. Nobody else had. "What kind of magic can be stronger than ours?" Darcy wondered aloud. "What are we supposed to use to recharge this thing?" Nancy, who'd spent a moment composing herself, nodded and stepped in front of the camera. "This is Nancy Trace of Channel 9 News, reporting on the incredible events of the past hour. It's hard to believe, but just now we crossed into another world, not old or new Earth, but a third world, one known in Norse legends as Muspelheim. There we met Surt, a fire giant. She went on, recounting the details as the shapeshifters stood awkwardly in her background. Hal had to get out of the room. Despite spending time in the Land of Fire with its infernos and lava, the fiery portal still ranked as the hottest. Sweating, he trudged out into the corridor, and the others filed after him. Even Nancy wiped her brow as she expertly looked over her shoulder at the camera the whole way. Detective Mills greeted them all with a huge smile as the mass of people behind him made excited calls into mobile phones. "Good to see you back," Mills said. His gaze flitted past them. "But no prisoners?" Emily spoke first. "We found them, and they're alive and well. We just can't bring them home yet. There's something we need to do." Hal grew impatient, waiting for Emily to explain. Meanwhile, Nancy continued her long story. So much talking. He began to huff, wishing he and his friends could just be left to get on with their job. When the detective and several of the suited people crowded Fenton to examine the sword, Hal decided he'd had enough and headed down the hall. "I'll be outside," he said to anyone who might be listening. Abigail stayed with him. "Man, it's cold," she said, wrapping her arms around herself. The doors to the elevator opened as soon as Hal pressed the button. They stepped in, and he turned to the array of buttons. He chose the lowest button. The door slid shut, and the floor dropped away under them, causing his stomach to flip-flop. Outside, the fresh air felt wonderful, at least to Hal. They sat and watched occasional cars drifting by. Old Earth was so different, all concrete and glass. A single tree stood nearby, in the center of a paved area. Either the city had been built around the tree, or someone had purposefully planted it in that spot. Why? To make the city prettier? It was a lame attempt. "I think we should try one of the mines," Abigail mused. "We could even stick the sword in a pile of Geo-Rocks and see if that's enough magic to absorb, but the goblins wouldn't like all their hard labor being used up in a single minute. The mines, though." "Works for me," Hal agreed. "The sooner the better." It was a good 20 minutes before the rest of the group emerged from the lobby. Hal jumped up, eager to get going. To his surprise, Nancy Trace and Larry came too, a red light indicating that the camera was rolling. "They're still tagging along?" Hal muttered. "Hey, we're celebrities," Abigail said, giving him a nudge. "If they want something interesting to film, do a somersault in the air." Hal was sorely tempted. Fenton lugged the sword in his arms. It seemed even he'd grown weary of it. Robbie approached him with his hand out. "Want me to take over again?" As he spoke, he grew a little taller and much broader, shaggy hair sprouting from his face and hands. His smart clothes adjusted to fit, but his shoulders still strained at the silk. He took the sword with ease and swung it about, almost hitting Lauren. "Watch it!" she yelled. "Sorry," he said in a dull monotone. "Are we heading home or what?" Thomas grumbled. Darcy turned to Hal. "Yeah, let's get moving. Forget the van wherever it is. Just fly us through the portal." Hal doubted he'd be flying through the portal, but he could certainly get them there. He transformed, and as he did so, the sword glowed softly. It quickly dimmed again. Once everyone had boarded, he launched and flapped just above the road for a few beats, aware that cars screeched to a halt and people stopped and pointed. On his back, Nancy let out a scream as he climbed steeply into the sky. Abigail's suggestion about doing a somersault came to mind, but he quickly abandoned the idea. Way too dangerous. Any one of the 10 passengers could lose their grip and plummet to their death. So he flew nice and steady, heading out of the city. He had a bit of trouble finding the portal, but Nancy directed him. It was tucked away in the woods to his left, and he'd have missed it completely without her guidance. When he landed, Several old Earth guards watched him warily. A goblin offered a curt nod. The black portal loomed over them, silent and foreboding. Hal couldn't wait to walk through. Old Earth depressed him. It wasn't so bad outside the city, but still, something was missing. A sense of energy and magic, a feeling of enchantment in the air that he normally took for granted. Even the trees in this place, as pretty as they were, seemed oddly lifeless in comparison to those back home. The guards gave Robbie a wary look. A half-ogre wielding a sword? They backed away as he shambled toward the portal. Everyone else fell in line, and judging by the number of eager expressions, it seemed the rest of the shapeshifters longed to be back in New Earth as well. "Hold up," a guard said, approaching from the side. Robbie halted just in front of the portal, and everyone came to a stop behind him. "Anything wrong, officer?" Emily asked. "You do know who we are, right?" "I do," the tall, imposing man said. "But these two, not so much." He narrowed his eyes at Nancy Trace. "Wait, I recognize you. From the TV, right? Got your passes?" "Of course," Nancy said, delving in a pocket in her pants. She whipped out 2 small ID cards. "Special order of Mayor Larson?" After the guard examined them, he nodded and stepped back. "Very good. Have a nice day." "Go, Robbie," Thomas barked when the ogre failed to move. Robbie shambled forward. When he plunged into the smoky blackness, he stopped dead with just his broad shoulders visible. Thomas rolled his eyes. "Move it, you idiot! You're blocking the way!" Actually, he wasn't. The portal was wide enough not just for 1 van, but 2. Still, it was odd that Robbie had stopped. The ogre backed out, holding the sword across his chest. A moment later, he plunged into the portal once more, and stopped again. Lauren darted into the blackness alongside him. Unlike Robbie, she completely vanished. She emerged on his other side seconds later, having walked all the way around him. "Not sure why he stopped," she said with a frown. Thomas huffed with impatience. "Let me past." He stalked around the waiting ogre and was swallowed up in the pulsing cloud. Fenton and Darcy headed through too. Then, with a shrug, Dewey went after them. Puzzled, Hal called out to his friend, "Hey, doofus, what's up?" Robbie immediately cast his gaze skyward. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Abigail muttered. "Robbie, not up there. Look at me." Her barked command caused him to turn around, and he stood there with a confounded expression, the sword clutched to his chest. "Change back," Abigail told him. "Yeah," Emily said, "so we can have an actual conversation." The moment Robbie dwindled to his human form, his clothes flowed around him and melted into place. The sword's tip swung down and thudded on the raised platform, and he had to adjust his grip so it wasn't wrenched free of his hands. "It won't let me go through," he gasped. Hal blinked at him. "The portal won't let you pass?" "Well, either that or the sword doesn't want to." Abigail's mouth fell open. She turned to Hal with wide eyes. "That's interesting. So this magical sword can't leave old Earth?" "Or it can't enter New Earth," Robbie said. Emily clicked her tongue. "Same thing, Robbie." "Not necessarily. Maybe the sword can travel to all other worlds except New Earth. That's not the same as a sword that can't leave old Earth." "What other worlds? There's only 2, plus Musclepine, so 3 then." Nancy appeared suddenly between them all. "Actually, Muspelheim is one of many worlds in the Nordic legends. There are 9, including Earth, though I'm not sure if Old Earth and New Earth are considered 1 or 2 in those stories." She frowned. "Larry, remind me of the other worlds." Everyone turned to Larry, who of course had his camera pointed at them. He tilted his head sideways and peered over the viewing screen. "Huh? You think I know?" With a sigh, Nancy shook her head. "I'll look it up later. There's Asgard and Midgard and Niflheim, and some others, and a huge tree." "A huge tree?" Larry muttered. Nancy waved her hand. "The point is..." She half-turned to the camera and spoke into it. It seems this sword, from the Norse world of Muspelheim, cannot cross into New Earth. Why this should be is anybody's guess, but it's an interesting twist in this story, folks. The question, then, is how these young heroes are going to replenish the sword's magic if they can't cross into their magical world. She said it with such drama that even Hal was impressed, and he realized she was right. Man, she's quick off the mark. Nancy finished up with her usual mantra, "This story is brought to you exclusively on Channel 9. She slid the mic into a pocket in her jacket and stepped back. At that moment, Thomas stomped out of the portal. "What's taking so long?" he demanded. "Well," Emily said rather haughtily, "if you hadn't been in such a hurry, you'd know why we're stuck here. The sword can't go through." Thomas looked from her to the sword, then to Robbie, then to the sword again. "Yeah, we'll see about that." He took hold of the sword and pulled it from Robbie's grasp, not roughly, but firmly. He struggled with it, then clasped it to his chest. Turning, he let out a roar and ran into the portal. Unlike Robbie, who had simply halted, Thomas got so far and then was hurled backward as if he'd tried to push against an elastic barrier. He rebounded with a yell, and the sword flew out of his hands and over his head, skidding and clanging noisily on the platform. Everyone watched him as he picked himself up. Scowling, he pointed at the steel weapon. "That thing can't cross into New Earth." Fenton, Dewey, Lauren, and Darcy came back through a moment later, and Robbie quickly gave them the scoop. "So we can't go home?" Darcy said. Hal shrugged. "You can if you like, but some of us will have to stay and figure out what to do. In Old Earth, where are we supposed to find magic here?" "You're missing the obvious, dear," Abigail said, patting him on the arm as if he were a child. "If we can't take the sword to magic, we'll bring magic to the sword. So here's what's going to happen." Now that she had the floor, everyone listened as she outlined a very simple plan. "Those who want to go back to New Earth, go and find some Geo-Rocks. Get Blacknail to help if you need him. We need a lot. He might be resistant to his precious rocks being blown up, but we need the magic they release." "How many?" Fenton asked. He spoke rhetorically, a frown on his face as he peered up at the portal behind him. "One might be plenty. They pack quite a punch when they explode." "True. But maybe start with a wheelbarrow full just in case." Dewey grimaced. "Blacknail won't like that." "Blacknail can—" Thomas started. He broke off and shrugged. With a simple task ahead of them, nearly half the group vanished through the portal, leaving Hal, Abigail, Robbie, Lauren, and Emily. And, of course, Nancy and Larry. "Could have done with Dewey staying with us," Hal muttered. "A centaur carrying a sword." Abigail smiled. "We have Robbie to carry the sword if he doesn't go all dim-witted on us again." "Hey," Robbie said with a scowl. Suddenly aware that the camera was directed at them all, filming their every word, Hal felt like clamming up. How many people would end up listening to their pointless conversations? "Let's stay on track, guys," he whispered. Loudly, he said, "So, while we're waiting, let's try transforming for a bit to see how much we can make this thing glow." That turned out to be a fun use of the time. Lauren went first, and as her feathered harpy wings snapped open with a whump sound, the sword that Robbie held upright on the ground glowed around the hilt. It was just a soft aura that faded immediately, but it did it again when Lauren reverted to normal. The same happened when Emily switched to Naga form, her more familiar land dweller this time, without the wings. And when Abigail shrank to fairy size and zipped about around the handle, she teased a slightly brighter illumination than any of them. Still gripping the sword, Robbie took his time growing to his full height. Actual contact and a slow transformation. Surely that had to be an improvement. But it hardly mattered. The sword glowed a little, then faded. Hal didn't expect much of a reaction even from his shift to a dragon, and he was right. About the same. Disappointed, he eased back into human form and hung his head in shame. If nothing else, their transformations made excellent TV viewing. Nancy was enthralled, and Larry moved about with one foot, sliding smoothly in front of the other to reduce camera wobble. So the sword only seems to notice magic when it's actually happening, Lauren said. I mean, while we're transforming, but not while we're in our magical forms. We all have magic in us, right? But it's not strong enough for the sword to care. Right. Hal pointed up at the ominous portal. I mean, look at that. It's a magical hole to another world. It's nothing but magic. And the sword hasn't glowed once around it, Abigail mused. When we explode a Geo-Rock, though. Are we actually allowed to do that? Emily said. Seriously, we can't just make a bunch of new portals. There are rules. The ones we have left are guarded for a reason. As if in answer to her question, the nearest portal patrol officer narrowed his eyes at them. Hal wasn't sure if the man had heard any of the conversation, but Emily was right. Cracking Geo-Rocks open was forbidden these days. They tossed the idea back and forth. The energy that exploded out of those egg-shaped lumps of rock was enough to kill anyone nearby and carve out a crater in the ground. That energy instantly coalesced, imploding into a smoky portal. But maybe the sword would absorb it all before that happened. Or, as Robbie pointed out, maybe the sword would melt into a glob. Cert wouldn't be impressed. There's a lot we don't understand about this, Abigail said with a sigh. Why isn't the magic in Muspelheim suitable for the sword? Yeah, Robbie complained. If Cert is so powerful, he plans to kill the gods, then set fire to 9 different worlds and wipe us out before giving new life to the universe. Why can't he charge up a sword? He was breathless by the time he finished, and everyone nodded with approval. Nicely said, Robbie, Abigail agreed. She turned to Nancy. You said you'd dig up some information about Cert and these 9 worlds. Can you do that while we're waiting? As the camera rotated to face Nancy, she straightened up and nodded. Sure. Take us back to the city. There's a library we can visit. The internet would be nice right now, Larry mumbled. The internet needs a reliable network of servers, and we're not there yet. Nancy gestured at Hal. Another ride, please? Internet? Hal wondered. Network of servers? He had a fleeting and fanciful image of a huge net, perhaps with a giant scholarly spider in the middle, and lots of servants running around, bringing it books to read. He sighed. I'll never understand old Earth. Chapter 7. The Power of Geo-Rocks. Their trip to the library yielded quite a bit of information, but none of it really helped. The problem with Norse legend, Hal realized within 2 minutes of looking over Nancy's shoulder, was that most of the names were hard to read, never mind pronounce. That was why Nancy herself had struggled to remember the 9 worlds. In ancient Norse mythology and cosmology, she read, frowning at the next few words, Yggdrasil is an immense tree that sprang forth in the primordial void of Ginnungagap, unifying the 9 worlds of Asgard, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, Midgard, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Niflheim, Muspelheim, and Hel. Huh? Robbie said. I heard words coming out of your mouth, but none of them made sense. Nancy ignored him. It says here, Midgard is the realm of humans. It's basically Earth. I forgot that. And Hel, a dark and gloomy place full of dead people and presided over by Loki. A diagram showed a tree surrounded by the worlds. While Midgard was at its heart, Asgard lay above and Hel below. Alfheim existed in the heavens not far from Asgard, while Jotunheim could be found near Asgard and Midgard. There's so much history, Emily exclaimed. Nancy smiled. Well, it's not really history. Svartalfheim, Abigail read, a smoky place deep underground, run by dwarves and, oh, they created Thor's hammer. We all know Thor. Jotunheim is the realm of frost giants, Emily said. Alfheim is elves. Niflheim is ice, snow, and mist. Vanaheim is the Vanir, whatever that means. Norse gods, Nancy offered. A fertile and pleasant realm of magic and light. Look at this, Lauren said, nudging Emily aside. She jabbed her finger at the page. Muspelheim, the primordial realm of fire, instrumental in the creation of everything. The fire giant Surt lives in this realm and will emerge at Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, to destroy Asgard and everything else. So Surt is straight out of these ancient books, Robbie breathed, turning to face them in a dramatic fashion. These books aren't ancient, Nancy said, flicking to the front. See? Copyright 1985. No, I mean the stories. Surt is straight out of these ancient stories. It's almost like someone dreamed he existed and wham! There he was. Abigail gripped Hal's hand. Ooh, Robbie, that's the second non-stupid thing you've said today. What if that's true? Maybe a witch magicked him into existence. That makes more sense than an actual Norse legend turning out to be real. Nancy laughed. Really? You think a make-believe fire giant leaping from the pages of a book is any less fantastic than, say, an actual fire giant? Honestly, I don't see this as any different than dragons and fairies. Did you guys leap from the pages of a book as well? She has a point, Emily muttered. The mention of a witch set Hal off again. He sighed inwardly, knowing he'd never feel comfortable until the matter of his fire gland had been resolved, one way or another. They spent quite a bit of time flicking through several books, and the stories aligned for the most part, except for some varied spellings. It was all so hard to believe, though. A fire giant named Surt, living in Muspelheim, a strange land of fire? Sure, okay. But to accept that meant also accepting the existence of 8 other realms. Earth was one of them, no problem there. But the others? And where did New Earth fit in? Maybe it didn't. That was the creation of the giant brain under the ground. It didn't exist in Norse legend, and that was why the sword had been unable to cross over. In some small way, that made sense. But Hal found it hard to deal with the rest. It was an overload of new information suggesting far more beyond Earth than he'd ever imagined. And if Norse legends turned out to be true, what other ancient stories might spring to life? Just recently, they'd discovered the Oni and the yokai, an entire culture Miss Simone had later told them came from Japanese legend. What next? They found nothing in the books about Surt's sword other than the fact that it existed and served him in battle. All they'd managed to do was fill their heads with unpronounceable words and tall tales. Let's get back to the portal, he said. We don't want Thomas throwing a tantrum when he finds we're not there waiting for him. Nancy took a book with her. After a brief discussion with the lady at the front desk, who looked quite distraught at the idea of her library being plundered by a non-member, and tucked it under her arm as they headed outside. Back at the portal, Hal watched the guards pacing. A goblin stepped through from New Earth and gave an impatient gesture, and a portal patrol officer approached. "Visitor," the goblin said. He muttered something else too quiet to hear, and the officer nodded. The goblin vanished into the black smoke. Visitor? Hal half expected that visitor to be one of his friends seeking permission to enter Old Earth. To his disappointment, it was just an old man with a horse and trap loaded up with all manner of trinkets, ornaments, a few handmade stools, sacks of grain, and other simple goods. An everyday livelihood that served both worlds in a harmless, somewhat quaint way. He had startling blue eyes under the weathered, wrinkled skin. "Hungry?" he called. "Got some fresh bread, cheese, and fruit?" "We don't have any money," Darcy called back, sounding sad. But Nancy did. Surprisingly, the old man accepted the weird currency, or perhaps not surprisingly, since he traded so often in Old Earth. A quick purchase later, and the shapeshifters had some tasty bread and cheese to munch on as they waited for the others to return. The old man grinned at the shapeshifters and urged his horse to trot past. "One of the lucky ones to get a free pass," Nancy said. She slipped her apple into a pocket and turned to the group, her eyes bright green in the sunlight. "Most people have to file for permission to get past Portal Patrol. Actually, working for Portal Patrol is a much sought-after vocation these days. Imagine being able to pop through at any time. Not that they can go sightseeing or anything, but they do get certain privileges, like a free pass once a month." Nobody knew quite how to respond. She smiled. "Sorry, I'm talking about jobs to a group of kids, and you have all the privileges anyone could ever want when it comes to passing between our worlds." She squinted around at them all. "Do you even realize how lucky you are? Do you know how many people in the city are begging to visit New Earth?" The silence continued. Emily shuffled her feet, and Abigail pursed her lips as if she might be about to voice something. Larry at last put the camera down and rubbed his shoulder. It was the first time any of them had really been able to see the man without the bulky device in front of his face. Lanky and dark-skinned, he had closely cropped hair, a goatee, and a wide, pleasant smile. "Yeah, Portal Patrol had better watch out," he said, "because one of these days there'll be a surge, a huge group pushing their way through this portal or another." "That's why Miss Simone wants to close them," Hal said, finding his tongue. "She said it's hard work guarding them all. Her goal is for some to stay open, but most of the ones I created across the land—" He broke off. Nancy wagged a finger at him. "Yes, that was you. We know. You blew up a mine, right? A mine full of the same magic that's inside these Geo-Rocks you mentioned." "We can't get anything past you," Lauren said with a smile. "What can I say? I do my research." Larry winked. "She does. Exhaustively. And she'll drag me into it as well. See that book she's carrying?" Everyone looked, but the book was missing. Larry turned slightly, and there it was, poking out the back of his pants. "Yeah, it's here. Read that when you get a chance," she told me, like I'm going to have a spare 5 minutes to devour an entire book and memorize all the details. Hal warmed to the guy. He spoke in friendly tones despite his complaints. "What I'd like to know," Nancy said, "is what Cert meant by magic being even stronger at the moment. Is it strong at the moment?" She looked around the group. "Did he say that?" Robbie asked. He shrugged. "I guess I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy gawking at a cage full of people over a river of lava." Emily rolled her eyes. "You never pay attention, Robbie. He said we should face our superstitions and fears, and that great magic resides here." It was Abigail who answered. "I have fairy friends I could ask when we get back to New Earth. Fairy glades are pretty strong on magic. They're like hotspots." "But he couldn't have been talking about New Earth's hotspots," Lauren argued. "Well, that's true, but we all know there's no magic here," Abigail countered, gesturing all around. "Old Earth is lifeless." "Thanks," Nancy muttered. "I just mean—" But at that moment, the pulsing portal erupted in a flurry of movement as Dewey walked through, his centaur hooves clip-clopping noisily on the platform. Thomas flanked him on one side. Fenton and Darcy were on the other, and they held hands. Hal's mouth dropped open. An instant later, Fenton nonchalantly retracted his hand. It looked like Darcy tried to keep hold of it, but then she shrugged and smiled, looking away. "We're back," Thomas announced. Much like the old man earlier, Dewey pulled a four-wheeled cart with a sheet over it. When he trotted up beside them, he grinned and called, "Delivery! Anyone need some Geo-Rocks?" "How did you get Blacknail to agree to this?" Emily gasped as she pulled the sheet back. The cart was loaded to the top. "There have to be hundreds here." While Dewey dropped his gaze, Thomas grinned sheepishly. "Well, we just sort of took it for granted that Blacknail would agree to give us a few rocks, so we skipped all the boring stuff, the asking nicely, the scowls, the bit where Blacknail mumbles and grumbles for ages before finally agreeing. We knew the result would be the same in the end, so we took a shortcut and stole the cart. Emily sucked in a breath and clapped a hand over her mouth. Darcy giggled. "Oh, cool it, Em. We're not planning to use them all. Just a few, hopefully. Then Dewey will take the cart back, and Blacknail will be none the wiser." While some of them argued the merits of being honest and truthful, and others protested about life and death situations trumping everything, Hal and Abigail sidled over to the cart and each grabbed a Geo-Rock. Hal cradled his like a baby. It was as large as his head, only oblong in shape. Though it looked and felt like a lump of rock, it wasn't as heavy and glowed bright orange. He could see the energy inside, the magic, or sparkle, as some called it, pulsing and moving. A clang cut short the argument, and Fenton went to help Robbie with the sword, who was trying unsuccessfully to hoist it over the cart's short wooden fence. But with Fenton's help, he managed to rest the steel blade on the topmost layer of rocks. Surely that would work. Everyone fell silent, closely watching the sword's handle. If it glowed, it was barely visible. Hal couldn't help feeling puzzled. So much magic. And yet the sword didn't want it, or couldn't feel it. Robbie grew a little to better handle the sword. When he rested it once more on the ground, he said, "Looks like we're going to have to explode one." Hal held his aloft. "Got one right here. Let's move away from the cart, though." "Stay there, Dewey," Thomas ordered. "You stay there, Thomas," an annoyed Darcy told him. "We might as well hang close to the cart and let Hal drop the rock someplace well away from here." "It's all on me again," Hal thought glumly. To his surprise, Lauren abruptly transformed. Her dress quickly reformed as her wings sprouted and snapped open, and she stood proudly with white feathers gleaming, her sturdy talons planted wide. Staring around with yellow eyes, she said, "Hal's not the only one who can fly, you know. This little task is perfect for me." Without waiting for an answer, she flapped once, twice, then launched off the ground in a sudden flurry of beating wings. Hovering over Hal, she flexed her talons and snatched the Geo-Rock from his arms. Harpies are good at snatching, he thought, amazed at the ease with which she'd grabbed it. Of course, any other harpy would be half a mile away by now, making off with their prize, flapping into the distance with a cackling screech. "Wait, we need a plan," Abigail called up to her. "We have to put the sword somewhere so you can drop the rock straight on top of it, and it has to hit hard enough to crack the rock wide open." "Do it!" Lauren squawked, rising quickly into the air. Robbie scrambled as fast as a half-sized ogre was able, shuffling at a cumbersome pace away from the portal, away from the group of shapeshifters and the guards, away from everything, heading out of the clearing and toward the open space beyond the trees. Everyone rushed to keep up, including Dewey and his cart of rocks. Already quite a distance ahead of them, Robbie placed the sword on the grass. Then he returned to the group and shrank back to his normal size. Abigail signaled to Lauren high above. "Go ahead." It was a tense moment. Nancy murmured into her mic again. "And now they're ready. Folks, I want to remind you that there's a very stiff penalty for stealing these remarkable Geo-Rocks, and an even bigger penalty for attempting to crack one open and release the incredible energy contained within. But let's also remember that these are not ordinary citizens of New Earth. They are shapeshifters, and this, folks, is their job, to venture into dangerous territory in an effort to save us from the perils of the world." Everyone gasped as Lauren let go. "And the rock is falling. This exclusive is brought to you only on Channel 9. The Geo-Rock looked tiny, but it fell fast, a deadly projectile that would kill anyone standing under it, even if it were just an ordinary boulder. It smacked down a few feet from the sword, and then the flash was blinding. Then came the noise half a second later, a terrible crack and boom that echoed across the landscape. A dazzling light shot outward in a perfect dome, and for a moment it seemed as though it would engulf the group even at their safe distance. Then it froze. And just as suddenly, the energy imploded, shrinking in an instant. With a strange rush of wind that sucked grass inward to a central point, it all ended in a muted pop. "Where's the portal?" Robbie demanded. Nobody bothered to remind him that portals sometimes opened a little way off. It could be anywhere. Or... "The sword's glowing," Abigail announced. She sprouted wings suddenly and zipped over to examine it. Hal ran after her. It was easy to see where the Geo-Rock had smacked down. No rock, though, and no portal. The sword, however, lay undamaged. It glowed very softly, a greenish hue that flickered and pulsed around the hilt. The glow faded. "Well," Abigail said, landing lightly on the grass, "that was disappointing. I think it absorbed all the energy, so there's probably no portal, but I expected more. The sword lit up, but not much." "And we can't keep dropping Geo-Rocks from a great height," Emily warned. "First of all, it's dangerous. Second, what if we actually did open a portal somewhere, and we just can't see it? Third, well, I don't think this is doing the job." "But there's more magic in these Geo-Rocks than anywhere else," Abigail complained. "I can't believe that didn't work." Thomas huffed with annoyance. "I vote Lauren just lobs one after the other." "Heck, why don't you, Hal, take the entire cart into the sky and dump it out? We could have hundreds of Geo-Rocks landing at once. Imagine." Hal had to admit the plan sounded like it might work, but he wasn't sure he could do it. He'd blown up the mines at Bad Rock Gulch, and that had set off a chain reaction across the landscape, cracking open all kinds of buried hotspots and forming numerous smoky portals. Very few people had approved of his actions, not even his friends. He didn't feel right doing it again now. When he voiced his opinion about it, most of the group nodded and agreed, while Thomas, Fenton, and Lauren seemed to think it was the way to go. Robbie switched sides, smiling at Lauren as she hung back with her wings still spread wide. "No," Hal said, realizing once more that the camera was pointed at him along with Nancy's microphone. "Not without Miss Simone's approval," he added in a loud voice. Thomas snorted. "Wuss." Nancy spoke quietly. "Hal, what do you think Miss Simone would say if she were here right now?" "Huh?" He frowned. "She'd say, well, I don't know." "Do you think she would say no, while those 13 prisoners hang in a cage over a river of lava? Do you think she'd rank the value of the Geo-Rocks higher than those lives? Do you think she'd mind the risk of more portals opening if it meant bringing those people home safely, especially given the fact she can close the portals fairly easily, as she's done with many, many others across the region?" Feeling everyone's gazes on him, Hal scowled and stared at his feet. "She'd probably say do it." "So given that she'd probably say do it if you asked her, don't you think it's worth trying?" "Nancy," Larry whispered. She shushed him. "Hal, where in old Earth are we to find strong magic? I'd guess nowhere. I firmly believe this cartload of Geo-Rocks is the best chance we have." "Nancy, that's enough." She glanced at Larry, then nodded and sighed. "But it's up to you, Hal." "Yeah, right," he thought. "It's up to me? I'm the only one of us who can lift a weight like that into the air, and she just flat out guilted me into doing it." "Do it! Do it! Do it!" Thomas began to chant, nudging Fenton and Robbie to join in. When they didn't, his chant fizzled out. Hal turned to the one person he absolutely trusted. "What do you think, Abby?" She studied the cartload of Geo-Rocks. "I mean, it would be a lot of rocks, and it would be a huge bang, and a ton of magic. If it's enough to charge up the sword, so we can go back and release those prisoners, then I think everyone would agree it was worth it." He nodded slowly. But if it doesn't work, then it's a lot of wasted rocks. Oh well, that helps, he said with a sigh. All right, everyone take a vote. The results were pretty clear, 6-3 in favor of dropping the cart on the sword. Hal nodded. At least it wasn't his decision. He was one of the 3 who voted against, and he made sure everyone knew it, including the cameraman. Just for once, it felt good to have a way to prove his innocence. Emily and Dewey sided with him. If we're going to do this, let's do it right, he said, aware that Larry's camera was trained on him again, and Nancy eagerly waited with her microphone at the ready. I'll aim for the sword and hopefully drop the cart right on top of it. We have to assume the sword's indestructible, otherwise, well, nothing good will happen when Cert finds out we've bent it all out of shape. We'd better move it away from this area, Fenton suggested. Anyway, we don't want Portal Patrol breathing down our necks. Let's find a spot miles from here. With a plan in mind, Hal found himself both apprehensive and excited. For the next half hour, they organized and prepared for the drop. First, he took his friends and the news team out to a remote place away from the forest land in the middle of an ugly plain west of the town. Nobody would care about damage here, except maybe the owner of a small, derelict farmhouse. If he ever stopped by, he might be dismayed at the damage. Still, it was a good spot, flat and open. When Hal landed, everyone jumped down and gathered around the heavy sword. It was Fenton who laid it out on the ground, and they all stepped back with a degree of reverence. The sword was already dull and tarnished, and it might end up black and twisted shortly, or it might glow brilliantly, restored to its former glory. At Emily's suggestion, the group hurried away to find a distant hidey-hole. Hal knew they'd be well clear by the time he got back, so he launched and headed off to fetch the Geo-Rocks. After a quick flight, he descended on the lonesome cart, and then had second thoughts about the plan. Landing, he hunkered there for a moment, staring at the cartload. That was a lot of rocks to waste if it didn't work, but what if he only dropped half of them? If half a load didn't work, then he doubted a full load would either. And if half a load did work, he could always come back for the rest. He gently tipped the cart up on end until Geo-Rocks began to spill out. He winced as they did so, but he knew from experience it took more of an impact for them to split. The grass they tumbled onto was thick and soft. He guessed the cart held 300 or so. When roughly half had cascaded onto the grass, he nodded and felt much better about the plan. With wings flapping like crazy, he gripped the wooden contraption in the claws of his rear feet, trying not to break it apart. It felt quite sturdy, but with all that weight, he was afraid the fences would collapse or come loose and shed more of its load across the landscape. He tore through the air, praying the cart wouldn't slip from his grasp. What a catastrophe that would be! Many dozens of valuable Geo-Rocks wasted without even hitting their target. When he returned to the derelict farm, he looked around for his friends and eventually spotted them lying in a ditch some distance away. The sword lay directly below. He flapped harder, climbing high into the sky while keeping his eye fixed on the tiny target. This had to be about right, and surely he was high enough by now. Hal almost let go of the cart, then thought better of it. Instead, he tipped it over. Most of the weight suddenly dropped away. He climbed higher, while roughly 150 rocks fell as one. They separated a little as they plummeted, but not too much. His aim looked good. The entire load promised to smack down on and around the sword. It did so a second or two later. Chapter 8. The Glint of Steel. Hal was prepared for the worst. He imagined a colossal boom echoing like thunder across the land, a shock wave spreading outward and flattening trees and buildings, and a flash so bright it seared his eyes. He didn't really expect it to be that bad, but he flinched all the same. As with the single rock Lauren had tossed down, The resulting explosion was sudden and loud, and far more powerful. He barely registered the individual impacts. They were so close together. He gasped at the sight of a fiery ball big enough to consume the abandoned farmhouse and the entire surrounding farm. But then it froze. An enormous bubble of swirling energy hung over the land. Then it quickly diminished in size, imploding just as Lauren's first attempt had. Every trace of energy was sucked inward toward a single point, and when it winked out of existence, all that remained was the sword, still lying on the ground where they'd left it, apparently untouched. Hal smelled rising sulfur and smoke, and it made his nostrils wrinkle. He swooped around out of its way, circling lower and lower until he and the cart touched down near the sword. By the time he reverted to human form, his friends were dashing across the farmyard to join him. They clustered around the steel weapon. If it had glowed at all, it didn't now. It looked undamaged and unfazed by the colossal boom, and just as dull as before, except for one section, a few inches at the sharp end. The pointed tip was now bright and shiny. "What in the world?" Darcy murmured. "Did it get polished by the explosion or something? What is that?" It was certainly weird. Fenton carefully picked up the sword, hoisting it in his arms and turning it over so they could all see up close. Both sides of the tip were equally shiny, and not just shiny but mirror-like, absolutely perfect and untarnished, yet the rest of the weapon remained utterly dull, almost rough to the touch. "That's the weirdest thing I ever saw," Emily said. "Is it?" Thomas challenged her. "Is it really, with all the things we've seen?" "I don't get it," Robbie interrupted. "So all those Geo-Rocks exploded, and then the magic was sucked into the sword, and it made a tiny bit of the blade shiny." He shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Okay, so if we assume the sword will turn completely shiny when it's fully charged, then how much more magic are we supposed to find?" Abigail finished. She squinted at him, a faint smile on her lips. "Robbie, that's the third smart comment you've made today. Are you all right? I'm concerned for you." Fenton snorted. "I'll tell you one thing. Blacknail's going to be mad about all those carefully mined rocks going up in smoke, and there's no way he's going to let us near any more of them." "That's two things, Fent," Thomas said. "I only dropped half the rocks," Hal said. "That's why I saved the cart, so we can go back and get the other half. But there's no way I'm wasting the rest if this is all the good it's going to do." "Yeah," Robbie muttered. "There's always the mines," Lauren said, reaching out to give Hal a gentle prod. "I know someone who's really good at blowing up mines." They all laughed, and Hal rolled his eyes. Yeah, we can't anyway. They're in New Earth. And would it even help? There has to be another solution. It's not like Cert used tons of Geo-Rocks to charge his sword enough to make a small gateway, is it? How did he do it? That, of course, was the big question. "Why didn't he just tell us?" Darcy moaned. "If he could have made a suggestion about the best way to charge his sword, we could have been done by now." "Actually, he did," Dewey said quietly. Everyone looked at him. He reddened, especially when the camera swung his way. "Cert said something about superstitions, didn't he?" Emily nodded. "He did. I told you all this before, remember?" Hal huffed with annoyance. "Okay, so tell us again. What exactly did he say?" Nancy cleared her throat and lowered her mic. "As it happens, guys, we can help with that. Larry?" He gently tapped away at the small screen sticking out from the side of the shoulder-mounted camera. It seemed it wasn't just a screen. It had controls on it as well. After a long pause, during which Thomas clicked his tongue with impatience, Larry's eyes widened. He smiled. "Here it is." He flipped the small screen over so they could see it. Hal half expected the picture on it to be upside down now, but somehow it wasn't. They all crowded closer, fascinated at the sight of Cert standing there in the cave with the prisoners in the hanging cage behind him. Hal saw the back of his own head in the foreground. "Face your superstitions and fears," a tinny voice said. Cert didn't sound anywhere near as impressive as in real life. Great magic resides in your world, and it is strong at the moment. I feel it even from within Muspelheim. My sword feels it too. He went on, but Larry stopped the playback. That's exactly what I said, he said, Emily murmured. Nancy grinned at her. But it's handy having everything on film, isn't it? So there you go. Perhaps a clue to follow. Superstitions and fears, Abigail mused. Great magic resides in our world, and it is strong at the moment. She gripped Hal's arm suddenly. You know, it's Friday 13th this week. An unlucky day, right? Unlucky for me, Hal muttered. I'll be a fire gland short. Not going to happen, Abigail assured him. But this has to be important. Superstitions and fears? Ideas, anyone? Still, nobody could connect the dots. Even Nancy seemed nonplussed. Superstitions are bad luck, right? Robbie asked. Emily shook her head. Not all the time. I mean, if by superstitions you include things like a four-leafed clover, well, that's a good thing. Thomas looked utterly confused. A what? Several clamored to explain, but it was Emily's high, clear voice that cut through. You can have a field of clover, and almost every one of those tiny stems will have 3 leaves, but occasionally you'll find one with 4 leaves, and that's supposed to bring good luck. Yes, they're very rare, Nancy agreed. I seem to remember a claim that only 1 in 10,000 clovers will have 4 leaves, but a study showed it was more like 1 in every 5,000. Still, that's pretty rare. There are people who collect them, you know. I guess they're hoping for some good fortune. I still don't get it, Thomas complained. A tiny plant with 4 leaves? How is that lucky? It's just a superstition, Emily said. How many times have we all crossed our fingers that something will go well? She did so just then, holding up her hand to show them all. Hal thought he saw a flash out of the corner of his eye, and when he turned, he noticed Fenton frowning down at the sword in his arms. Hey, the big boy said. Hal pointed. I saw that. It glowed. Fenton blinked in amazement. Just for a split second it lit up around the handle. Knowing he was onto something important, Hal grabbed Emily rather roughly by the arm and dragged her closer to the sword. Do that again. Cross your fingers. You cross your fingers, she complained. Abigail held up her hands to prevent an argument. Let's all do it together. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, now. The entire group, including Fenton, who still held the sword, crossed their fingers at the same time. To Hal's astonishment, a faint glow enveloped the handle. It lingered for a moment, then faded. No way, Thomas growled. Are you kidding me? So we blew up half a cartload of Geo-Rocks when all we needed to do was cross our fingers? But despite his claim, no extra shine appeared on the tip of the sword. Hal's mind was working overtime. I think I figured it out. Look, say every superstition in the world is real and holds some kind of power. Maybe it's good luck or bad luck, but either way, it's a magical energy, right? What if the sword can suck that magical energy out of the air? Crossing fingers is a simple gesture and used all the time, so I bet it isn't very powerful, but maybe other superstitions. Yes, Abigail exclaimed. She gripped his arm tightly. Yes, like the 4-leafed clover. That's pretty rare. So what if, in that moment of finding one, the magical energy is released, but the sword snatches it out of the air? Like a frog feeding on flies, Robbie agreed. A silence fell. Well, I wouldn't say it's like a frog feeding on flies, Abigail said slowly. She glared at him. Those 3 smart things you said today, you just ruined it with one monumentally stupid thing. Thomas began walking around in a circle. So what you're saying is that we need to cross our fingers that we find a 4-leafed clover. No, Thomas, Darcy said with a giggle. Not exactly, but we do need to track down some superstitions and, I don't know, sort of make them happen. We can start with the easy ones. Like? It was Nancy who answered. Like walking under a ladder? Breaking a mirror? Both of those are supposed to bring bad luck. And they're easy to do, Hal said, grinning. Finally, he felt they had a clear purpose ahead of them. So we explore the town and walk under ladders. And smash mirrors, Abigail said with a laugh. But I don't think it'll be that simple. Everyone cross fingers again. When they did, the sword remained lifeless. You see? Seems like we can't keep using the same superstitions, or the easy ones. Did crossing fingers make the blade any shinier? Nope. I'm thinking it's going to take quite a bit of work to find the really powerful superstitions rather than the simple everyday ones. Well, let's head into town right now and see, Hal said. Everyone climb on. In dragon form once more, he waited for them all to clamber aboard while listening to their chatter. Emily suggested they visit the library again and find a book with a list of superstitions. That way, they could seek out the best and worst, the ones that would yield the most magic for the sword to snatch out of the air. Hal grabbed the empty cart as he took off, listening intently. What about knocking on wood? Robbie suggested. That's easy to do. Yeah, and that's why it's probably not very powerful, Darcy argued. Think about a black cat crossing your path. That's unpredictable, not something you can plan. It just happens out of the blue, quite rare. So maybe then, the magic is stronger. Hal gently delivered the cart back to where the other half of the Geo-Rocks lay, strewn in the grass. They'd pick them all up later. Right now, they had a mission to carry out. As he flew into the city, Nancy raised her voice above the rush of wind. Triskaidekaphobia. Huh? Several shapeshifters said at once. Triskaidekaphobia. It's the irrational fear of the number 13, and it goes back a long, long way. That's why some tall buildings avoid having a 13th floor. That's why everyone jokes about impending doom on Friday 13th. They've even made horror movies about that date. And that's why Cert hinted that superstitious magic is much stronger at the moment, because we're approaching a rare, much-feared date on the calendar. How do you even know that word? Lauren demanded. Because I'm a reporter, and it hasn't escaped my notice that all this started on the 13th floor, and that 13 prisoners have been taken, and that we have a team of 13-year-olds on the job. Hal descended on a wide 4-lane street and thumped down, aware that several cars screeched to a halt in front and behind him. Nobody tooted their horns, though. The drivers simply gripped their steering wheels and stared through the windshields with wide eyes. More people on the sidewalks spun around and pointed, and several screamed and ran for cover. When his passengers had clambered off, Hal slowly reverted to his human form, enjoying the moment. Most residents of Carter barely gave him a glance these days, but the people of old Earth, well, they'd probably never laid eyes on a dragon, especially one that became human. As usual, Larry filmed him, then panned around at the halted cars and frantic pedestrians. Nancy offered a quick commentary. A rare sight indeed, possibly the first dragon ever to be seen in the city. If there were any skeptics left on these streets, those doubts have been quashed by the arrival of Hal Franklin and his shapeshifter friends from New Earth. This story brought to you exclusively by Channel 9, a chorus of voices chimed in. The shapeshifters broke out into laughter and went around giving each other high fives. Nancy smiled, shrugged, turned to the camera, and finished up with, "And there you have it, folks. Back with you soon." Their first stop was a store crammed full of household knickknacks, ornaments, and small bits of furniture. The friends crowded the doorway, peering in. Nancy joined them, but the cameraman hung back. "I'm staying out here," Larry said. "I'll probably knock things over otherwise. I'll watch through the glass." "This is way better than our market in Carter," Emily cooed, her face pressed to the window. "All this stuff, and all under cover." "It's nice and warm in here," Robbie announced as he pushed the door open and walked inside. Hal hadn't paid much attention to the weather. It felt comfortable to him. But Robbie was right. The place was warm, and a pleasant scent filled the air. He couldn't place the aroma, but he saw a trail of thin, wispy smoke drifting from a shelf and found a thin stick projecting at an angle from a weighted base. He stared, fascinated. Clearly it had been on fire recently, and the tip was still crumbling away, judging by the ash on the base. But it didn't seem to be going out. Nancy nudged him. Aromatic incense. She said nothing more, and he moved on, realizing the others were poking at endless trinkets and captivating objects crammed onto the racks behind him. Thomas picked up a jar of blue marbles. Emily sniffed at some brand-new unlit candles of varying colors. Abigail bent close to peer at some intricate handmade necklaces. Robbie gasped at the sight of a 12-inch plastic model of a praying mantis, lovingly painted and finely detailed. Alone, Fenton clutched the handle of the heavy sword to his chest while it stood upright on the floor. Lauren and Darcy had found a collection of what looked at first glance to be Geo-Rocks, but were in fact, according to the label, salt lamps. They had cords sticking out the back, and some of the orbs were lit up. How weird. Why make fake Geo-Rocks? The real ones were far better. Dewey peered up at some ornate mirrors on the wall, and Hal joined him. He kept his voice low, because the shop was quiet apart from some soft music playing, and the store owner had a suspicious look on her face where she sat at a counter near the door. "I dare you to break a mirror right now," Hal challenged him. Dewey backpedaled. "I would never." Hal laughed, but the truth was, breaking a mirror was one of the things they needed to try. He sidled closer to the store owner. Her grey hair was pulled back in a tight bun as if trying to stretch out the wrinkles on her face. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have any old mirrors you don't want? We need to break one." He knew that sounded crazy, and she glared at him with a look that could curdle milk. "Do you children have money or anything to trade? Are you planning to buy something?" She cast her gaze toward Fenton. "That sword will buy you a few goodies. Where's it from?" Hal shrugged. "It belongs to a fire giant named Surt, who lives in the land of fire. We're here to replenish his sword with magic and return it to him so he can free 13 prisoners." The woman's brow creased, then her eyes widened. 13 prisoners. Wait, are you the— You are, aren't you? I haven't been following the news today, but I heard— She glanced across at Nancy Trace. "She's that reporter." Her attitude had changed somewhat, the suspicion lifting from her face, but a puzzled look returned. "Did you say the sword belongs to a fire giant?" She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. When she opened them, she leaned closer. "Dear, don't let adults tell you what to believe, all right? There are no fire giants. And there's definitely no such thing as magic. All that nonsense they've been going on about this past year, gateways to a parallel world, mythical monsters, magic and all that, it's all a lie. And as for those smoky black portals they guard with their lives." She put a finger to her lips. "Just special effects. Have you visited one?" "I have. I imagine there's a fog machine inside, spouting out black smoke. Honestly." Hal couldn't imagine the goblin's fog machine running so quietly, let alone hanging suspended in mid-air. And why would the smoke stay together in a sphere like that? "So you don't believe in shapeshifters either?" he asked. She scoffed. "Sure, on TV. I've seen all kinds of things on TV. It's amazing what they can do with special effects these days. All those movies they used to make before the virus. Dinosaurs and aliens and what have you. But shapeshifters? From a so-called magical world? No, dear, I don't believe in shapeshifters." "You didn't see me land outside? You arrived in a helicopter? No, didn't hear you either?" Hal found he was enjoying himself. Some of his friends had meandered over and caught the end of the conversation. Abigail slid up next to him and beamed. "Can we make a deal?" she asked brightly. If I turn into a fairy about so high— She held her hands out, one on top of the other, about 6 inches apart. Would you let us have one of your mirrors? Just an old one will do. And this handbook, Nancy added, calling from a few yards away where she'd been studying a bookshelf. She held up one small book in particular, with a title too tiny to read from where Hal stood. The lady chuckled and turned her attention back to Abigail. If you turn into a fairy? Why, sure, honey. You do that right here in front of me without running off to change into a cute costume, and I'll be sure to let you have a mirror of your choosing. And that little book. She was still chuckling when Abigail abruptly shrank and rose into the air to hover before her, wings buzzing. She spun slowly, then zipped about the store, eliciting squeals from a couple of ladies at the far end. Hal watched the owner's face. Her jaw had gone slack, her eyes wide and staring. She didn't move an inch, just watched as Abigail buzzed around for half a minute and then returned. When Abigail grew once more to full size, a mischievous glint in her eye, she pointed up at the wall. Can we have that oval-shaped one? It doesn't look too expensive. They were all still laughing about it when the group gathered outside on the sidewalk. Abigail clutched her prize under her arm, an oval mirror the size of a serving tray. Did you see her face? Lauren giggled. She's still numb with shock, Fenton said. She's watching us right now. Hal, you should change. He shook his head. Not yet. Someone else can. Dewey obliged, and as soon as the centaur was trotting about in a circle, they all glanced back inside the window, just in time to see the owner's eyes roll up. She staggered and thumped against the wall, then slowly slid down it. "Oh!" Emily said, making a dash for the door. Nancy reached for her. "I think you've all rattled her mind enough, kids. She's okay. There are other people in the store, and she has plenty of smelling salts on the shelves. Let's move on, shall we?" They did move on, at least as far as the corner. Entering an alley, they crowded together again. Abigail carefully stood the mirror against the brick wall and looked around. A rock, maybe? "How about this?" Fenton said, heaving the sword upright with 2 hands gripping the handle. "So why are we doing this exactly?" Thomas said. "I mean, I don't care about breaking a mirror, but how is this supposed to be unlucky?" "Because you end up with broken glass all over the place," Emily said. "You might cut your feet." "No, it's because mirrors are expensive," Lauren corrected her. "You'd have to go without for ages while you saved up for another." Nancy laughed softly. "Those are very good reasons why it's unlucky to break a valuable mirror. But—" She held up the handbook she'd bartered from the store owner. It was titled Superstitions of the World. According to this, the fear comes from the fact that a broken mirror shatters the reflection of your face. Your face is a projection of your soul, and if you shatter your soul into pieces, then it isn't strong enough to protect you from all the bad things in the world. So your life will suddenly become harder. "Sounds stupid to me," Thomas muttered. Nancy smiled. "This is a very handy book. I always heard broken mirrors brought 7 years of bad luck, but I didn't know why. The Romans believed a person's health changes in 7-year cycles, hence why the effect of a broken mirror on a soul would last that long." "Can we get on with this?" Fenton said, again heaving the sword aloft. Everyone stood back. He didn't have to hit the mirror hard. In fact, he barely tapped it. When the shiny steel tip touched the center, the glass cracked quite dramatically, spidering outwards to the very edges. For a second, the sword's hilt glowed brightly in Fenton's grasp, and he gasped. Then, abruptly, the mirror fell apart and crashed into several huge shards on the ground. And the hilt slowly faded. "It worked!" Robbie exclaimed. "Not only that," Abigail said, rushing to examine the sword closer. "Look at this! I definitely saw the shiny bits spread up the blade a little." "It did," Fenton agreed. He twisted the sword back and forth. "Yeah, that broken mirror just cleaned off an extra inch of grime. Man, if just smashing a mirror is as powerful as half a cartload of exploding Geo-Rocks, we'll have this sword sparkling in no time, Abigail said with a grin. Chapter 9. Superstitious Nonsense. They hurried around the city streets looking for opportunities to recharge the sword. "A ladder!" Dewey exclaimed, pointing to where a window cleaner perched high on the top with a bucket and sponge. "It's bad luck to walk under one." Hal had never treated this superstition seriously and couldn't understand why it was considered inadvisable to pass underneath, except for the obvious, that somebody might drop something on his head. The window cleaner, for example, could choose that moment to accidentally let go of his bucket. That would be bad luck. Nancy consulted her handbook for answers. Huh? This one is 5,000 years old. The ancient Egyptians firmly believed a triangle formed the trinity of the gods. You know how they're into their pyramids and all. Well, to pass through a triangle was seen as desecrating their gods. A ladder leaning against a wall forms a triangle. So when you walk under it, you're breaking a sacred symbol. They digested this as they crossed the road. Also, Nancy said, trailing behind and causing a car to slow down. People stood ladders up against the gallows in medieval times. Those assisting with executions would have to drag bodies off the platform. And people avoided the ladder in case a dead person fell on them. Wow, that's morbid. Hal thought that sounded closer to his own reasoning, though he had to admit the idea of a broken trinity of gods was far more intriguing. The window cleaner looked extremely concerned when the group of 9 children and a couple of adults approached his ladder. "Hey," he called down, "get lost." "It's okay," Nancy said, smiling up at the man. "We're just performing a simple experiment, and we promise to not touch the ladder at all. We're just going to walk under it." "That's bad luck," the man snapped. "We know," Hal and several others chorused. Without giving the cleaner a chance to descend, Fenton stood the sword upright on the ground, while Thomas darted under the ladder. Emily and Lauren followed right after, and then Robbie, Dewey, Darcy, Abigail, and Hal. For good measure, Nancy smiled at the camera and ducked under herself. The sword glowed softly, though not as strongly as before. They all crowded around just in time to see a small section of hard grit and grime melt away to reveal another half-inch of gleaming, shining steel. While some of the group punched the air in triumph, Hal and Thomas for once shared a sentiment that it was going to take a lot of superstitious nonsense to get the sword fully cleaned up. "Can't we just polish it ourselves?" Thomas grumbled. "I think that's missing the point," Hal said. No pun intended. "So what now?" Lauren asked, looking like she was enjoying herself. "Nancy, is there anything in that book we can do?" "Oh, plenty," Nancy murmured, flipping from page to page. "We missed an opportunity at the knick-knack store. We should have opened one of the umbrellas I saw. Opening it inside, I mean. That's bad luck." "Well, let's go back there," Robbie said, already setting off across the road. When a car screeched and swerved around him, Nancy held up her free hand and said, "Whoa, okay, I'll tell you what's really bad luck, and that's crossing the road without looking." They all strolled on the sidewalk for a while, listening to Nancy reading out passages from her handbook. "Anyone want to get a haircut tomorrow? Tuesdays are a bad day to get a haircut, according to Indian law." "We're not in India," Thomas grumbled. "Doesn't matter. Might be worth a try. Anyone?" "I'm game," Emily said, "although, honestly, I assumed we'd be done with all this today." Abigail took her arm. "Well, then we'd better get cracking. Nancy, anything in that book that might help us right now?" The redhead pursed her lips. Larry leaned in closer, attempting to zoom in on the pages she was reading. But Nancy snapped it shut and smiled. "Let's go." She marched off, and the shapeshifters had no choice but to follow. Larry brought up the rear, still filming. While they walked through the streets, Hal counted 11 more cars and a dozen people on foot, plus an old man sitting on a bench and puffing on a pipe. So 13 cars in total since they'd left the shop, and 13 people. That couldn't be a coincidence. And all within a few streets where store windows were lit up and open to the public. Just a block later, everything looked pretty dismal and quiet. "It's dead around here," he called to Nancy. Marching briskly, she glanced back at him. "What did you expect? These people, myself and Larry included, spent 13 years underground. There were 946 of us at the end, 52 fewer than we started. We're the heart of this city, and yes, we're a small group. But we're breathing life back into this small corner of the world." 946, Emily repeated in an awed tone. "Pitiful, isn't it?" Emily shook her head. "Actually, I was thinking that was a lot." Nancy almost broke step. "A lot? My girl, Stockport Bay was once home to tens of thousands. 946 is just a fraction, and it'll be 933 if we don't get those prisoners back safely." Hal felt like Emily had touched a nerve. Nancy's pace quickened, and the shapeshifters had to hustle to keep up. "But where is everyone?" Emily persisted. 946 people? I've seen maybe, I don't know, 50? Do you think everyone wanders the streets all day long? Nancy snorted. Most people work until late afternoon, and then they're out in the parks enjoying the sunshine and trees or gardening, or just laid out in their backyards basking in the sun, no matter how cool it is. She stopped suddenly, and she waited while Larry sidled up close to her. Staring into the camera, she dug out her mic and spoke into it, softly and more serious than Hal had ever seen her. Stockport Bay is reborn, thanks to the hard work and faith of the residents. It's been a struggle, sifting through the debris and cleaning up the mess after 13 years of abandonment, but we're persevering. And I want to say to the rest of the country, to all those watching this exclusive, that we're proud to be where we are today. A year after emerging from our grim lives underground, we're basking in the daylight once more and fully prepared for whatever this new life throws at us. Rebuilding the city is our priority, and anyone out there needing a home, anyone seeking a semblance of normality in this tragically ravaged world, is invited to join us here in Stockport Bay on the beautiful East Coast. Together, we will live again. She ran a finger across her throat, and Larry lowered the camera. "Montage," she told him. "Scenic shots, aerial footage, the usual. Show happy faces, people buying things, cars driving past. A voiceover with inspirational music. And finish with the city's location." She grinned. "Mayor Larson will love me for this." She marched on, and Hal glanced around at his friends. They looked equally bemused. Nancy led them to a yard off the beaten track. Down an alley and under an arch, the ground was nothing more than hard-packed dirt. Fences surrounded them, and what looked like an enormous old garage stood open to them, with people inside tending to horses. "Stables," Larry said over his shoulder. "Well, repurposed garage. Now it's stables. Horses are big these days." Hal frowned. Horses were big? He knew unicorns were particularly large equines, but he hadn't noticed anything oversized about ordinary horses. After a moment, he realized Larry simply meant they were popular again. "It's been a long time since people rode horses around the streets of a city this size," the man said, his camera lowered. Just for once, he seemed quite chatty, as though the place were close to his heart. "I grew up not far from here, and the only horses I ever saw trotting through the neighborhood were ridden by policemen or pulling the occasional bride and groom. But now, well, it's all changed." Right on cue, a woman on horseback emerged from the garage. The dappled brown mare trotted past, and the shapeshifters recognized the rider's uniform. "Portal Patrol," Abigail said. "Exactly. Horses are more convenient than cars, since the portals are often in the middle of fields or woods. Plus, if an officer has to leap through in pursuit, it's a lot easier on 4 legs." In pursuit of who? Fenton asked. Nancy turned to answer that one. Guys, your world is like a dream come true to pretty much everyone who can wrap their mind around the idea of magic. Some can't, but many are desperate for a look, and they make a run for a portal. And that's where Portal Patrol gets some exercise. Other people follow the right channels and get passes. And then there are those who refuse to believe any of it, like that woman in that shop back there. Oh. She sucked in a breath and pointed down at the ground, just ahead of Robbie. He stopped and looked down. What? At that moment, the sword glowed strongly. Nancy stooped to pick up a horseshoe. I hoped we'd find one, but I must admit I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Look at that. The shiny section on the tip of the sword spread slowly up the blade, the thick, dull grime crumbling away. Everyone watched, fascinated, as a further 2 inches of mirror-like steel revealed itself to them. Nancy held the horseshoe close, but it didn't seem to matter. After a moment, the magic faded, and the glow around the handle disappeared. Well, she said with a grin, my book said that finding a horseshoe was incredibly good luck, and it was. Now watch this. She spat on one end. I have to pick it up with my right hand, Nancy went on with a gleam in her eyes. Spit on it, and throw it over my left shoulder while making a wish. Then even more good luck will come my way. Once more the sword glowed softly as she tossed the horseshoe. See that? The sword snatched the magic out of the air. The glow quickly faded. That small action had added perhaps an extra 1/4 inch of shine. So this is why we came, Darcy said, on the chance we'd find a horseshoe? Where else would we chance across a horseshoe? As they left the yard, a black cat came running toward them. Stop! Abigail hissed. Everyone halted. Hal knew black cats were a superstition in their own right if one crossed their path. Right now it seemed to be staring at them, uncertain whether it should proceed or turn back. Come on, Kitty, Darcy murmured. Don't call it over, Robbie snapped. We don't want to pet it. We want it to run in front of us. He raised his voice. Run past us, Kitty. Thomas scoffed. That'll help. Hal kept his eye on the sword. Fenton had stood it point down on the ground again, and he too was staring at the hilt, waiting for the telltale glow. The cat watched them warily. Everyone stood still. Then it turned and ran away. Oh, man, Robbie complained. What the heck? Lauren couldn't help laughing. You can always rely on a cat to do exactly what it wants to do and not what you want it to do. That might have been a powerful one, though, Nancy said, sounding a little peeved. She consulted her book. Doesn't say much about them other than witches using them as familiars. I don't know why they need to cross your path as such. I thought perhaps that was a philosophical meaning, like wandering into your life. But no, according to the book, it literally means crossing in front of us. Funny, I would have thought the bad luck would be simply from seeing one, meaning a witch was nearby. All this talk of witches again worried Hal, and his mind turned to Madame Frost and her deadline to collect his fire gland on Thursday. It's only Monday, he told himself. 4 days yet. Someone else needs to carry the sword for a bit, Fenton grumbled. Hal? He quailed. Sure. He felt like all eyes were on him. But he had a plan. As nonchalantly as possible, he took the sword from the much bigger boy and heaved it up onto his shoulder so the blade stuck out horizontally to the rear. That meant all the weight was pressed into his shoulder, and for the moment he could manage it just fine. He gripped the hilt with one hand and glanced around at the others, feigning innocence. What? Show off, Fenton muttered as he stalked past. Hal smiled. Don't know what all the fuss was about. Seems pretty light to me. But he quickly rethought that notion as they left the yard and continued walking. It dug into his flesh quite painfully after a while. "If anyone sees a penny," Nancy called from up ahead, "pick it up at once. And does anyone have new shoes? Never mind. None of you have shoes." Hal automatically glanced down. What was she talking about? They all wore shoes. Maybe not the traditional kinds that ordinary folk wore, but shoe-like all the same. It used to be that they'd wear simple foot-shaped soles that curled up around their feet and kind of glued themselves on. But modern magical shoes were a little more robust, with sides and a top. They adapted to transformations as quickly as enchanted silk clothing. Still, they did look a little weird. Maybe they didn't count as shoes when it came to whatever shoe superstition Nancy had in mind. The cooing of pigeons above caused Hal to glance up. He made a point of veering out toward the road just in case any of them splat. Right before his eyes, a dollop of white poop landed on Lauren's shoulder. She squealed and jumped, but it was far too late. As she darted about moaning and grimacing, and everyone laughed their heads off, Hal froze and stared. The sword's handle glowed so bright it made him worry about burning his hands. He felt no heat, though. Still, the handle beneath his fingers dazzled him, and he hoisted the sword off his shoulder, then watched in amazement as hard-baked grime crumbled from the steel blade and drifted away in the breeze. Guys?" he called. All their smiles faded as they realized what was happening. Even Lauren paused and stared. The blade revealed itself even more. It had to be at least another 6 inches restored. 6 inches. Because of what? Bird poop? Everyone sighed when the glow faded. Nancy was already flipping through the book. "I don't get it. It has to be something else. The bird poop was coincidental. There's no way that—" "Oh." She frowned and paused, scanning the text. Then she shook her head. "Well, who knew? In Russia, they believe that a bird pooping on you or an object you own will bring incredible wealth." She peered at the sword. "I'd say that was a powerful one, probably because of what Darcy said about it being unpredictable." "Right," Darcy agreed. "There's no way you can make a pigeon do that, so when it happens, it's a pretty big deal." "It's disgusting, is what it is," Lauren snapped. Her face was screwed up into a grimace that would make a goblin proud. "Robbie, help me!" He approached to clean it off her shoulder, but then his lip curled up and he retreated. "Sorry, Lauren, you're on your own." "Robbie?" "Let's head back to the shops," Nancy said. "I really want to try opening an umbrella inside, and maybe they've got some salt." But they didn't get that far. Still thumbing through her handbook, Nancy paused at an open doorway and peered inside. Without a word, she headed into the gloom. Uncertain, the shapeshifters followed her in. It appeared to be an old tavern, which in this world was a bar and restaurant. It had been closed a very long time, and the tables were covered in dust. The powerful, musty smell made them all gag, and Hal was sure a small rodent had died recently. He wrinkled his nose. Still, with all the tables around, he couldn't resist laying the sword down on one of them to give his shoulder a rest. They stood waiting for Nancy to explain what she was doing, and finally she turned and smiled. "Have a seat." Nobody wanted to. The chairs were just as dusty as the tables. Cobwebs stretched everywhere. "Sit," Nancy ordered. Larry's camera rose again, and the red light came on. Confused, the 9 shapeshifters shuffled about and sat in whatever chairs were closest. And as they did so, the sword glowed softly. Nancy pointed. "Aha!" An extra half-inch of shine. Not much, but better than nothing. "Explain," Abigail demanded. Nancy chuckled and pointed at Emily. "She's sitting at the corner of the table. That's bad luck. It means she'll never get married, at least according to Russians and Hungarians and probably others." Emily blushed. "Of course I'll get married. One day." "No," Thomas said with a grin. "You'll end up an old spinster." "Shut up," she snapped, getting up. Lauren was too busy using an old dishcloth to wipe bird poop off her shoulder to come to her friend's rescue, so Darcy leapt in. "Don't worry, Em. The sword grabbed whatever bad luck was headed your way." Emily huffed with annoyance. "I hope so. I plan to marry a handsome Naga one day." She stalked off outside, leaving Robbie to guffaw quietly. Nancy wasn't done. She sat at Hal's table and smacked a small pot down. "Okay, let's try this one. Guys, this is salt. It's good luck to take a pinch and toss it over your left shoulder to ward off evil spirits. Let's all try it." She had to unscrew the lid and break up the long solidified salt before she was able to shake it into everyone's palm. Then she put the pot down. "Ready? All at once now. And go." They all tossed the pinch of salt over their shoulders and turned their gazes to the sword. If there was a glow, it was almost too faint to notice. Fenton and Dewey saw it, but none of the others did. The shiny part of the blade remained the same. "Well, that was a failure," Nancy said. "Funny how some superstitions are more powerful than others." "I need a shower," Lauren grumbled, still fussing with her shoulder. She looked thoroughly disgusted. "And I need food," Robbie said. Surprised, Nancy glanced at Larry, who shrugged and said, "It's nearly 6. "What?" she exclaimed. "My goodness, where did the day go?" Abigail sighed. "Okay, look, I doubt we're going to finish this job today, and even if we did, I'm not up for another visit to the Land of Fire just yet. We've been traipsing around the city all afternoon. Maybe we should carry on in the morning." "And let those prisoners hang in that cage overnight?" Nancy exclaimed. "Nancy," Larry warned, "they're right. We're not going to complete this today. Look at the sword. It's not even a quarter shiny yet. This is going to take some time. Heck, we might not even get it done tomorrow." "I hope we do, though," Abigail said. "Maybe there's somewhere nearby we can stay the night, since we can't go home with the sword. We'll get up bright and early in the morning. But right now, I have to agree with Robbie. We're hungry and tired. I know for a fact Lauren is pooped." "Oh, ha-ha," Lauren muttered as everyone laughed. Still, Nancy looked quite put out, and Hal had to second-guess Abigail's argument that they should quit for the day. Those prisoners. On the other hand, there was nothing to say they couldn't keep on trying to recharge the sword as the evening wore on. He didn't expect the task to be complete, but maybe they'd tease out another couple of inches of shine on the blade. As if to back up his argument, his stomach growled noisily. "Yeah," he said, getting up. "Let's go eat." As everyone stood up, Abigail gently grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear, "And then you and I have someone we need to visit." Chapter 10. Expert Advice. Nancy knew of a hotel they could stay at for the night. "Well, it was a hotel," she said. "Now it's more of a rest stop. It's kept clean for travelers, and they pay whatever they think it's worth, or trade with the cleaning staff and chefs, a huge difference from the way things used to be." Hal had never seen a place like it. He'd visited inns. They'd all stayed at one in Lewis, near the Labyrinth of Fire, and it had been okay. But the hotel Nancy led them to was much bigger and grander, the carpets dark red, the furniture simple but clean and comfortable, and the beds absolutely massive. What amazed everyone the most was the fact that they all got to have a room of their own without coming close to filling all the vacancies. At first, though, they stuck together while Nancy gave a guided tour. Lauren loved the keycard. She swiped it over and over again, giggling when the invisible lock clicked and a small dot lit up green. Robbie was intrigued by the tiny peepholes in all the doors. Everyone had noticed, but it was impossible to see into the rooms through them. It was Robbie who figured out they were meant for looking out of, into the corridor, so you could see who was knocking. Thomas found a small door under the TV cabinet. It was a special, very cold cupboard with drinks in. Nancy quickly told him that most of the mini-fridge drinks were off-limits to kids, and she took great pains to point out which were okay to drink and which were not. And of course, the TV. It was operated by a handheld controller, and the screen went dark several times or kept changing channels at random as the small device was handed about. "It's you!" Emily squealed when Nancy popped up on the screen. She dashed to knock the controller from Fenton's hand. "Don't mess with it! Put it down! Look, it's Nancy!" The reporter was looking directly out of the TV screen, but though her lips moved, no sound emerged. Nancy, the real one in the room with them, picked up the remote, as she called it, and turned up the volume. Going to use their transformational skills to access the anomaly and, fingers crossed, rescue the 13 missing office workers. "There's us!" Robbie yelled, leaping toward the screen. "Behind her! Look!" "We're praying those poor men and women are safe and sound. Stay with us for this exclusive story, folks, only on Channel 9. The picture changed to a couple of people sitting at a news desk, but Nancy cut the sound again. "I guess they're airing bits of our tape already. They'll probably show some highlights, maybe do a special segment after the news." "We were on the TV," Emily whispered, wide-eyed. "Did you see that?" "Oh, so is that Channel 9? Darcy asked. "When we change the picture, it changes the channel? So there's a Channel 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on." Nancy chuckled. "Something like that, yes. Listen, I've ordered room service and it'll be here in 10 minutes. Take a key card, go pick a room, get settled, then come back here and we'll eat together." Hal couldn't get over the weirdness of it all. He sauntered along the corridor with Abigail and said, "This is nothing like that inn we stayed in at Lewis, or the yokai's rooms in Haven, and there's so much space. How many rooms on this floor alone, and how many floors?" She seemed only half interested. "As soon as we've had a bite to eat, let's head out. We can be back before it gets dark if we hurry." He stopped her in the middle of the corridor and waited for Dewey to wander past before asking, "What do you have in mind?" She smiled. Hal groaned, knowing she was doing that teasing, secretive act again. "Never mind. I'm more interested in my stomach right now." After that, he brushed off any hints she tried to lay down, and he could see his uninterested attitude was starting to annoy her. He grinned inwardly. "You really don't care where I want us to go?" she badgered him. "Wherever you want, Abby. It's all good with me. Hey, look, room 313. I think the first 3 means we're on the 3rd floor, which makes this room 13 of the 3rd floor. Do you think the room is unlucky? We should bring the sword." They ate something none of them had tried, cheeseburgers and fries. They'd had roasted potatoes before, but these skinny yellow things were supposedly potatoes dipped in fat. They tasted great. Hal thought his cheeseburger was delicious, but Thomas complained about the lettuce, while Emily screwed up her face at the taste of the red sauce. Nancy ate in silence, watching them, listening to their comments, apparently enjoying the show. "Old Earth is weird," Darcy said at last, leaving half her burger uneaten. "What kind of meat is this anyway?" Abigail gently tugged at Hal's hand and signaled they should leave. It was only then everyone cottoned to the fact they were off on a secret jaunt, and Robbie demanded some details. "We're popping back into New Earth," Abigail said. "I have an idea, someone we can talk to for some information about superstitions. It might not come to anything, but you guys stay and see what else you can do for the sword. Go visit room 313 along the corridor. It's room 13 on the 3rd floor, you know." "Can I come?" Nancy asked, rising to her feet. But Abigail smiled and held up her hand. "We won't be long. See you soon." At last, the two of them made their escape. Outside on the street, before Hal agreed to transforming, he begged to know what her plan was. "I'll tell you when we get there," she said. "Get where?" "Just go through the portal to New Earth, and I'll direct from there." He almost caved. But then he took a deep breath and shook his head. "Nope. You're making me suspicious now. Where are we going?" She sighed. It was a while before she spoke, and in that moment a car cruised by with its headlights on, even though it was barely dusk. "We need to talk to someone who knows about superstitions," she said at last. "Right. Agreed. Who?" "Someone who knows about magic." "Okay? Like Miss Simone?" She stared at him. He figured it out at last, and he backed away from her, shaking his head. "Are you nuts, Abby? Madame Frost? You know she's our best bet." "Madame Frost?" He began pacing, unable to believe she was serious about this. "Have you forgotten she hates us? Don't you remember what she wants from me? Abby, my deadline is Thursday. She's coming to take my fire gland." Abigail spoke softly. "I know that. Look, first of all, she doesn't hate us. She doesn't really like people in general, but we're interesting to her because we're different. And she's not going to get your fire gland tonight because she's too wrapped up in her own theatrics to change the date. She wants to come for you on Thursday, the end of your 7-day deadline. She won't change that just because you show up tonight, a few days early. And you know this how? Hal, we need her advice. Who better than her to tell us what kind of superstitions yield the most magic? All this running around, grabbing tiny sparkles here and there, making the sword a teensy bit shinier each time, that's going to take days. It's bad enough that we're staying the night in a nice hotel while those prisoners are hanging over a river of lava, scared out of their minds. Don't you want to hurry this along a bit?" He paced in a circle, trying hard to shut out her infuriating logic, and knowing full well he would soon give in and do exactly as she asked. He searched for a counter-argument, but none came. "Ah!" he yelled. She smiled, thankfully not in a smug way. "You know we have to do this, my sweet Hal, and while we're there, maybe we can also talk to her about this fire gland nonsense. Wouldn't it be great to come up with an alternative plan? I mean, think about it. We deliver Surt's sword back to him, and while we're doing that, maybe we ask him for a bit of portable fire magic as a gift to the witch. He might agree to that, and she'd love it." That halted him. He stared at her, hope flaring. "You think so? I doubt even she has run across a fire giant from a Norse world before. A handful of his fire magic could be way more powerful than a measly fire gland from a dragon." Naturally, Hal found himself transforming and flying off to find the portal with Abigail whooping from behind his neck. She'd suggested getting back before it got dark, but that was impossible. The sun already hovered over the horizon. In fact, he doubted they'd even get to Madame Frost's house before nightfall. When he swooped down on the portal, the uniformed officers scattered. A lone goblin rolled his eyes and grimaced in his usual friendly way as Hal tucked in his wings and stomped up the ramp. He plunged through the black smoke, and suddenly they were back in New Earth. He had a moment of joy at the thought of being home. New Earth was so much prettier and, well, just nicer all around. He flew low over the forests, cut straight over their hometown of Carter, and headed out toward Madame Frost's territory. That was when his joy dried up. To his dismay, the sun sank out of sight just as they came down on the witch's island in a murky swamp in the middle of endless dark woods. They'd already learned not to land outside the gate in case gargoyles were on duty. Instead, he descended right by the front door. Reverting to human form, he and Abigail stood for a moment in silence. Though the sky on the horizon remained deep red, it was foreboding this deep in the forest. Hal listened for crickets and cicadas and heard nothing. An owl hooted and a bullfrog croaked. Something splashed in the stagnant swamp nearby. Though it was Abigail's idea, Hal took a deep breath and pushed his fears aside. Madame Frost was not someone to trifle with, but nor was he. He knocked sharply on the door. His mind whirled. Variations of the upcoming conversation came to mind. In one, He would start by asking questions about superstitions and gently circle around to the idea of altering the deal they'd struck. In another, they'd mention the fire giant first and get her interested, then act reluctant to talk about it, and eventually barter with her. But Hal settled on the idea of being straightforward and honest, because it seemed she appreciated backbone like that. Besides, she'd made it pretty clear on their previous adventure that she had no interest in anyone or anything unless a good deal was being offered. So he needed to start out with the offer, and then the door flew open. Madame Frost stood framed with a cozy orange light behind her. Hal could already feel the warmth of the fireplace radiating out onto the porch. She was tall, thin, and old, with graying hair, yet she retained a spryness in her bones. She scowled down at them both, then glared at Hal. "I accept." Her words bewildered him. What? Listen, we came to talk to you about... I said I accept. Now what do you need to know? A silence followed. Hal glanced sideways at Abigail. She was frozen and perplexed, but she blinked and shook herself from it. "Madame Frost, let us explain why we're here. There's a situation in Old Earth where 13 people have been taken prisoner by a fire giant. I don't know if you've ever met a fire giant, but..." "Oh, for goodness sake," Madame Frost snapped. "I said I accept. Now come inside and ask me what you need to know." Utterly confused, Hal and Abigail edged indoors as the witch stood aside. She slammed the door behind them and stomped past, returning to her armchair, where she quickly arranged her blanket over her knees and picked up a mug of steaming cocoa. The witch gestured to a couple of hard, upright dining chairs. Hal thought she had another cozy armchair or two, but apparently he'd remembered wrong. He and Abigail dutifully sat, finding the hard seats uncomfortable, about 2 seconds later. "I think you're misunderstanding us," Hal said. "I'm not sure why you think we're here, but this fire giant needs us to..." "Replenish his sword?" she interrupted. Well, yes, and to do that, we need to find a special kind of superstition," the witch finished. Hal frowned. "Exactly. So anyway, once we replenish the fire giant's sword, we're to take it back to him so that he'll..." "Release the prisoners," the witch muttered, sounding thoroughly bored now as she settled deeper into her chair and lifted the mug to her lips. Abigail jumped in. "Yes, the problem is, once he's got his sword back, he says he'll be free to leave his land of fire." "Muspelheim?" the witch interjected. Yes, and destroy the gods and everything else, including us." Hal took over again. "But we can't get those prisoners back unless we do exactly as he says." "Right, because he's a fire giant, and, well..." Hal trailed off, increasingly annoyed at the witch's habit of interrupting and finishing their sentences, but even more annoyed that she apparently knew so much. "Keep going," Madame Frost said, gesturing with one hand. "You insisted on telling me all this even though I was already aware. You're doing so well." The fire crackled and spat noisily for a moment, and Hal took it as a sign that he should get to the point. He took a deep breath, deciding to bring up the subject of their deal first. "So anyway, this Thursday is the deadline. You said you were coming to take my fire gland." She eyed him with a faint smile on her lips, and for once said nothing. "Well," Hal said carefully, "Abby and I were wondering if we could change the deal. The fire giant..." "Cert." Hal sighed. "Yes. Well, the fire giant Cert has fire at his fingertips. I mean, there's fire everywhere. He can conjure it up, set things alight. He walks around in flames, and his entire body is burnt, like all the flesh melted off, and he's nothing but muscles and bones." Abigail nudged him. Clearing his throat, Hal continued. "So we were wondering, when we replenish the sword and go back to Muspelheim, we could ask Cert if he'd allow us to have some kind of, I don't know, a sample of his fire. Maybe an object that's more powerful than anything you've come across before. Maybe it can take the place of..." Your fire gland, perchance? The witch bolted upright, slammed her mug on the table, and gripped the arms of the chair. I said I accept, you annoying little idiots. With that, she sighed, rolled her eyes, and slumped back in her chair, muttering under her breath. Hal could hardly believe his ears. The words popped out of his mouth before he could stop them. You accept? Abigail took his arm and squeezed gently. Her voice was crisp and to the point when she spoke next. Thank you, Madame Frost. The deal is officially altered then. You won't come to collect Hal's fire gland on Thursday. Madame Frost narrowed her eyes and leaned forward again, slowly this time. On the condition that you bring me something better. Is that understood? Of course. The witch glared at Hal. And you should know that this changes very little. I still want your fire gland. It's just that our deal will be struck in a different way. Right, he said, uncertain exactly what that meant in a real-life situation. Did she expect to make another deal in the near future? No way. All right, the old woman said, settling back again. She picked up her mug. What a lovely chat we're having. Now to the other matter, what is it you wish to know? Hal wanted to ask her how come she wasn't already aware, since she was obviously so smart and clever. But he refrained. We're hoping, Abigail said, you can tell us which superstitions are most likely to generate the most magic. The quicker we charge up that sword, the quicker we can get back to Muspelheim and rescue those prisoners. And the quicker I can get my prize, the witch agreed, nodding. She got up and put her mug on the table once more. Very good. Aren't you doing well? So businesslike. All right, let me think about this a moment. And she did so, for 10 solid minutes as she paced the cottage, mumbling to herself. She picked up tomes and thumbed through them. She slammed her fist against her palm and bent her head back and stared at her ceiling. She scooped a couple of empty pots off a shelf as she angrily tried to recall something. A vicious whirlwind swirled about the room and tugged at her robes when she flung out her hands and screamed. Books fluttered open and fell from shelves, and she hurried over to examine them, talking to herself the whole time. Finally, she stopped dead and fixed her wide-eyed stare on Hal. He squirmed uncomfortably. Then she smiled. Triskaidekaphobia. Hal blinked at her, then glanced sideways at Abigail. She raised an eyebrow. He didn't bother trying to repeat the word, knowing he'd stumble over it. The fear of the number 13? Indeed. It's the most powerful superstition there is. Abigail struggled to find the words. But that's like... I mean, everyone is nervous about the number 13. Well, most people anyway. Exactly. Yes, but if it's that common, doesn't that mean it's the weakest? The witch scowled. What kind of irksome, childish logic is that, girl? Look, triskaidekaphobia trumps all. The problem is that you need to find the right kind of people, the ones who are absolutely scared out of their minds by the number 13, rather than those who just have an uneasy feeling about it, as most people do. The question you're asking has a simple answer. The problem is that you're not seeing the forest for the trees. There didn't seem to be anything more to say on the subject after that. Abigail looked at Hal, and he shrugged. Together, they stood. Well, I guess we'll get out of your hair, Abigail said. Thanks for the advice. Madame Frost scowled. Don't think for a second I did this to help you as a favor. I have one intent only, and that's to help me. Go to the fire giant, return his sword, and make sure you don't leave without a suitable reward for me, or I'll be coming for a certain shapeshifter's fire gland. She glared at Hal. Now get out. I have news to catch up on. Heading for the door, Hal glanced back to see the witch reaching down for a glass ball that lay on the floor by her armchair. It was small, the size of a peach, and she grasped it firmly in her long fingers. As she peered into it, A glow emanated from within, lighting up her face. He wasn't certain, but he thought he could see tiny figures inside the ball. Those figures stood in front of a fiery giant. Unless he was gravely mistaken, Madame Frost had intercepted Old Earth's broadcast and spent her evening watching Nancy Trace and the Shapeshifters. Chapter 11. Scared Witless. After breakfast the next morning, the 9 shapeshifters were ready to get on with their new task, to find people scared witless by the number 13. "How do we do that?" Thomas demanded. "Are we supposed to just go around asking people?" But Nancy had a much simpler idea. She'd mentioned it on the news, suggesting that anyone suitably frightened of the superstition should step forward and offer their valuable help. Keen to get started, she gathered the shapeshifters outside in the morning sunshine close to the road. With a backdrop of passing motorists, she stood in front of Larry's camera, her bright red hair gleaming, and spoke with a serious expression. "And so we're asking for volunteers to step forward this morning and offer assistance in the freeing of the prisoners from their perilous predicament. Please, face your fears and head on over to the Denver building. As a reward, you'll get to meet the 9 shapeshifters from New Earth." She winked and offered a smile. "If you ask nicely, maybe they'll show you a transformation." Just to be a little different, she shuffled among the group and turned once more to face the camera before delivering her sign-off. "This is Nancy Trace, speaking to you exclusively from—" "Which channel, kids?" Everyone joined in. "Channel 9. It was a short-lived moment of lightness, but then it was back to the seriousness of the situation. They started walking, heading for the Denver building a few blocks away. Thomas had the sword this time, and he copied Hal's technique of resting it on one shoulder. "So I did some research after you guys returned last night," Nancy said, addressing Hal and Abigail, "and I found out a couple of interesting facts. I already knew the word triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13, but I didn't know where it came from. Well, according to a folklore historian named Donald Dossey, the whole idea of the number 13 being unlucky originated with Norse gods." "What?" Emily gasped. "Really? That can't be a coincidence." "That was my thought too. There's a story about 12 gods having a dinner party at Valhalla, which is where warriors go after they die. Well, all the well-known gods were invited except for Loki." The Denver building loomed ahead. Hal wasn't sure where she was going with this tale, but she'd better be quick. A crowd hung about outside the front entrance, and he had a feeling they might get noisy very soon. "And Loki was?" Darcy prompted. "I remember the name, but—" "Loki was a mixed bag, a bit of a black sheep. Sometimes he helped the other gods, but other times he behaved poorly, even maliciously. He was known as the trickster god, and being a trickster, he snuck into this dinner party at Valhalla as the 13th guest." "Something bad happened, didn't it?" Emily guessed. "One of the gods was named Baldur. He was invincible. As a party game, all the others shot arrows at him just to see how utterly useless weapons were against a god impervious to harm. Well, that was a game?" Robbie exclaimed. "Shooting arrows to see if they could hurt him?" Nancy laughed. "Remember, Baldur was invincible, and they all knew it. The game was safe. However, he was only invincible because he was once prophesied to die, so his mother spoke with all the animals and plants in existence and demanded they swear an oath never to harm her son." "All the animals?" Lauren said. "Made plants swear an oath?" Thomas scoffed. Nancy went on. "For some reason, she didn't waste her time with mistletoe. So, as far as Baldur was concerned, mistletoe remained the only danger in existence." "That's the stupidest thing I ever heard," Fenton grumbled. Hal noticed Darcy was walking very close to Fenton, and the backs of their hands kept touching. At one point, her fingers slipped into his, and he gently extracted himself. Hal could hardly believe it was finally happening between those two. "Remember, these are just fables," Nancy said. But anyway, Loki snuck into the party as the 13th guest, and while all the gods laughed and shot wooden arrows at the invincible Baldur, Loki took one of the other gods aside, Hodur, who was blind. Everyone remained silent now. It seemed Nancy was about to get to the point. Loki the trickster gave Hodur a bow and arrow to shoot at Baldur. Everyone else was doing it, right? So why shouldn't Hodur? Loki stood just behind him, helping with his aim. But since Loki knew of Baldur's weakness and apparently guessed they'd all end up playing this game, he'd brought with him a very special arrow, made from mistletoe. Made from mistletoe? Darcy said, forgetting Fenton for the moment and looking back over her shoulder. Like the stuff you hang in a doorframe? Thanks to Loki, the blind god's aim was perfect, and because the arrow was made from mistletoe, it killed Baldur instantly. Imagine the invincible god dead. After that, darkness reigned over the land, and everyone came to know the tale of the 13th guest. And so the number 13 became a symbol of bad luck, Abigail said, rolling her eyes. Man, who makes up these stories? Yes, but Surt is from Norse legend too, and he exists, Hal argued. Maybe there's some truth in these myths, daft as they sound. Actually, Darcy mused, it could be the sword is extra sensitive to superstitious magic because that superstition is from Norse legend, same place Surt comes from. And maybe that's why Surt opened the portal on the 13th floor, Dewey added. The magic could be stronger there. Larry, who normally kept quiet so he could choose moments to film the group acting naturally, cleared his throat. There's another account similar to that, the one of Judas at the Last Supper. He was the 13th disciple to sit himself at the table, and he was the one who betrayed Jesus. Nancy nodded. Right. And there's yet another theory, one put forward by mathematicians and scientists. 12 is considered to be a perfect number by many through the ages. Heck, we have numeral systems based around the number, 12 months, 12-hour half-days, 12 inches to a foot, 12 in a dozen, and so on. Then we have 13, which is completely useless in comparison, and a prime number. You can't divide it by anything neatly. It's just an awkward number. Some say it's unlucky simply because it comes right after such a perfect 12. Speaking of 12, Hal said quietly, that's about how many steps we have left before we're mobbed. The moment he said it, a shout went up from the waiting crowd, and all heads turned to the shapeshifters as they approached. About a dozen people, there's that perfect 12 again, came running.
Are you going to help those poor prisoners today?
What exactly are you doing with that sword?
How long do you expect this rescue to take? And will the prisoners survive that long in a cage, hanging above a river of lava, guarded by a fire giant?
Oh, so everyone's watched that bit of film now, Hal thought. He grimaced, trying to imagine how it must feel to be the family and friends of those 13 helpless people, seeing their perilous situation on the TV and unable to do anything to save them. Nancy didn't bother trying to answer questions. Instead, she pushed her way through the crowd and called out to them in a bright and cheery voice. Just watch the news today, folks. Once inside the building, she turned rather angrily to one of the police officers. You have to get rid of those people. We're expecting volunteers to show up soon, and the last thing we need is for them to be scared away. I'll get rid of them, Thomas growled, heading back to the door. Nancy laughed and raced after him. Easy there, Tiger. Save the show for the volunteers, not that rabble. Anyway, you're supposed to be the good guys. Abigail stared out the windows. Are we the good guys, Nancy? Those people seemed kind of impatient. Maybe they're right to be. I mean, we stayed in a comfortable hotel last night while those poor prisoners were locked in a cage. Hal felt the same way, and he took her hand. Nancy sighed. Look, kids, you went straight into that office on the 13th floor and tackled deadly hellhounds, and then literally walked through fire to rescue those people. Nobody expected you to get that far as quickly as you did, or as selflessly. Larry filmed it, I reported it, And let me tell you, the response has been overwhelmingly supportive and appreciative. So where are those people? Emily wondered aloud. We've barely met anyone that recognized us. That woman in the shop didn't even think we were real, Robbie added. Nancy chuckled. That's true, but the reason families and friends aren't hailing your names in the streets is because the mayor is hosting the whole lot of them in a conference center a few blocks away, where they have access to the very latest information and a special live feed from Larry's camera. They can see and hear everything from there, except when we're not recording, like right now. Indeed, the red light on Larry's camera was out. He nodded and said, Nancy's telling the truth. Some people might think not much is going on, but that's because they don't understand it all like you do. To many folks, magic ain't real and never will be. But they're learning. Every time you transform, every time they witness an extraordinary event they can't explain away with science, all those skeptics out there believe just a little bit more. The possibility of people having a hard time accepting shapeshifters had always been very real, even back in New Earth. On occasion, Hal would shift to dragon form on the streets of Carter and send people scurrying for safety. Some were just unable to comprehend such a power. But how could anyone try to debunk the existence of portals between the two worlds? He could see how Nancy's exclusive, only on Channel 9, was useful in that regard. He was about to ask why old Earth authorities were so keen to highlight the magic of New Earth when the elevator arrived and a man stepped out. "Good to see you again," a familiar voice boomed. Detective Mills strode toward them with his arms wide and a beam on his face. "I have to say, you really opened up a whole new world to us. Since you emerged safely from that superheated portal on the 13th floor, a group of scientists are planning an expedition of their own. After you've released the prisoners, of course. Nobody wants to interfere with your rescue efforts." "Go right ahead," Thomas said. "I don't mind you risking your necks instead of us." Darcy forced a laugh. "What he means is, we're getting those poor people out as soon as this sword is shiny enough, and that should be today. Hopefully." "Sooner than you think," the detective said, winking at Nancy. "Just got word of a self-professed scaredy-cat on his way here now." "Already?" Nancy exclaimed. "I literally put out that request 10 minutes ago." The detective shrugged. Big city, small community. It turned out a man had babbled on the phone about his precautions for the upcoming Friday 13th. He'd locked himself in his home, boarded up the doors and windows, hidden everything with even the slightest blade or point, thrown cushions and pillows down everywhere in case he fell, filled buckets with water or sand to put out fires, stashed cables and cords that he might get tangled in, and was generally getting ready to hole himself in a closet with 2 days' worth of food and supplies. "Because of Friday 13th?" Dewey exclaimed. "He's that worried something bad will happen?" "People are weird," Mills said with a chuckle. Robbie sighed and looked wistfully at the open elevator. "Can't wait to get back upstairs," he said, putting on his most manly voice. "Maybe we should take the fire giant by force. There are 9 of us and 1 of him." "Sure, Robbie, sure," Fenton murmured. "You go first. We'll be behind you." "About 200 feet behind you," Thomas added. Both boys guffawed as Robbie scowled at them. Thomas allowed the sword's point to thud onto the floor so he could hold it upright by the handle. Detective Mills scrutinized the shiny tip compared to the dried-up, hardened grime on the rest of the blade and hilt. "And, obvious question, but you've tried scraping that muck off?" They all chimed in together, expressing their indignation at such a lame suggestion. Laughing, the man retreated with his hands held high. As they awaited their visitor, the detective squeezed Hal's and Robbie's shoulders. "Gotta say," he rumbled, "you kids are doing us proud. I visited the friends and family last night, down the street at the conference hall, and they were terrified of what they saw on the TV. I mean, I was too. We all sat and watched, replayed 100 times, talked and argued, and he sighed. But at the end of it, they wanted me to express their thanks. Plenty of people said they'd go into that awful place if they had the chance to help, but I can tell you now, nobody wants to. That's what we're here for, Robbie said, drawing himself up. Yeah, Thomas said. Anytime we come across a dangerous situation like this, we send Robbie in first. Dewey and Darcy laughed, and Emily stifled a giggle. But Lauren backhanded Thomas and told him to stop being so mean. Look, our visitors arrived, Mills said. It seemed odd to wish for something like abject terror, but that was what they all hoped for in the newcomer. He sounded promising, at least, a guy who took extraordinary precautions and hid himself in a closet for a whole day in case of an unfortunate mishap. Surprisingly, the man escorted inside by Detective Mills was not the timid little mouse they'd expected. He was tall, with huge shoulders, and looked quite threatening, with a heavy brow and black hair swept back from his forehead and trailing behind his ears. Considering his bulging biceps and fearsome expression, Hal felt certain this wasn't the man who'd called in. "This is Mr. Stein," the detective said. "Kids, what do you need him to do?" "I ain't going up to that floor," Mr. Stein said straight away. His eyes widened at the sight of the sword Fenton offered up, and he swallowed and licked his lips, looking ready to bolt. "Oh, man, I shouldn't be here," he muttered. "I mean, it ain't Friday yet, but still, it's close. Anyone who assumes bad stuff happens only on the 13th is a fool. It can happen any time before and after." "How scared are you?" Darcy asked, barely able to keep the surprise from her voice. "I mean, it's just a date." He sucked in a breath and recoiled as if bitten. "Just a date? No, miss, it's not. Ask 20 million others who agree it's a bad, bad day for accidents." He frowned. "Well, it was 20 million before the virus. Don't know what it is now. But it's serious, miss. Have you taken a look through history?" He waited for a response. Mills rolled his eyes and muttered, "I knew this was coming." "Well, have you?" Mr. Stein persisted. "Okay. So there was a cyclone in Bangladesh that killed 300,000 people in the 1970s on Friday 13th. Record floods in Kansas in the 1950s on Friday 13th. Behind him, Detective Mills said, "Sir, you could probably attribute multiple disasters to any day of the year if you looked hard enough." The man swung around. On Friday 13th in 1972, a rugby team flew to Chile, but they never made it. They crashed in the Andean Mountains. 45 passengers and only 2 survived. Sir, on the exact same day in Russia, a bigger plane went down and killed 174 people. Yes, yes. A freak snowstorm in Buffalo, New York in 2006, 22 inches of snow in October. A cruise ship turned over and killed 34. "All right, sir, all right." Mills held up his hands in front of the man's face. "Please, enough. I get it. Friday 13th is a terrible day. Perhaps you'd like to touch that sword and show us just how apprehensive you are." Mr. Stein did so without hesitation, his desire to prove his point outweighing his nervousness. Instantly, the hilt lit up again. Only this time it shone so bright, everyone squinted and exclaimed about it. A dazzling aura enveloped the entire sword, and Fenton had to look away as the glow lit up his face. Other than the gasps and comments, the magical moment was utterly soundless. Dust trickled off the blade at first, then cascaded in bigger chunks, and the glow brightened further as the muscle-bound man ground his teeth and fought to retain his grip, despite the fear etched into his face. Then, abruptly, the aura dimmed. The man staggered back, sweating profusely and panting. He shook his head, then turned and lumbered along the corridor, shouting, "No more! I gotta get back home!" But his work was done. Astonished, everyone, all 9 shapeshifters, Nancy, Larry, Detective Mills, and probably the entire city, stared at the gleaming sword in Fenton's hands. At least half of its surface was free of blemishes, as good as new, completely and utterly restored to its former glory, fully replenished with superstitious magic. The other half, closer to the hilt, remained dull. "We need to find another terrified person just like that last guy," Thomas said, grinning. "The more of a wuss he is, the better." "That's not nice, Thomas," Emily said with a frown. Robbie snapped his fingers. "There is somebody. Remember? The scrag we passed on the way into the city the first time?" They all exclaimed and sighed. "Yep," Hal agreed. "Hopper, let's go find him." Racing outside, Hal became a major spectacle when he transformed in front of everyone. Cameras clicked and flashed as his friends climbed aboard. He waited for Nancy and Larry to get settled, then gave a roar just before launching, adding to the drama of the moment. He ascended with wings thumping. Cars swerved to a stop as he soared above the buildings and cast a huge shadow on the roads. So there were people in Old Earth who still didn't really believe in magic and monsters? He'd show them. Moments later, he concentrated on his whereabouts, trying to retrace the route the van driver had taken. He listened to his friends' shouted directions, growled when they disagreed, then perked up when several of them shouted together, "There!" He didn't see Hopper. He did, however, recognize the run-down road on the outskirts of the city. They all looked roughly the same, but when he circled overhead, he was certain of it. This was where the scrag had been sighted, hopping along the sidewalk, trying to avoid cracks. Without delay, Hal swooped in for a landing and thudded down in the center of the road. He'd planned to stay in dragon form in case a gang of scrags rushed out and attacked, but his friends quickly dismounted and clustered behind him, so he reverted to human form and hurried over to join them. Larry was already filming, with Nancy in the foreground. Behind her, Fenton held the half-polished sword upright. "Hopper!" Robbie yelled, cupping his hands to his mouth. "You idiot!" Abigail griped. "Only the driver calls him Hopper. It's not actually his name." "Well, I can't just shout 'man' and expect the right one to step out." Hal couldn't be bothered to explain his flawed logic. He moved off to one side of the road, peering at the derelict windows of whatever businesses had once occupied this part of downtown Stockport Bay. "Spread out. Don't go upstairs, just peek in and see if it looks like anyone's sleeping there, and scream if you see any scrags." With the entire group splitting up to poke around in the dark, foreboding doorways, they covered a good third of the block in no time. But they couldn't find Hopper. Hal entered his fourth abandoned unit. The smell was even worse than the others, musty and foul. This one had plenty of grimy furniture covered with rat droppings. He stood there a moment, wishing there was a quick and safe way to explore all the floors above without traipsing up and down stairs. But there wasn't, so he stood at the foot of the staircase and called softly as he had previously. "Hello? Anyone here? We need help." As expected, no answer. He sighed and looked for signs of footprints. He was pretty sure nobody, not even a scrag, would live in this filth. For all he knew, even the lowliest, craziest virus survivor might have set up a nice little home somewhere. It wasn't like they didn't have a shortage of... Just then, one of the girls screamed. Chapter 12. The Sword's Magic. Hal tore outside so fast he caught the end of the scream before she trailed off. It came from his right, and as he headed that way, the rest of his friends burst out of their doorways on both sides of the road and came running. Dewey got there first. He shifted to centaur form and galloped in through an open door, ducking his head as he went. Fenton and Darcy arrived next, but then Thomas shot between them, a sleek, red-furred manticore with his segmented tail already bristling with needles. Hal glimpsed Abigail and Emily behind him, then Robbie, so it was Lauren inside screaming. "Leave her alone!" Dewey shouted as everyone piled in behind him. Spreading out, They got their first view of the situation in the farthest shadows of the disused office. There, desks had been tipped up and positioned end to end, forming a short wall with a single opening at one side. Lauren stood in that opening, facing the group. She had a knife to her throat. She offered a nervous smile. Hal suspected her long, drawn-out scream was not so much out of terror, but simply as a way to bring the shapeshifters running, as Hal had suggested. He wondered if one of the boys would have screamed as effectively. "You dare to hurt her, and I'll—" Robbie warned, his fists bunching up. He was already growing taller, his shoulders widening. It was hard to see the scrag. Only his knife hand was visible. The rest remained in shadow behind Lauren's shoulder. "We just need to talk," Emily said, trying to stay calm. "Please, just come out. We're not here to cause trouble. Anyway, you know what'll happen if you hurt anyone." She pointed back at Nancy and Larry, who had entered the doorway. "See? You're on film." "Being broadcast live right now," Nancy said loudly. "If you hurt that girl, I promise you there will be trouble for you and all those out here on the streets." Hal felt like his own shape-shifting ability was useless here. Robbie, Thomas, Dewey, Emily, heck, even Lauren herself were all capable of dealing with the scrag. He shuffled sideways, moving slowly, while Emily continued talking in a soothing voice. "Just want to ask if you're the scrag. I mean, the man who tiptoes around outside, avoiding cracks. Is that you? Because if it is—" Now out of sight of the scrag and most of the group, Hal slipped into the stairwell and headed upstairs. He had no idea where to look. He just knew what to search for. The restroom was a good start. He entered, stood there a moment, then backed out with his eyes watering. The stench was horrible. Anyway, the huge mirrors were fixed, no good at all. He needed something more portable. He made his way into a long, rectangular room that looked down on the road. These desks were lined up in a neat fashion and seemed relatively clean and untouched, considering it was over a decade since anyone had worked here. He saw more rat droppings and plenty of dust, but it seemed nothing more than tiny rodents had been in here. Ignoring all the black computer screens, books, papers, trays, pen holders and folders, he looked instead for small mirrors. He quickly realized people generally didn't keep such things at their desks, at least not on their desks. He found one at last. It was in a strange cubicle near the corner, pinned to the screen. With a round pink frame, he guessed it was a woman's. It wasn't much, but probably better than— His eyes fell on an umbrella stand. Grinning, he discarded the mirror and grabbed an umbrella. After a quick practice, he hurried back downstairs. The scrag had let Lauren go. She absently rubbed at her throat while Robbie stood in front of her, glaring at the small man who cowered in the darkness. He wore what Hal considered run-of-the-mill scrag gear: oversized boots, raggedy pants, a dirty shirt, and a thick belt with various weapons hanging from it. He'd placed the knife back in its sheath, but now his fingers played across an axe, a hammer, and also a crowbar. Emily was still trying to talk sense into him, and Fenton had edged forward with the sword held horizontally in his arms. "Look, see? We just need to show you this. Right, Fenton?" He nodded and moved even closer. The scrag eyeballed it. His fingers settled on the crowbar, and he slowly drew it out. "Don't," Robbie warned. The scrag's gaze flitted to him, then to Thomas. "If he's superstitious," Abigail murmured, "it doesn't seem to show. He needs to touch the sword, I think, like the last guy did." As soon as Fenton took another step, Hopper retreated farther into his hidey hole. He had nowhere to go, but Hal didn't like the idea of cornering him. "Hey!" he called loudly. The scrag glanced over at him. Hal held up the umbrella. Hopper's eyes bugged out. He threw himself down on the floor and screamed as Hal pushed the umbrella open with a heavy whump sound, a sound he'd always associated with Lauren's harpy wings erupting from her back. As the Scrag's piercing screech filled the air, the sword lit up the entire room, chasing away all the shadows and causing everyone to squint and flinch. Rust and grime dropped away from the blade. Hal watched in growing excitement. He shared a glance with Abigail and she raised an eyebrow at him. Her expression suggested he'd been a little heavy-handed with his methods, but clearly the old superstition about opening umbrellas indoors had triggered Hopper's highly irrational fears. The glow abruptly faded, and the Scrag's shriek died with it. He remained curled into a fetal position on his side, clutching his head. Darcy went to kneel by him, but he suddenly yelled, fumbled for a weapon, and lashed out, barely missing her face with his crowbar. She jerked back and scrambled to safety. Hopper took off running out of a back door. Now shrouded in darkness once more, the shapeshifters crowded together to examine the sword. The steel gleamed even in the shadows. Every square inch had a highly polished, unblemished, mirrored surface, except one small patch of rust remained on the hilt. "So close!" Emily exclaimed. Lauren grinned around at the group. "Shouldn't be difficult to finish it off. Maybe Emily needs to get that haircut on a Tuesday." Hal shook his head. "I have a better idea. Well, I think it is. It has to be better than sitting there watching Emily get a haircut. Come on." "Where are we going?" Abigail called as he moved away from them. "I have a plan." Ha! It made a nice change to keep her guessing for once. Taking to the air again, he carried his passengers across the rooftops until the buildings gave way to fields. With a grunt of approval, he landed heavily not far from the smoking portal. After they all climbed off once more, Hal reverted to human form and smiled. "Okay, Darcy, you're a dryad. Find us a four-leaf clover." Her mouth dropped open. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha." He and the others watched with interest as she looked across the field wearing a thoughtful expression. Then she fuzzed out and was momentarily invisible before appearing again in full dryad form. Angular shoulders, bark-like textured skin, and curiously wooden on the top of the head as though her skull had morphed into a tree stump. She got down on her knees and placed her hands firmly on the ground, fingers curling around the grass and digging into the soil. She closed her eyes. "What's she doing?" Nancy muttered. "Oh, just talking to the plant life," Emily said airily. After a moment, the grass responded by moving. In a breeze, grass typically blew in a uniform direction. Instead, each individual blade wiggled and jerked from side to side as if suddenly alive and conscious. The ripple of activity spread outward. Hal felt it under his feet, and with a shudder wished he could float off the ground. Nearby shrubs swayed and twisted. Since it was still early in the year, trees and bushes were largely leafless and dormant, so it was like waking them from their winter slumber. They creaked and groaned as Darcy reached out to them. She let out a soft gasp. All around, the wiggling grass suddenly stopped dead, then lay down as if a strong gust had blown through. Darcy stood up. "They're pointing the way." She began walking. Astonished, the group followed. With a grin, Hal took the shiny sword from Fenton as they went. He noted how Darcy followed the direction the grass lay, and as she moved, she altered her course slightly, guided by the subtle hints beneath her feet. It turned out every blade of grass pointed to a specific patch of clover. Darcy knelt, and Hal hurried to join her. Leaning close, Darcy ran her hand lightly over the patch as though feeling for a hot spot. Hal slid the sword's tip into the ground so it stood upright on its own. Darcy sucked in a breath. "Here," she whispered. "A four-leaf clover. It's right here." Hal watched the sword. Nothing happened. Maybe... "Pick it," he suggested. She looked up at him. Do I have to? That'll kill the poor thing. Darcy, He very nearly said it's just a stupid plant, but he bit his tongue and rephrased. It'll really be helping us out a lot. With a sigh, she mumbled an apology and gently plucked the four-leaf clover from the ground. Instantly, the sword's hilt glowed, and Hal felt a moment of triumph as the remaining rust and grime crumbled away. Everyone whooped and cheered. But then, when the aura faded, the sword slowly turned red and started glowing in a different way. Hal frowned and backed off. Darcy jumped up. What's happening? I don't know. It looks hot. The sword might as well have come straight out of a blacksmith's forge, the way it burned bright red. Flames suddenly sprang up, and the grass and clover all around began to wilt and blacken. Darcy reverted to human form, apparently struck by remorse for the destruction of plant life. She had no desire to be a sensitive dryad while that was going on. Flames roared high and the heat intensified. The entire group retreated. Did we break it? Hal wondered aloud. But then, as quickly as it had started, the flames died. The blade went from bright red to shiny steel once more, so mirror-like that Hal could see his own reflection from 10 feet away. Well, he muttered, reaching for it. That was interesting. I guess it's fully charged and ready to go. The handle was merely warm now. Okay, let's head back. Hal made short work of the return journey to the Denver building, eager to get on with the next phase of their mission. Cameras flashed outside the entrance as he thumped down. After his passengers climbed off, he reverted to human form and marched toward the door alongside his friends and news team. Fenton once more carried the sword, only this time it gleamed brightly in the sunshine. The small crowd parted. A sudden hush filled the air, and even the cameras went quiet. Nancy hurried ahead, and shoulder to shoulder with the other reporters, turned with her microphone extended. It looks like the sword is fully replenished, its magic restored. What happens now? She knew full well, but Hal got it. She was asking on behalf of the audience at home. Now we go back into Muspelheim and rescue the prisoners, he answered, staring into the camera. He felt pretty good for just a second. But then someone asked a multi-part question that gave him pause. And then what? When the prisoners are released, if they're released, which is assuming the fire giant honors his end of the deal, what happens next? The giant escapes from his world into ours? To do what? To unleash carnage, as the old Norse legend tells? Hal paused. The crowd fell quiet again, and Nancy raised her eyebrows at him and shrugged. Her expression said, "It's a fair question." Darcy jumped in before he could formulate an answer. "We're not sure. Right now, we're just working through one problem at a time. If we don't do as we're told, the giant will kill the prisoners." That's what he said. Right, Hal agreed. He's too powerful. We can't stop him. But, the same reporter said, he was tall with a black beard, and he had a red cap that stood out bright among the drab grey of the surrounding buildings. If you can't stop him, then what hope do we have? Isn't it better to, you know? He trailed off, and Hal frowned. To what? Nancy filled in the silence. I think he means to leave the prisoners to their fate. If Surt escapes to Earth, then it's highly possible many more will die, including those 13. If we're to believe the Norse prophecy that the fire giant will burn all the worlds. Hal shared a glance with his friends. Feeling the cameras on him and knowing people were watching, he decided to play it cool. Well, you're right. All of that's a possibility. So, I guess we'll leave the prisoners where they are. Without his sword, Surt is no threat. We'll keep the sword and forget about the prisoners, and then the world will be saved. Right, Darcy said. She happened to be standing alongside him, at the front of the group. We're just trying to help, so if you want us to stop what we're doing, then just say the word. I'm sure the prisoner's friends and family will understand. They're watching this right now, aren't they?" Hal was certain a couple of cameras lowered, and he could almost feel the sense of shame spreading among the reporters. "Thing is," he said, "it's not up to us. We'll do whatever you want, or whatever Mayor Larson wants, I guess. Honestly, it'd be easier and safer if we just went home. But—" He frowned and pursed his lips. "I don't know. Rescuing the prisoners just seems like the right thing to do, doesn't it?" "It's something we can do now," Darcy said. "Something we're pretty certain will work out okay. One thing at a time, you know." With lots of mutterings and sidelong glances, the reporters seemed to have nothing further to say. A smile curled up on one side of Nancy's mouth, and Hal could almost hear her saying, "Nicely played." Leading the group of shapeshifters, Hal and Darcy entered the building and marched across the lobby to the elevator. Breaking away from the mob outside, Nancy and Larry were a little too late to make it inside before the door closed. The shapeshifters let out sighs of relief as they ascended. "Good job, guys," Emily said, grinning. "Yeah," Fenton agreed. "Darcy should be our new spokesperson. No offense, Hal, but she's smarter and, not as ugly as you." Hal stifled a laugh. "You mean she's pretty? Just say it, man." Darcy smiled gratefully. "I feel like when I've had to manipulate my parents. Like when we all want to go on a mission and they're like, 'Oh, but it'll be dangerous.' And I shrug and say, 'Okay, well, that's fine. We won't go. We'll just let the poor villagers suffer if that's what you'd prefer we do.' And then making it clear who will be to blame." Abigail sighed. "They're right, though. What are we going to do when Cert gets free? We've dealt with giants before. Have you forgotten the skeleton in Haven?" "We didn't exactly deal with that," Hal muttered. "We just ran away, or flew away. We can't do that here. If Cert gets free, we're going to have to do something about it." They found Detective Mills seated in a room on the 13th floor, along with a few other officials. They'd been catching up on some of the incoming video footage. After showing them the polished sword and mentioning what the reporters had said, Mills assured the shapeshifters it wasn't their call to make. "There's absolutely no doubt about this," the detective boomed across the table. "Mayor Larson has made her order clear, and she has approval from the president. Although I might add not from the UN. He mumbled that last part, then cleared his throat. But right now, the directive is that you'll do everything in your power to get those prisoners released. If that means complying with the fire giant and potentially creating a bigger problem after, then so be it. We cannot stand back and let them die on the off chance something worse might come later. So go in there, rescue them, and bring them home. What happens next is another matter." The shapeshifters studied the sword, which Hal had laid on the table. It gleamed in the overhead lights, and when touched, a warmth spread up his fingers into his arm. "All right, then," he said with a nod. "So, I guess we all go in?" "All together," Emily said. "We're a team." Thomas mumbled, "I don't mind waiting outside." Fenton clapped him hard on the back. "Nope. You're up front with me." "I thought Robbie was going in first." "He is. Robbie'll be about 200 paces ahead of us. If the fire giant tramples him underfoot or sets him on fire, that'll be the sign to run." Thomas grinned. "Sounds fair enough." Despite it all, everyone laughed, including Robbie. It was time. A feeling of dread settled over them as they shuffled down the corridor to the superheated room containing the portal. Hal glanced back to see a watchful crowd, the detective nodding and giving them a reassuring grin, even though his eyes remained serious. Nancy and her cameraman, who'd caught up in time for the big moment, and a bunch of others that Hal still hadn't been introduced to, not that he really cared. They were old Earth bigwigs, leaders of something or other, people in authority like Miss Simone and the council back home. He and his friends entered the office and spread out. The anomaly flickered and pulsed, flames leaping off. Taking a deep breath, Hal hoisted the sword once more onto his shoulder. Fenton stepped closer. "My turn, little man," he said. Hal gratefully handed it to him. Free of the weight, he approached the burning gateway and tried to ignore the sweat prickling his forehead and dribbling down his face. When he was within arm's reach, it felt like his skin might be blackening. But it wasn't. He held out his hands as if toasting them on a campfire, and though the heat was terrifying, no blisters rose. "I'm going in," he said. Seeing their nods, he swallowed and threw himself headfirst into the portal. As before, he tumbled onto the hot sand of Muspelheim. He rolled aside and climbed to his feet, while his friends popped through one by one. Fenton, with the sword, then Abigail, Thomas, Robbie, Emily, Dewey, Darcy, and Lauren. And behind them came Nancy and Larry. "We're here in Muspelheim," Nancy whispered, beginning her commentary even as Larry got up. "The sword is fully charged with magic generated from superstitions, and now the fire giant Surt approaches." Startled, Hal glanced ahead to see she was right. The monstrous figure had appeared out of his chasm. The giant paused at the wall of fire, standing with his hands on his hips as he squinted at the visitors, though his empty eye sockets and fixed skull expression could hardly be called squinting. He stomped through the flames toward them, closing the distance in no time. "I am impressed," he rumbled across the landscape. "You have honored your end of the bargain. Now it is time." With a snap of his fingers, a terrifying sight rose out of the pit behind him. 100 or more warriors. All had random flames dancing off their emaciated bodies. Some were more fleshed out than others. Half had bones showing, rib cages, shoulders, part of a skull, but despite residing in the land of fire, they had no blackened skin, no charred lumps of smoldering flesh. They just looked gaunt and wasted. All of them floated in the air, an army of fire giants carrying vicious weapons, swords of all sizes, bulls on chains, maces, pikes, axes, huge hammers, knives. Hal was struck by the realization that 13 lost souls suddenly seemed a very small price to pay compared to the destruction Surt threatened. One fire giant had seemed manageable, but an army of them. "No fair," Abigail said in a whisper. "We should go while we can," Fenton muttered. "He's obviously not going to keep up his end of the—" "Oh." Out of the pit rose another giant, hovering easily and dangling a cage on the end of a chain. Inside, 13 prisoners yelled and cried out as they swayed like drunken sailors. The giant allowed the cage to crash down on the sand, and either by magic or by way of a faulty locking mechanism, the door sprang open. After a pause, the frantic people spilled out, stumbling to get away from the giants that surrounded them, like rodents scurrying to safety. At any moment, one of the giants could lash out with a weapon and smite a mortal from the face of the planet. Yet the army remained passive while Surt strolled behind the fleeing prisoners. His disconnected skull swung from side to side as if he were trying to decide which human to strike down first. Still, he refrained. "Go!" Hal yelled to the office workers, pointing to the gateway. "Straight through! It's hot, but it won't burn!" The men and women looked exhausted. As they struggled past, kicking up sand, Hal saw torn shirts, huge patches of sweat and dirt, a few bloodstains, and on several faces, some nasty cuts and bruises. They looked ready to drop, but they puffed and panted their way toward their escape from Muspelheim. Nancy was still busy talking, though her words were a meaningless drone from where Hal stood. Larry's camera panned from her to the fiery army, then to the prisoners as they tentatively threw themselves into the portal, then back to Nancy again. By the time the last prisoner vanished, Surt was upon the waiting group, his loyal warriors drifting lazily closer. "You did well," the giant boomed, reaching for the gleaming sword. "I will take that, and then our deal will be done." The moment he plucked it from Fenton's arms, it expanded back to full size and exploded into flame. "Wonderful!" he roared, raising it into the air as more fire broke out on his upper body, as vibrant as the day it was forged. Surt handled the heavy weapon effortlessly, like it was made of light wood rather than heavy steel. "You never said anything about an army," Emily squeaked. Surt paused, glaring down at her, his flames dwindling. "What?" Emily's bravado wilted, so Fenton took over. "You said nothing about taking an army of fire giants to Earth." This caused a ripple of laughter among the floating ranks. Surt glanced back at them, then peered sightlessly at Fenton. "If I had, would you have taken the deal?" It was a fair question. Abigail had something to say about it, though. "It would have made a difference. We thought the deal was for you to go to Earth, on your own. If we'd known 100 of you, you'd have left the prisoners here to die and counted your losses?" Surt inquired, his voice surprisingly gentle. Another ripple of laughter spread through the floating giants behind him. A few raised their weapons and shook them in a taunting manner. "Well, I don't know." "Enough talk!" Surt snapped. "It is time. With this sword, its power restored, we shall escape Muspelheim and fulfill our prophecy." He stabbed the flaming weapon into the air. "To arms!" A deafening roar boomed across the desert as the army of fire giants lit up in dancing flames and surged toward the portal. Chapter 13. Chaos. The shapeshifters and the news team leapt aside as Surt took a couple of steps toward the gateway. The top of the fiery opening reached just past his knees, and he bent to insert his sword at its highest point. Brilliant light flickered and flashed. Energy crackled and hissed. A dazzling aura surrounded the sword as the fire giant tensed and straightened his back as if to lift a great weight. Then, roaring with the effort and with muscles bulging, he wrenched the blade upward with mighty strength, tearing through the fabric of the universe and tripling the height of the gateway. Like a flesh wound, it gaped open. Emily and several others clapped their hands over their ears to shut out the vicious sizzling and popping. Dewey threw himself down on the sand. Larry staggered backward, his camera somehow still pointed in the right direction. Surt grunted and withdrew the sword, then reinserted it halfway down, this time angling the blade sideways. After a bit of savage sawing, the opening gaped wider still, with folds of reality peeling back and dripping liquid fire. Acrid smoke filled the air, and the strobing, crackling light show played across the dunes all around. Panting, he stepped back from the gateway, and the noise gradually died. He'd not only extended the opening vertically, but also doubled its width, and now old Earth was clear to see beyond. The interior walls of the office seemed to float in midair above the sand. And because the gateway was so much taller now, it also revealed an office on the floor above. A thick, concrete slab separated the two levels. The fire giant's sword had turned dull again. He lifted it, stared in disgust, then again pointed it toward the gateway. "Advance," he commanded. Leaning in, he began hacking at the slab of concrete, blocking his way at waist height. For a second, Hal thought there was no chance of the giant's sword causing any real damage, but he was wrong. The steel blade sliced easily through everything it touched, and in just a few powerful strokes, huge chunks of debris came crashing down. A roar went up from the approaching army as Surt continued hacking a path. Smoke and dust billowed as he stepped fully into the office. He'd crossed over. He was in old Earth. He was actually standing inside the building, his feet planted on the 13th floor and his head scraping the ceiling of the 14th. He waded deeper, slashing with his sword, and was quickly engulfed in a thick grey cloud. Fire giants stepped in after him. One after the other, they vanished into the smoke. The noise coming from the room was incredible. Thuds and bangs and crashes, the clang of steel blades, amplified booming roars. And it went on as dozens upon dozens of giants filed into the gateway. Hal and his group stumbled across the sand away from the din, and away from occasional lumps of concrete that came flying out. "What have we done?" Lauren cried. "About the worst thing ever," Abigail said. She buried her face into Hal's shoulder for the moment, then turned back to the group and added, "We have to stop this." Thomas spread his hands. "Any suggestions, dimwit? Have you seen them? Take a look. There's over 100 giants." "And there—" Emily covered her mouth, her eyes wide. "Oh, the damage!" "Never mind the damage," Robbie yelled. "What about the people?" He scowled. "I'm going in." Abruptly, he started to grow. As he filled out his full-sized ogre form, Lauren reached for his shaggy arm and cried, "Robbie, no!" But the ogre stomped toward the portal. Even at full size, he still wasn't as tall as the fire giants. An adult ogre would have been, but he still had some growing to do. In ogre years, he was a mere youngster. He quickly joined the line of giants and pushed his way in. The ugly warrior he cut in front of jerked in surprise, luckily too taken aback to react. By the time he raised his massive sledgehammer, Robbie had slipped through to old Earth, disappearing into the dust. That decided it for Hal. "I'm going too. You guys stay back until it's clear, okay? I can't take you with me. I'm going to have to crash my way in." "Hal," Abigail started, but just like Robbie had done with Lauren, Hal shook her off and transformed. Knowing he wouldn't be able to cut in line as the ogre had, he simply launched himself at the portal with wings tucked back and head down. Several fire giants roared with anger as he barreled past, and he felt all manner of weapons beating against his flanks. He ignored the pummeling and continued his frantic advance. He had half a second to marvel at the destruction. The ceiling, and more importantly the concrete and steel structure of the floor above, had been cleaved in two, so it was wide enough to allow fire giants to pass through. It was a wonder the two halves didn't sag in the middle. Piles of rubble and busted light fixtures littered the place as Hal shoved his way toward the corridor. Ahead, through the dust and past the giants, it appeared Cert hadn't led his army to the left or right when exiting the room. He'd kept going forward and crashed straight out of the outside windows, 13 stories up. Hal no longer had the element of surprise. The giants behind him were so outraged that their yells had alerted those ahead, and now he faced a cluster of them as they turned to challenge him. 8 or 9 brutish figures wielding swords, battle axes, sledgehammers, and maces. Hal breathed fire and charged. Amid the inferno and smoke, he caught glimpses of flailing limbs, flashing steel and gnashing teeth. Then a patch of blue sky appeared, and suddenly he was springing into daylight with weapons smacking against his scaly rear end. "Where's Robbie?" he wondered as he snapped his wings open and began a graceful dive. "I hope he wasn't stupid enough to fall out." He swooped around and headed back toward the Denver building. Whether Robbie had flung himself out of the gaping exit or not, the fire giants certainly had no hesitation in doing so, but it seemed they couldn't float as easily here in old Earth. They pitched forward and tumbled straight down. Hal thought for a second that the giants were acting like lemmings, tipping themselves off a cliff and falling to their deaths. But no, instead of a pile of dead giants 13 floors down, they simply picked themselves up and marched away. Astounded, and with absolutely no idea what to do, he watched for a minute. They kept on coming, giant after giant, lurching out of the billowing dust on the 13th floor and taking a leap. It wasn't even by accident. They just threw themselves down. I guess they're pretty dead already, he thought. If they're still walking about after burning for centuries, a measly fall isn't going to stop them. It was almost beautiful to watch, fire giants tumbling head over heels, fire and smoke trailing behind, and wham! An ever-widening crater on the road surface below. One giant's arm came loose on impact. After he'd climbed to his feet, he stooped to collect it up, reattached it, flexed his fingers, and stomped off. Yep, they're invincible. Shaking himself, Hal began a quick reconnaissance mission. Where was Robbie? Where were the building occupants? Where were the reporters who'd been outside and the traffic on the roads? It seemed everyone had evacuated already. A stream of people ran along a back road, and Hal spotted Detective Mills among them. Reporters had spread far and wide, most stopping to snap pictures and shout into their microphones while cameras rolled. Still, no Robbie. He had to be inside. The ogre was probably hunkered in the corridor, watching the stampeding fire giants make their escape. Down below, the invading warriors marched off in all directions. Did they have a plan, or was it simply to destroy everything in their path? Although they swung their weapons at walls and windows and parked cars, causing incredible damage with almost casual blows, they seemed to have a larger purpose. They just spread far and wide, never turning back. Hal found the leader, Surt, standing tall in the middle of the road, gripping his sword in one hand, looking up at the glass tower as his army came crashing down. Landing close by, Hal checked to see if any humans remained in the area. If he had to fight, he wanted nobody else around to worry about. The last of the giants smacked down. When he regained his feet and climbed out of the crater, he swung his spiked ball and chain around his head and set off in what seemed a random direction. Letting out a triumphant laugh, Surt punched his extremely dull sword into the air above his head. With the blade pointing straight up, a fireball exploded from the steel and shot skyward. Hal watched in amazement as the fireball kept on going, higher and higher, dwindling to a glowing speck. But just when it looked like it had vanished, there came a flash in the sky, followed by an aura that slowly rippled outward. Rather than peter out, it continued spreading, turning the blue sky a deep orange as though sunset had arrived early. "The atmosphere is now primed," he boomed. Primed? Hal thought. What does that mean? Primed for what? The ever-growing dusky hue cast a strange, murky darkness on the street. Suddenly bathed in a reddish glow, the glass buildings and grey concrete took on an ominous, foreboding quality. It was close to the way Hal imagined a burning world might look. Something very like Muspelheim. "No way," he muttered, his voice emerging as a deep growl. He had no idea how to defeat a fire giant, but he couldn't exactly stand around doing nothing. Snarling, he launched into the air and headed towards Surt, flying low. The giant spun around just as Hal engulfed him in a raging inferno. A nearby signpost blackened and melted, wilting like a weed. The paved surface all around softened and bubbled. Nothing could survive a direct onslaught like this, but just to be sure, as Hal passed over the giant's head, he let his tail droop low and swung it viciously as he went. He connected with something hard, and he glanced around to see the giant skidding on his back across the road, flames shooting up from his legs, chest, and skull. Even laid out flat, the fallen figure gripped the sword tight the whole time, his limbs stiff, resembling a toppled statue in a fixed pose. Hal soared high, then circled around. To his dismay, Surt slowly climbed to his feet on the black, smoking road surface. His own flames had dwindled, and his skinless body, all raw muscle exposed to the world, stood out crimson against his drab surroundings. His free-floating ivory skull, without the streaming fire hair swirling about his shoulders, looked even more detached than usual. Surt stood and watched as Hal flew around in a circle. It was almost a challenge, as if he were quietly saying, "Is that it? Is that all you have?" Hal landed in front of the giant and lunged at him, sweeping his claws as hard as he could. Surt toppled backward once more, and this time his sword flew free and clanged on the ground. Hal leapt on him, and fighting an intense revulsion, snapped his jaws shut just below the giant's shoulders. He bit hard, intending to chomp as deeply as possible and cut him in two. But Surt was made of tougher stuff. Hal's jaws closed on something that actually felt like the stiff-limbed statue he'd imagined earlier. His teeth sank a little way, then stuck. Ordinarily, Hal would shake his head like a dog tearing into a toy, but Surt was 4 times taller than a human, and his size and weight was a challenge to swing about. So Hal leapt on top and trampled the giant as hard as he could, digging his claws in and attempting to tear the creature into several pieces. Nothing worked. Panting, he spun around and backed away, shocked to see the fire giant climb to his feet again. He had deep gashes all over, and one arm was kinked badly in the wrong place. Straightening up, Surt rolled his skull from side to side, as if working out some tightness in his shoulders. He bent to pick up his sword. A second later, flames sprang up, and his fiery hair streamed behind him once more. "Are you done?" he rumbled. Hal said nothing. Surt pointed the sword at him. "I cannot be killed by mortals, even ones such as yourself. As for this—" He lifted his kinked arm and studied it. The bone in the upper arm was shattered and bent, the bite deep. But to Hal's amazement, the break mended itself. Although the gash didn't heal, the arm straightened out. If Surt could smile, he did so now. Hal could hear it in the giant's voice. "Do your worst, boy. And when you are done with me, I challenge you to go after my warriors and take them down one by one. Only then will your world be safe." Hal snarled. "But if you fail," the giant went on, his volume rising, "then this earth shall burn, as will all worlds. The end of all creation starts here, and new life will commence in its wake." "Why?" Hal roared. He lunged again. Gripping the giant between his claws and pinning his arms to his sides, Hal launched with a powerful beat of his wings. He rose above rooftops and kept on going, higher and higher, until the city dwindled to a pinprick and he could see the curvature of the earth. The air thinned so much that he could climb no more. Gasping, he circled around in an ever-widening spiral, resting his tired wings. Surt laughed. "Drop me, boy! Do it! Only then will you know how futile your attacks are. Perhaps you will leave me alone once you realize you can do nothing to stop me." Hal tried to ignore him. Looking across the landscape, he couldn't help shuddering at the deepening redness in the sky in every direction. This high up, it seemed like a thin veil stretching wider and wider around the world. The atmosphere is now primed, he thought, recalling Surt's words. Is he wrapping old Earth in a skin, a bubble to trap its air and turn it stale? That didn't seem likely. What then? How were the other giants involved? Hal turned his attention back to his captive, certain of only one thing right now. He had to drop the giant. If he didn't, everybody would ask later why he hadn't taken the opportunity. Here was a chance to end the fire giant, to splatter him over a wide area on the ground far, far below. All he had to do was let go. "Do it, boy!" the giant roared. "Show me your mettle!" Still gliding, Hal angled away from the city by the sea. Then he let go. Surt fell gracefully at first, then started tumbling head over heels. His booming laughter was snatched away on a gust of wind. The sunlight flashed off his sword every time he completed a spin. For a moment, Hal was all alone in near silence. His wings creaked when he adjusted their angle, and wind whistled past his snout as he turned his head this way and that, but otherwise he heard nothing at all anywhere on earth. Curious to see what would happen to Surt, he nose-dived and picked up speed. He had a horrible feeling that even a fall such as this would not permanently damage the fire giant, though he couldn't imagine anything remaining intact when hitting the ground at more than 120 miles per hour. The flashes of light from the giant's sword allowed Hal to keep his target in focus. He squinted and watched carefully. When Surt finally smacked down, it was difficult to see what, if anything, happened to him. But 10 seconds later, Hal pulled out of his dive and landed by the crash site, which appeared to be an old stone quarry. Disused excavators stood among mounds of gravel and rock. He reverted to human form and approached the fallen fire giant. He was a mess. One arm and one leg had been flung wide. Another leg was twisted backwards. Only his right arm was undamaged, his hand still gripping the handle of the sword. Surt's skull was nowhere to be seen. It had already been free-floating, so it wasn't a huge surprise it had bounced away somewhere. The weapon drew Hal's attention. This was the perfect moment to steal it, and his limbs too, for that matter. He wasn't sure the fire giant could truly be killed, but if he had survived this fall, then how would he fare without legs to get around on, or a sightless skull to peer out of, or a sword to wield? Surt's twisted body jerked. Frantically, Hal knelt and tried to pry the giant's fingers loose from the hilt. But the hand was 4 times larger than his own, and strong, and no amount of wrenching would dislodge it. Grab a leg, then. He hurried over to where the limb lay bent and useless, 10 yards away. It was still smoking, but the flames had gone out. Unlike Surt's torso, from which fire now sprang up. As Hal reached for the leg, he caught movement out of the corner of his eye and swung around to find the dismembered giant sitting up, a nightmarish ghoul with smoke pouring out of his ragged stumps. Hal knew time had run short. He transformed and, spreading his wings wide, faced the giant with his fangs bared. Surt, from his sitting position, threw the sword at Hal. It raced toward him and thudded deep into his shoulder. Hal gasped, jerking back in surprise. And while he gaped at the jutting sword, the giant's separated limbs wiggled and moved on their own, then flew toward the waiting torso and thumped back into place. The broken leg cracked and straightened. Surt sat up, slowly climbed to his feet, and began to laugh. A disembodied laugh, because his skull was still nowhere to be seen. Hal had a hard time pulling the sword out of his shoulder. His clumsy paws just couldn't get a good grip at the right angle. But he had some unexpected help from Surt. The decapitated creature extended an arm toward him, and though he stood several yards away, the sword suddenly wrenched free and shot backward, hilt first. Surt caught it deftly. He doesn't even need a head to see what he's doing, Hal thought with dismay. Uncertain what else he could do, he reared up on his hind legs, spreading his wings wide. Engulfing the giant in deadly fire felt like the appropriate course of action in the circumstances, but once again, it was all for nothing. When he ran out of breath and cut off his flames, the giant stood there unharmed, still flaming, still smoking, still headless, and still laughing. Hal listened intently. Then, as he pinpointed its source, he shared a strange moment with the headless giant, a moment where Surt suddenly realized he'd given himself away and stopped laughing. All at once, the flaming figure made a lumbering dash to Hal's left, and Hal lunged in the same direction. He was marginally quicker than the fire giant, but only because he battered at his opponent with a flailing wing. The skull lay quite some distance away and was only visible because its ivory surface gleamed in the reddish sunlight. Hal scooped it up with his teeth and took to the air, leaving the fire giant stumbling around on the ground while screaming in indignation from between Hal's jaws. Chapter 14. The skull. It was the best I could do, Hal said, as he dumped the gigantic skull on the grass. He rubbed his sore shoulder. It had taken a little while to find his friends. They were clustered in the field of clovers that Darcy had worked her dryad magic on, somewhere calm away from the mayhem. It was just the 8 of them, Robbie included. No sign of Nancy or Larry, though they probably had plenty to report on right now back at the Denver building. They all stared down at the oversized skull. Hal had handled it with his bare paws, and it seemed comfortably warm, but flames still sprang up occasionally, and smoke curled from within the empty eye sockets. "So let me get this straight," Emily said. "You dropped him from a great height, and his head came off?" "And his body is still walking about," Robbie added, looking dumbfounded. "Without his head?" "It was never attached in the first place," Fenton muttered. Thomas took a tentative step forward. "Can I kick it?" Abigail immediately shoved him back. "Okay, this is serious. Hal, you said he broke apart and then came back together?" Hal nodded and shrugged. "Like magic. It was only because he laughed so hard that I found his skull before he did." They all crowded around the motionless object. It lay on its side, and if it weren't 4 times bigger than a normal skull and continually bursting into flames, anyone would think it had just been dug up out of a graveyard. "Can you hear me?" Hal called, raising his voice. After a moment, the giant skull wobbled slightly, and there came a sigh. "I hear all of your tiresome voices all too clearly." A murmur of surprise swept around the circle. "What's the plan, exactly?" Hal asked. "You can't just want to destroy the world." "You are correct." The skull moved again, a barely perceptible shift. If there were a lower jaw, perhaps it would move up and down to match the voice. Hal was momentarily confused and a little hopeful. "So you don't just want to destroy the world?" "As I said, you are correct. I want to destroy all the worlds." Sighing, Hal shook his head. "Okay. And how are you going to do that?" "Yeah," Thomas argued. "You have a pretty impressive army, I'll give you that. 100 indestructible fire giants. But destroying even one world seems like a bit of a stretch." Fenton took over. "We saw what you did with the sky. What is that? Some kind of impenetrable layer? Nicely played, very scary. Are you planning to choke us out or something? Not very dramatic, is it?" Again, Surt's soft laughter. A couple of flames ignited within the eye sockets. "My army is 127 strong, the fiercest warriors ever to grace the underworld. I recruited them all from Valhalla. You want dramatic? I can assure you all the end of this world will be dramatic, and then we'll move on to the others." "But how?" Darcy exclaimed. "I'm having trouble picturing it. You destroy Earth in a huge ball of fire or whatever, and then what? How do you move on to other worlds? Where are these other worlds?" "There is much you can't hope to understand," Surt told her in an almost sad tone. "Tell us anyway." Surprisingly, Surt did so. "This world that you call Earth is merely one of the 9 realms of Yggdrasil, the Great Tree. We call this realm Midgard, home of the humans." "9 realms," Hal mused. "Do you mean the 9 planets?" The skull chuckled softly. "So quaint. But yes, in a way. It is possible to travel between the 9 realms without magic, but the journey is long and arduous. This is why I took a shortcut to yours, something very few can do." "The gateway," Abigail said. "Wait," Robbie said with a frown. "You're saying Earth is one realm of this great tree? I don't get it. Earth is huge, and it's floating around in space. There is no great tree named Yggdrasil or whatever you said." A sigh escaped from the skull. "So you think? As I said, there is much you can't hope to understand, but no matter. What happens beyond your Earth is hardly your concern." Dewey seemed like he was bursting to ask something. "But how will you destroy Earth and all the other planets? I mean realms? Where have all those other giants gone?" "And what's your body doing right now without its head?" Robbie asked, a grin breaking across his face. "I mean, that's kind of funny, right? Stumbling about, tripping over stuff." Nobody laughed. "What's your army doing right now?" Dewey persisted. "Where are they going?" Without warning, the skull rose off the grass and floated just above the group. Fiery hair appeared and swirled around in the breeze. Everyone backed up, suddenly wary. "What can a skull do to us?" Hal wondered. "It doesn't even have a lower jaw, so it can't bite us either. Maybe fireballs from its eye sockets?" "My warriors," Surt growled in that annoyingly booming, echoey voice, "are distancing themselves from one another. Soon you will die, along with everyone else on Earth." "Yeah, well, you're wrong," Thomas said. "We'll just go back to our own world." Hal wanted to nudge him to be quiet, but he wasn't standing near enough. If Surt had ears, they would have pricked up by now. A slight jerk of his skull gave away his sudden interest. "Your own world?" Hal wished the skull would lie back down on the grass, inert as skulls should be. It gave him the creeps to see it hovering in mid-air, swiveling to face whoever was talking. In this case, Thomas. Fire burned deep within the sockets. Abigail spoke quickly. "Don't listen to him. He's just trying to confuse you." Surt studied her. "I think not. You are shapeshifters, and I gave that some thought after you'd left to restore my sword. You had not heard of me. If you were from one of my 9 realms, you would have quaked at the sound of my name." "Not true," Abigail argued. "I'll bet most people on Earth have never heard of you. You're not as famous as you think you are." Flames roared out of the skull's eye sockets. "I also asked some of those prisoners. They were reluctant to speak of you, but I encouraged them." "Is that why they were so beaten up?" Darcy said angrily. He ignored her question. "They spoke of another realm, a world of magic. Take me there. I wish to see it." "Nope," Thomas growled. Surt's fire strengthened. He advanced on the red-headed boy, but Thomas didn't budge. "I am not a vindictive giant. I have no reason to waste my time ending lives, because all lives will be ended soon anyway. But for you, my boy, I will make an exception." Thomas straightened up and glared at the skull. "Yeah, how? You gonna headbutt me to death?" "Thomas," Emily warned. Unfortunately, Surt decided to do just that. He shot toward Thomas and connected with his face so hard that the boy flew backward and landed on his back. With a bleeding nose, he sat up and opened his mouth to shout something, but Surt came at him again, flying in for an even harder impact. Fenton leapt at the skull just in time, throwing himself in front and catching it as if he were playing the old Earth game of football. As Surt struggled to get free, Fenton clung on until his feet lifted off the ground a yard or two, and then thought better of it and let go. The skull shot upward, then glowered down at them all with blazing eyes and streaming hair. "Show me your world," he boomed, "or I will start ending lives early. It will take a single thought to send one of my warriors into battle." Hal couldn't imagine anyone standing up to one of those giants. He could see it now, a 25-foot monster using a sledgehammer to smash his way into a house. It would take mere seconds, and anyone living there. "You need to learn to keep your mouth shut, Thomas," he muttered, glaring at the bloody-nosed shapeshifter. He looked around at the others. "I'll take Surt to the portal. The rest of you—" "We all will," Lauren said firmly. She glared at Hal and added, "We stick together." So they set off at a fairly brisk pace across the field, heading for the smoky black portal, which they all agreed lay roughly that way. To make certain, Lauren flapped into the air for a quick reconnaissance. The skull floated alongside the rest of them, an unlikely and unwanted companion. Hal could have flown, but he was in no hurry. At least, not yet. The idea of giants marching across the countryside filled him with dread, but right now they needed information. He thought of Dewey's questions earlier. Cert, tell us what your army is planning to do. Where are they going? I told you, boy. They are spreading out. But why? The skull sighed, an oddly normal sound considering it came from a floating skull with no lower jaw, no flesh, no tongue, no neck, not even a body. It is easier to see than explain. When you see it happen, you will understand. Try us, Darcy demanded. Cert chuckled. Such fire in your heart. Thomas clicked his tongue. How come she gets to smart-mouth you and I don't? His nose had stopped bleeding now, but he looked a mess. I will show you, Cert said, suddenly eager. It took Hal a moment to realize he wasn't responding to Thomas's question. Instead, he decided to show them what the rest of the fire giants were planning. Spread out, arm's length apart. They all stopped, looked at each other, shrugged, and backed away, forming a circle. If they each stretched out their arms, they might just be able to touch fingers. Cert nodded, about the only reasonably normal action he could take, and floated between them, rotating as he spoke. A circle is not necessary, but the distancing is. Now imagine that each of you is a fire giant. Imagine the power you hold within, the power of fire, for all of us are descended from the armpits of the great and powerful Ymir, and as such we— Wait, what? Robbie interrupted. Did you say armpits? The skull rotated. First came Ymir from the primordial void of Ginnungagap, and from him came all other giants. The void of what? Darcy said. Slow down a bit. Cert growled and took a moment, turning as he gathered his thoughts. Your ignorance astounds me. It is said that the 11 rivers of Niflheim ran so far and wide from their source that they turned poisonous. When the poison hardened, the current eased, and the water turned to ice. Deadly gases rose into the air and condensed into rime. Layer upon layer of this toxic, icy rime formed across the northern part of Ginnungagap. Hal's head started to spin. 11 rivers, he said, and they turned poisonous? Cert ignored him and continued, his voice rising in obvious excitement. The southern end of Ginnungagap was close to Muspelheim, and from this realm of fire came molten lava and hot ashes. Naturally, fiery sparks drifted with the wind and clashed with the rime, which ignited. The rime slowly melted, dripping into the form of the first being in existence, the mighty Ymir. As that colossus slept, the sweat from his armpits created the first of many giants. The skull bowed in reverence. We are all descended from those giants. Hal could hardly believe his ears. The primordial void and molten lava mixing with poisonous gases sounded impressive enough, but descended from sweaty armpits? He tried not to smile. He could see the narrowed eyes of his friends and assumed they were fighting the urge as well. And so now you understand the greatness from which we emerged, Cert said in a somber voice. There is much more to our history, of course, but in answer to your question, all fire giants carry within their veins the same poison that swept down the rivers from Niflheim, and it is this that ignites us so freely in our realm of fire. But we hold it at bay because to release the full force of such energy, well, it would be catastrophic. And we're spread out why? Robbie asked, obviously trying to be respectful, but unable to keep the sarcasm from his voice. Everyone cried out when fire shot from both the skull's empty eye sockets and enveloped Robbie from the waist up. He jerked and yelled, beating at his chest and trying to put out the flames, but after a moment he stopped, looking puzzled from within the roaring inferno. It doesn't hurt, he said, holding up his hands. The fire no longer shot from Cert's eyes, but the ball of flames lingered independently around Robbie. As everyone watched in amazement, the fireball expanded, nearly filling the space between him and his neighbors, Lauren and Fenton, who recoiled as the fire licked hungrily toward them. Then it bulged upward, and suddenly roared like a beam of dazzling light toward the sky. Abruptly, it hit something invisible and exploded in all directions. It was merely a special effect, but impressive all the same. "It hit your red layer," Hal muttered, beginning to understand. "Is that it?" Surt gave a satisfied sigh. "The atmosphere is primed and waiting for 127 fire giants, but for all to release that much energy in close proximity would be wasteful and ineffective. Fire within fire is just the same fire. Standing far apart, we each light up the sky independently, all at once, joining forces to burn the world. It will take all of us at full strength." "Well," Emily said, "I hope for all our sakes you fail miserably." Surt laughed, his skull bobbing gently up and down. It would be funny if he had a moving jaw piece. Instead, he somehow looked all the more sinister. Robbie backed off suddenly, waving his hands about as if swatting at a cloud of irritating flies. The fire followed him until he made a dash to one side, and then he was out, and the shooting flames sputtered away. "So they're waiting for your command?" Hal asked, an idea suddenly coming to him. "What's the range?" The skull tilted to one side. "The range? Are you referring to the distance at which communication with my army fails? Trust me, distance is no object." Still, Hal's idea stuck. "Well, I guess we'll move on then. Can't stand around in a field all day." They did so, and Hal found himself eager to get to the portal. Never mind range. What about being in another world? Nancy and Larry had been unable to send their camera signal from Muspelheim to Old Earth. Maybe Surt would be unable to send his signal if he was stuck in New Earth. His mind whirled as they hurried along. Keeping Surt in New Earth might be a challenge. Just how strong was this skull? Could he burst out of a locked barn, for instance? What would it take to keep him contained? While some of the others murmured awkward conversation to each other, Abigail slipped her hand into Hal's and looked at him quizzically. She didn't speak, but her expression read, "What do you have in mind?" Of course, he didn't dare reply out loud, so his own expression suggested he'd tell her later. They arrived at the portal in the clearing among the trees. At first, several bored Portal Patrol officers nodded in greeting, but then they jerked in surprise at the sight of the floating, flaming skull. They went for their weapons but didn't draw them. While Emily rushed over to explain the situation, Hal wondered if these officers could come in handy. There were 3 of them right now, though their guns would probably be useless against a skull. Unless maybe they shattered it into a million pieces, they might be able to leap on it and hold it down. But first, Hal wanted to invite Surt through. Would he go? That would be far easier. Then he'd have goblins to deal with, and they were stronger and more used to weird magic. "We're going across to New Earth," Hal called, as he marched up the ramp toward the huge smoking portal. He paused long enough for Surt to float alongside. "Fascinating," the skull rumbled. "What is this? Is this a shortcut like my own?" "You catch on quick," Hal thought. Without waiting for an answer, Surt shot off to circle the entire portal. While he was gone, Hal turned to the others who were crowded behind him. "As soon as we go through, grab him and hold him down, trap him somehow. If he's stuck in New Earth, he probably won't be able to signal his army," Darcy whispered. Everyone nodded, agreeing without hesitation. And just in time, because Surt came around the other side and floated near. "It is a curious anomaly. A gateway to another world?" Hal shrugged. "Sure. Want to see? Come on through." He took a step toward the portal. "I sense a trap," Surt murmured. "What do you mean?" The skull laughed softly. "I am not a fool. However, it matters not. My army has its instructions. If I fall into your trap and do not return, then they are to destroy the world without me." The skull floated in silence, flames curling softly out of the eye sockets, and the fiery hair moving like ghostly snakes. Abigail sighed. "Well, Hal, it was a good plan." Everyone muttered in agreement. Surt chuckled again. "And now I would like you to accompany me across to your world and explain it to me." "So you can destroy it too?" Fenton snapped. "No way." "Very well, I will go on my own." The skull turned to the portal and started toward it. Hal felt an urge to get ahead of it and at least warn the goblins what was coming. So, apparently, did a few of the others. Abigail, Emily, and Robbie bolted past and launched themselves into the black smoke. Chuckling again, Surt said, "Interesting," and picked up speed. Hal ran alongside. "You have to promise to leave our world alone," he yelled. "You can't destroy everything." "Oh, but I can." Surt uttered those words right before heading into the smoke. Hal plunged into darkness, then blundered out on the other side, where a group of goblins waited. Abigail was already talking quickly to them, and they looked mystified. "He's here," Hal warned. But when he turned back, there was no sign of the skull. He waited. A silence fell. Still no skull. Hal swung around to face Emily, Abigail, and Robbie. "He's like his sword, unable to cross over." "That's good, right?" Emily said, her eyes wide and a smile developing. "He can't destroy New Earth if he can't get through." Robbie nodded. People and things from his world just aren't allowed here for some reason. Hal felt jubilant inside, but at the same time, his plan to trap the skull here was scotched. Never mind, though. Surt had already arranged for his army to carry out his orders in his absence, so capturing him was pointless. He allowed his delight to bubble to the surface. New Earth was safe. Fenton chose that moment to step through the portal. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder and said, "Bonehead isn't happy." Abigail laughed. "We know. We'll be back through in a second. Gotta make plans first." Fenton nodded and stepped back into the pulsing cloud. The four shifters crowded closer. "What next, then?" Robbie said. "We have to do something about that headless nutcase." "Actually, he's a bodiless nutcase," Emily corrected him. Hal held up his hand. "Wait." The other three peered at him. When he said nothing more, Abigail poked him in the chest. "Speak." "I'm thinking. What if—" He paused again. "What if we—" "Oh, spit it out," Robbie cried. "Not quite," Hal said, grinning at him. "I could, but I'd rather just throw it." Abigail grabbed his wrist with both hands and twisted in opposite directions, making him wince. All right. So I have an idea. And it's as crazy and stupid as every other plan I've ever come up with." "Worse, hopefully," Emily said with a smile. "They only work when they're terrible, awful plans," Abigail agreed. "So what is it?" Hal began to speak. Chapter 15. Hal's Crazy Plan. By the time Hal, Abigail, Emily, and Robbie popped back through the portal into Old Earth, the skull had gone berserk. The other shapeshifters clustered together, watching as flames shot high and sparks hissed from Surt's eye sockets. "What is the meaning of this trickery?" he raged. "Where did you go that I cannot?" "Oh, there's a whole other world through there," Robbie boasted. "I guess it's not for you, though. Good thing, too. Means we'll have somewhere to go after you've destroyed the Earth." "That is unacceptable," Surt raged. "There is no sense in destroying the world, indeed all 9 worlds, if a small pocket of resistance survives and pollutes the new order. When life starts over, it must be a complete renewal, or else there is no point." Hal shrugged. "Well, if there's no point—" Surt advanced, and Hal backed off, fearing a severe headbutting. But the skull merely blazed in anger for a moment without saying anything, then rotated slowly to face the smoky portal. When he spoke next, he was calmer and full of wonder. "How is it that another world exists beyond the reach of the great tree Yggdrasil? There are but 9 worlds, and yet—" He swiveled abruptly. The attack must not occur until I am sure nothing can survive. You have a short reprieve, young ones, while I solve this problem. With that, the giant skull floated away, leaving the clearing and disappearing from view. A portal patrol officer called out to them, "What in the world was that?" "Nothing in this world," Emily said cheerfully. Fenton marched over. "Well, did you come up with some kind of plan? Because now's the time while he's busy trying to break into New Earth." Hal shrugged. "It's not much of a plan. It involves lobbing Geo-Rocks at fire giants." While Robbie chuckled and Abigail shared a raised eyebrow with Emily, the rest looked a little dumbfounded. "Lobbing Geo-Rocks at fire giants?" Thomas said. "That's it." Perhaps not surprisingly, Thomas grinned. "I like it. When do we start?" Lauren didn't seem so enamored with the idea. "Hang on. We dropped a Geo-Rock on a fire giant's sword, and it did nothing. What makes you think this is going to work any better?" "No idea," Abigail said, "but it's something, right? We can try it and see. Either the giant absorbs the power, or the rock blows him up, or it sends him into New Earth, or nothing at all. I'm hoping for the blowing up one." Dewey shook his head. "This is bad. You're hoping for one of 4 outcomes. Those aren't good odds. Like I said, we try it once and see what happens. At least then we'll know for sure." It was a quick flight to where they'd left the cart and the scattered Geo-Rocks. Hal thumped down. "What a mess!" Emily cried. "We can't leave these things lying about in the grass. Let's get them picked up." Nobody wanted to, but she was right. They all slid off Hal's back and hurried about collecting up the rocks. He used that moment to do another rough count. Yes, they actually had enough ammunition to destroy the fire giants, assuming it worked at all. "Thanks for the help, doofus," Thomas grumbled to him when the last few were added to the cart. After a quick check around, Abigail grabbed one of the rocks and buzzed into place on his back. "Let's go!" With everyone clinging on, Hal took to the air again and set off to find a fire giant. It wasn't difficult. Aside from their size, they all burned to some degree, and some of them trailed black smoke into the air. Hal fixated on one of those trails and flew low for a quick reconnaissance. Like all the fire giants, this one was muscular and battle-weary. He had a hand missing, but it didn't stop him from wielding an enormous axe in his other. He wore dented armor across his shoulders and chest and a helmet with huge tusks sticking out, but half his face was missing. These giants had fought fearsome battles and come out the other side half dead. Or fully dead, in fact. Their souls had gone to Valhalla, and Surt had in turn brought them to Muspelheim. The giant glanced up as Hal passed over. He flew on with a shudder. In the distance he spotted another fire giant. He stood equally still and ready for the destruction of Earth. Just one command from Surt and... what? An explosion of energy, a colossal column of fire reaching for the sky, an eruption of volcanic proportions in the atmosphere alongside 100+ others. And then, somehow, all that power would spread around the globe. Hal could picture it to some extent, but he had a hard time truly believing it. Was Surt really deadly enough to end all things? "Get closer," he heard Abigail yell. "Quit stalling," Fenton complained. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Hal circled around and climbed higher, wanting to make sure the Geo-Rock had plenty of time to pick up speed so that, when it hit the ground, it would crack open and explode. The axe-wielding fire giant stood in a rather barren field, but ground was ground, hard enough for a rock to shatter against. Before he knew it, the Geo-Rock whizzed past the side of his head, shooting downward into the column of black smoke. Robbie shouted, "You idiot! You missed!" At the same time that Darcy exclaimed, "Good shot!" A brief argument ensued, but it was all pointless. The small bomb would hit wherever it hit, and no amount of heated discussion would change that. As it turned out, Abigail's aim was pretty good. The Geo-Rocks smacked down about 15 feet from the target. The giant didn't even notice, and if he did, he had no time to acknowledge it. The rock cracked open immediately, and a brilliant flash of fire engulfed him. Half a second later, a deafening bang filled the air. The fire giant literally tore apart. His feet remained still, while the rest of his limbs and body shredded into a million pieces and blew away with the blast of fire. Then, almost like the process reversed itself, all his tiny chunks came flying back again, along with the entire fireball, as the explosion turned into an implosion. And a split second later, the whole mess collapsed to the size of a pinprick and vanished with another deafening bang. Hal gasped and almost fell out of the sky with shock. His friends started cheering, and he circled around for a better look. All that remained was a blackened crater with a couple of charred stumps. One foot stood upright, and the other toppled sideways. A sulphurous smell drifted upward. No portal, though. Hal knew that portals often popped into existence some distance from the point of explosion. That was because the Earth continued rotating while the energy coalesced. The planet literally moved on without it for a split second, and that tiny delay meant a notable displacement. Still, he saw nothing no matter where he looked, not in the sky, nor on the surface in any direction. Had the smoky hole appeared underground? It was possible. Or it was equally possible it hadn't formed at all. Maybe the fire giant, like Surt's sword, had absorbed the energy. So why had Surt's sword survived the impact and the fire giant had not? Just because, Hal told himself. As Surt had suggested, there is much we don't understand. With his friends still cheering, Hal took another tour of the blackened crater and had to admit that his daft plan had worked beautifully. Abigail and Emily had been right. The crazier the better. Only ever come up with really stupid plans from now on, he thought with a smile. Sensible plans are for fools. 126 more to go, Robbie yelled and laughed again. But as much as he wanted this to work, Hal couldn't imagine Surt allowing the army of fire giants to stand idle while shapeshifters raced around, dropping bombs one by one. He'd probably already been alerted, which meant he in turn had alerted the others. He checked on the neighboring giant. Even at a distance, Hal could see its attention directed toward the commotion. "Do another one," Thomas urged. "Let's get a bunch of rocks. Hal, grab the whole cart and carry it around. Abby and Lauren can feed us rocks, and we'll lob 'em down." "Me too," Emily protested. Hal assumed she was referring to her newfound naga wings that she could use to help Abigail and Lauren grab rocks from the cart while in mid-flight. But his thoughts turned to the bigger picture. Thomas's idea was even crazier than his, which meant it might work, he rumbled to himself. Without delay, he hurtled back to the waiting cart of Geo-Rocks and descended on it. Hovering overhead, he grabbed it carefully with all four paws and lifted it off the ground. As he hurried toward the next fire giant, he was aware of Lauren flapping about nearby. "Slow down a bit," she called. "Abby can't keep up." He slowed, and seconds later, all three winged girls appeared before him, making a dive for the cart that he carried. They raced upward past his head and delivered their cargoes to the passengers on his back. By the time he reached the next fire giant, he imagined a little stash of Geo-Rocks wedged into his thick, protruding scales. Robbie and Thomas seemed the most eager, but Fenton gruffly ordered them to calm down and aim carefully. Already alerted to the danger, the fire giant turned toward them and pulled back his arm, aiming his spear. Hal dismissed it as inconsequential, until the long, pointed shaft shot forth, ripped straight through his wing, and kept on going. He felt it, but it was no more than a sting. What worried him was the way the spear arced around and came at him again. He jerked sideways and felt the spear glance off his shoulder. That had been close. As it arced around a third time, a Geo-Rock whizzed downward. Hal had his eye on the giant's never-ending missile. It hurtled toward him from the rear, and he slowed and waited as long as he could before tilting sideways and flailing with his tail. He tried to knock the spear out of the sky, but he missed. It punched all the way through the cart he carried, narrowly missing the half-load of Geo-Rocks. It sailed onward and began yet another graceful arc. At that moment, an explosion below commanded all of his attention. He glanced down to see the same thing happen as before, the expanding energy, the fire giant flying apart, the odd pause, then the sudden implosion and final bang. As before, a crater remained with a few body parts littering the perimeter. The rest was gone. Hal gasped as he remembered the spear and fully expected it to drill through his heart before he could react. But because its master was dead, it fell uselessly out of the sky and clattered on some rocks below. 125 to go, Robbie chanted. Yeah, let's not count every time, okay? Darcy told him. Anyway, remember what we're doing here. We're killing them. It's not funny. They're already dead, aren't they? They're walking around, so no, they're not. Have you seen the injuries they have? Robbie said, sounding incredulous. Missing limbs, bones showing everywhere, most of them with their skin burnt off, and Surt's head is floating around on its own. Are you serious? They're already dead, Darcy. Yeah, we're just blowing their bones apart, Thomas agreed. There followed a discussion about consciousness and how even a stick-and-mud golem was alive, once magicked into existence. These fire giants were no different, battered warriors raised from the dead, or perhaps just immortal from the beginning, unable to die, no matter the state of their bodies. Even more reason to end them, Thomas finished. Robbie had nothing more to add. Hal thought maybe Darcy's words lingered in his head. Maybe she was right, but it made no difference because the giants would literally kill everyone if the shapeshifters didn't stop them. By the time they reached their third target, there was no doubt the message had spread throughout the army. Alert, the fire giant dropped to a defensive position with one hand curled around a simple axe. It would be deadly if this were a ground attack. Even if he threw it, the cart Hal gripped in his paws would probably block it. A Geo-Rock hurtled down, and Hal watched with interest while swooping past and beginning to circle around. Twisting and glowing, the rock fell directly toward the giant, who watched with an impassive expression. Then he leapt to his feet and threw his axe. It spun upward with astounding speed and power, and the aim was absolutely perfect. The blade connected squarely with the rock, which exploded high above the warrior's head. The result was a little different. After the initial explosion, the implosion seemed oddly messy, with some of the energy shooting downward toward the giant and the rest dissipating in a shower of sparks and puffs of fire. But the force still knocked the giant off his feet. He climbed back up, a swirling aura surrounding him, as though the Geo-Rock's energy were trying to blow him apart, but couldn't gather enough strength. It whipped about like a gale, causing him to stagger this way and that, his own flames extinguished. But then he planted his feet, spread his arms wide, threw back his head, and let out a roar. Somehow, he pulled the energy inward and soaked it up, and then he reeled and gasped as the last remnants of the aura sputtered and faded. Grinning maniacally as Hal flew overhead, the fire giant burst into renewed flames and beat his chest. Triumphant laughter echoed across the land. Another Geo-Rock flew down, and the giant's mirth faded. He had just a second to feel for his missing axe and try to extract a long knife from his belt. And then the rock smacked the ground nearby, and he was blown apart by yet another explosion. This time, Robbie refrained from his countdown. "Did you see that?" he exclaimed instead. "It sucked in the Geo-Rock's power." "Not all of it," Abigail corrected him. "Maybe half? A whole rock is overload, but he could manage half. I'll bet it made him stronger too, just for a second." "So now we know." It has to be a pretty direct hit. "Number 4 ahead," Thomas warned. And number 5. They'd arrived in a small neighborhood of rundown, abandoned 2-story houses. As tall as the rooftops, 2 fire giants clambered over the structures and lumbered toward the shapeshifters. They were too far apart to be killed by a single Geo-Rock, so Hal chose the one with the long, flowing white hair. Most of the giants didn't have hair, but this one had somehow avoided burning it off. He was missing an arm, though, and a huge chunk had been torn from his side in a vicious battle at some point in his past. He hurled a hammer, and for a moment Hal wondered if this character was the mighty Thor from legend. But he didn't think so. Wasn't Thor one of the gods in Asgard? Still, the hammer, huge and blocky, tore through the air so fast it had to be powered by magic. He couldn't avoid it. It smacked into the bottom of the cart, and he almost lost his grip on the somewhat rickety contraption. To his horror, he felt it breaking apart. The hammer had split it, and rocks began to spill from underneath, tumbling and falling as he veered away. The noise battered his ears as well as the landscape. At least 6 explosions in succession, and then several equally loud follow-up bangs. He felt the cart sagging. Not wanting to lose all the ammunition, he descended fast, but also veered sharply in case any more cracked open. When he landed in a small parking lot surrounded by 2-story homes, the cart disintegrated and rocks spilled everywhere, rolling about on the ground and spreading wide across the cracked asphalt. Luckily, no more exploded. Hal looked back the way he'd come and saw the hammer-throwing giant had vanished, but the other stampeded toward them. He was distracted by the sight of 3 new portals, 3 smoky black clouds spaced equally apart, one buried in the middle of a road, another a few yards in the air and half embedded in the wall of a house, and the third above the rooftops. The approaching giant threw a huge net, and the weights on the end carried it through the air at frightening speed, toward Hal, who backed up in a hurry as it spread wide and came down on him. His friends cried out. He roared and blasted the net with fire, and the rope burned immediately, leaving a huge hole. It wasn't big enough to fit his wings through, though, and he quickly got tangled up in it. The towering warrior approached with a fearsome grimace on his gnarled face. He was bald and thick-necked, with massive shoulders, arms, and chest. Heavily scarred, but otherwise intact, he was perhaps the most human-looking and alive than any Hal had seen. He carried a mace, a long, thick handle topped with a heavy iron weight and blunt protuberances, perfect for delivering a deadly blow. He stomped closer and swung the mace around in an arc, bringing it down with all his might on Hal's head. Or he would have if Hal hadn't abruptly reverted to human form. His friends tumbled to the ground around him, and the net dropped flat. The mace thudded into the paved road. The giant blinked and frowned. Hal and his friends scrambled to get free of the net. Obviously, it was designed to catch other giants, because the gaps were large and easy to slip out of. By the time the giant had yanked his mace free of the road and raised it once more, the shapeshifters were making a run for it. The warrior was fast. With no time to transform and wait for his friends to climb on board, Hal just ran alongside, following whoever led the escape. It happened to be Dewey, and he made a sudden dash for the cover of an open doorway in one of many houses on the street. Hal didn't expect it to take too long for the giant's mace to smash its way through the roof, but some cover was better than none at this point. They all dove inside, ran down a hall, and ended up huddled in a kitchen. "This isn't safe," Lauren panted. "We have to—" A tremendous crash made them all yell and spin around. Through the doorway, the living room ceiling collapsed. Hal glimpsed the head of the mace before it was yanked back out again. He tried to imagine the power needed to smash through a rooftop, rafters, and floor joists in one single blow. If the mace itself didn't kill them, the collapsing house would. "Outside!" Fenton yelled, heading for the external door leading out back. They hurried into the yard, just as another blow pulverized the house. Hal glanced back to see the giant looking down over the roof at them from the front side. The monster roared and began clambering over as if the home were a simple fence to be hurdled. "I've got this!" Emily shouted, holding up a Geo-Rock as they ran across the grass. She transformed and began slithering, her silver scales glimmering in the sunlight. Wings erupted from her back, and she abruptly shot upward with a noisy humming sound. The rest of them made a point to get clear. Well clear. But that was hard to do with a giant 4 times taller and with a stride that easily caught up to them. "Split up," Robbie urged. That seemed like a smart plan, but even if it didn't, they peeled off in different directions anyway. The giant stomped after Darcy. Hal guessed it was a purely random choice. She turned into the street, then ran and ran, her blonde hair streaming. The fire giant, with flames licking up from his shoulders, stomped around the corner and went after her, leaving the rest of the shapeshifters to slow and look back. Before Hal had a chance to transform, Lauren did so instead. She went after Darcy, flying dangerously close to the giant's leg as she zeroed in on her running friend. With her talons outstretched, she grabbed Darcy by the shoulders and yanked her off into the air, eliciting a scream. The giant lunged and reached for the escaping pair, but he fell woefully short. Pausing, he watched them go, then turned to pick on someone else. At that moment, Emily came flying in from high above. She lobbed the Geo-Rock with force, then veered away, not even looking to see if it was on target. It was. But the giant deftly caught it. Amazed, the shapeshifters stared up at the fire giant as he cradled the rock in his palm. To him, it was tiny. But he seemed to understand its power, and he gently closed his fingers around it and smiled. Then he looked up, laughed, and threw it with all his might toward the yard where Hal and his friends lurked. Chapter 16. Fire in the Sky. None of the shapeshifters had time to take cover. The rock hit dead center between them all. Though they were spread far and wide across the yard, the explosion still knocked them off their feet. Hal groaned and rolled onto his side, then shook his head and started to get up. He was some distance from where he'd been standing. The ringing in his ears almost drowned out the sounds of the laughing giant. The once flat lawn now had a large but shallow crater in the middle, and right above hung a smoky portal. Yet another one for Miss Simone and the council to complain about, he thought absently. The portal was easy to reach and bigger than the house it floated next to, big enough for a fire giant to step through if it could. While Hal tried to clear the ringing from his ears, the thick-necked warrior stomped closer to the portal, his laughter giving way to wide-eyed wonder. He frowned, tilted his head, and reached toward the black, pulsing smoke. He plunged his hand in, but then he paused, scowling. He pushed harder, leaning into it. He might as well have been shoving against a cliff, immovable and unyielding as it was. Frustrated, he let out a roar and turned to look down at the shapeshifters. All at once, they scrambled. Like Hal, they'd been watching with interest. Now, their escape route was obvious. Hal let the giant single him out. "Come and get me!" The giant snarled and advanced on him. One by one, out of his line of sight, the shapeshifters threw themselves into the portal. Lauren flew in too, still gripping Darcy by the shoulders. She flapped about behind the giant's head while he blinked and jerked around, and then Emily zipped in from another angle. Hal made a dash for it, and the last thing he heard was a roar of anger as both he and Emily followed Lauren and Darcy through to safety. Quiet descended on them. They landed by the portal near to where the rest of the group waited. "Well, that was fun while it lasted," Robbie said with a sigh. They stood in a patch of woods. The cool air smelled fresh, more like a forest than a coastal town. It felt good to be back in New Earth. "So now we've lost our Geo-Rocks," Dewey said, looking forlorn. Fenton shook his head. "Not necessarily. We can use one of those other portals where they fell out." That was a great idea. Hal, with his friends on board, launched and headed back the way they'd come, or at least as far as they could tell. With nothing but wooded patches that bore no resemblance to the suburbs of Old Earth, it was hard to get a fix on the exact whereabouts of the three portals. However, they came across them in due course. The smoky clouds were lined up in a row, one half buried in the dirt, another hovering among the lowest branches, and another mostly hidden in the canopy above. Hal ducked low and stuck his head through the half-buried portal. Right before him in the parking lot was a crater with bits of bones littering the perimeter. And off to one side, a broken cart and a mound of spilled Geo-Rocks. In the distance, Hal heard a familiar sound, the dull chop, chop, chop of helicopters. He knew from their interactions with Lieutenant Briscoe in previous adventures that those helicopters were probably armed to the teeth with weapons as powerful as Geo-Rocks, perhaps more so. And they could be aimed more effectively. If the army had cottoned to what Hal and his friends had been doing, they'd waste no time taking over the duty. 123 to go, he thought. Crawling through the half-portal with his passengers, Hal felt his wings nudge up against the sides, always a strange sensation. He fully emerged into Old Earth and shot glances this way and that, looking for fire giants. All he saw at the moment were the surrounding two-story houses. "Let's be quick," Fenton said, jumping down. "Just toss them through the hole." "Well, don't toss them," Lauren said. "Maybe roll them, carefully." They opted to form a chain and pass each one along, so the Geo-Rocks could be neatly stacked in New Earth without any risk of them cracking open. But they were only halfway done picking them up when Darcy gasped. "Fire giants!" They all paused and looked to where she pointed. The giants towered above the houses, and it was a strange sight to watch 5 of them stomp around a corner as though navigating a model village. Cert led the group. "The big boss man has his body back," Thomas commented, as the shapeshifters picked up the pace with the rocks. "And his sword." "And he looks like he means business," Robbie added, tossing 2 through the portal at once. "You think he knows we're here? Or is he just coming to find these rocks?" "Either way, hurry up," Fenton complained. As soon as Cert spotted them, he roared with anger and hurled his sword from the far side of the parking lot. The dazzling weapon didn't just arc through the air, it sped toward them of its own volition, straight and steady, guided by magic. The shapeshifters froze. A second later, they all yelped and scattered. Hal was terrified it would target him or any of his friends. He half ran and half watched to see where the sword was headed. Thomas. Despite the fact that the red-headed boy darted left and right, then backtracked, the sword made slight adjustments to its trajectory before hurtling past his lower leg, but not before slicing his calf open. He screamed and toppled over. Everyone froze. Then, as one, the group ran to help, crowding around him. For a second, nobody knew what to do. The amount of spreading blood was shocking. Emily acted first. She knelt by him and grasped his arms. "Change, Thomas! Transform!" Thomas's screams dwindled to agonized moans. Sweat beaded his head. Hal couldn't stand to look, so he turned away and spotted Robbie transforming. The ogre hurried to pick up the gigantic fallen sword some distance away. "Transform," Emily said again. "Hurry, shift 10 times and heal." Thomas was almost too dazed to understand, but he eventually got the message and switched to his manticore form. After lying on his side, blinking for a moment, his red fur ruffled by a breeze and his segmented tail flicking back and forth, he remembered to shift again and morphed back to human form. He kept doing that, over and over. By now the giants had arrived. The brutes who flanked Surt seemed puny compared to their leader. All had flames curling up their bodies, and Surt's fire hair streamed backward. Before Surt could speak, Robbie suddenly swung the sword hard, launching it back at its owner. Whether the magical guidance system came from the weapon or the owner, it had no time to act against the ogre's strength, and the steel blade plunged straight through Surt's chest. Hal gasped. Nice shot, he thought with admiration. But more than that, his friend had acted with decisive, bold action. He'd seen an opportunity and taken it, or he might have just flung it in anger. Surt simply turned sideways and allowed one of his warriors to yank the weapon free. Then, grasping his sword once more, Surt glared at the shapeshifters with his empty eye sockets. I am impressed by your resilience and tenacity, but your time is over. This world will now burn. Wait, Hal said. What about New Earth? You said you wouldn't burn this world while another existed. You said, I know what I said. That is why I have an offer. He studied them for a moment. Then he held up a hand, palm upwards. A small flame ignited there and flickered like a candle. In the silence that followed, Surt slowly closed his fingers around the flame and balled them into a fist. When he opened his hand again, the flame had been transformed into a blackened ember no bigger than a chicken's egg. It had bright orange cracks around its surface, indicating a superheated interior. Surt casually flicked it toward the shapeshifters. Nobody went to catch it, so it bounced and skidded across the paved surface and came to rest at Abigail's feet, still smoking. Pick it up, Surt rumbled. What is it? Fenton asked. It looks hot, Lauren commented. Pick it up, Surt said again. Nobody moved, except perhaps Thomas, who was still shifting back and forth. He'd stopped moaning with pain. Now he looked comfortable, and the next time he sat up in human form and pulled his silky pant leg up, it was clear his wound was no more than a faint scar. Abigail sighed and bent to pick up the weird ember, but Hal, fearful she'd burn herself, snatched it first. She pursed her lips and gave him a look as if to say she wasn't a baby and could take care of herself. But he knew she was grateful at the same time, appreciative of his concern. To his surprise, the ember was merely warm to the touch. What's this for? He asked, watching a faint curl of smoke drift from its surface. Surt lowered his sword so the tip scraped on the ground. That small morsel is the blood of my people, the sweat and tears of the great Emir, and the fire of Muspelheim. With one bite, you will become immortal. You will be like us. He gestured at his flanking warriors. There is enough there for 3 of you to join me, and only 3. My offer is generous. Who among you will take this opportunity to live on in the next life while this mortal realm burns? No thanks, Darcy muttered. 3 of you, Surt growled. Join me now before it's too late. After Midgard is destroyed, I will return, and you will show me how to reach your magical realm. So you can destroy that too? Robbie yelled. Yeah, we're not interested, Fenton said firmly. Throw it back, Hal. We don't want his blood and tears, and we definitely don't want Emir's armpit sweat. Surt growled. Do not dismiss this gift. Think of it. The 9 realms of the great tree Yggdrasil, 9 planets in your solar system, 9 shapeshifters. That cannot be a coincidence. The number 9 is significant. You are destined for this. Only 3 of us, apparently, Emily griped. Hal slipped the ember into his pocket. We'll think about it. But Surt would not be dismissed. Niflheim and Muspelheim were the first 2 realms, created out of the primordial void. You already know Muspelheim is the land of fire. There's my realm. Niflheim is the land of fog and mist. Perhaps that's your realm? Does that mean anything to you? Hal froze. then cast a sidelong glance at his friends, who looked equally taken aback. Seeing their interest, Surt pressed on. The name Niflheim literally means mist home or mist world. One of its oldest rivers is protected by a great dragon named Nidhugg. Perhaps you, boy, are that dragon? Hal swallowed and shook his head. Consider, then, that Midgard is the home of the humans. This world that you know of as Earth, where humans live, is surrounded by an ocean, and that ocean is guarded by the Midgard serpent. Does that sound familiar? Don't know what you mean, Abigail muttered. Hal had an uneasy feeling. Surt seemed to be digging deep into their thoughts, looking for connections that weren't there. Get out of my head. Be one with us, Surt urged. Take a bite, absorb my power, live beyond this life. No thanks, Hal said firmly. All 5 fire giants stared impassively down at the shapeshifters. Surt eventually sighed. So be it. Perhaps you are entirely insignificant after all. He raised his sword high. The end of Midgard begins now. He turned and stalked away, his 4 warriors following close behind. After a long silence, Fenton muttered, Wait, right now? We don't have time to blow up the rest of the fire giants, Lauren cried. What are we going to do? The helicopters, Hal said, breathing hard as his heart thumped in his chest. They'll blast the fire giants in no time. Let's go watch. Climb on. Once again, he took to the sky, his passengers clinging tight. He soared high to get a good view of the chaos. He fully expected to see a squadron of the monstrous mechanical beasts thundering through the sky, firing off missiles and dropping bombs, blowing the giants apart. He saw 3 low-flying helicopters zeroing in on one particular giant. Before Hal could even get close, something hurtled into the air, the giant's hammer or mace or whatever it was. It struck the helicopter's rotors. They broke apart, and the mighty machine immediately took a dive. It wasn't very high, and it crashed down seconds later, landing flat on its belly and sending up a huge plume of smoke. The other 2 machines released a volley of gunfire and missiles, and the giant stood there and took it all in, laughing even as its torso was riddled with massive bullet holes. When missiles struck, their explosive power appeared to freeze in mid-air before promptly dissipating. The 2 helicopters veered away. Disappointed, Hal flew by and watched as the pilots staggered from the broken machine on the ground. The column of smoke masked their escape. Surely they had more powerful weapons than this. He couldn't believe a simple Geo-Rock contained more explosive energy than... But his thought trailed off as he realized it wasn't just about explosive power. It was about magic. Geo-Rocks had plenty. Helicopter artillery had none. From his vantage point fairly high in the sky, he could make out quite a number of Surt's giants standing like fiery beacons in a rough circle across the immediate landscape. Some had spread far outside the city. If it weren't for the fact that they trailed smoke into the air, they would be hard to see from a distance despite their size. But there they stood, ready and waiting. As if on cue, Hal caught a flash to his left and spun to watch. One of the giants near the coast silently flared outward in a massive ball of fire. A resounding boom followed shortly after. The dome-shaped inferno grew and grew, spreading halfway to each of the neighboring giants before expanding more forcefully upward. The dome turned into a blazing column, a colossal beam of brilliant light that reached for the sky. Hal watched it rise, higher and higher, until it appeared to taper off into the clouds. But he doubted it tapered at all. When it reached Surt's reddened layer high in the atmosphere, fire shot outward in all directions. The speed of it was astounding, almost like forked lightning zigzagging across the sky, burning numerous trails and setting everything alight. Only this was the sky. There was nothing to set alight, nothing but Surt's red veil, his primer. Like pouring gasoline on logs and letting it soak in before setting it on fire. He made the atmosphere inflammable. Hal shook his head with astonishment. How on... Another flare caused his friends to gasp and yell out, and Hal spun to the right in time to see another huge flaming dome spreading wide. Then another, and another. They each shot skyward, and about 20 seconds later, more vicious lightning erupted and zigzagged outward. By now, the first column of fire had faded, but its payload had already been delivered, and infernos raged where its forks of energy had burned across the red-tinged sky. The 3 new columns soon added to the chaos, and the sky began to resemble an ocean of roiling, churning lava. Dome after dome exploded outward on the ground. Columns of energy shot into the sky. Lightning cracked the increasingly turbulent atmosphere. It grew deeper red by the minute. Hal had the distinct impression Earth had moved too close to the sun, and they were witnessing great arcing prominences of plasma. He almost imagined the planet sinking into lava-filled oceans. But no, it was just the sky lit up in an inferno of hot gases. Molten liquid was not about to rain down on them, at least not yet. Maybe it would soon, though. Maybe the end of the world started with explosive gases and clouds of fire, and then everything got worse from there. Appalled and heartbroken, Hal began a rapid descent to the ground. He and his friends had failed. Earth was dying, and there was nothing any of them could do about it except flee to New Earth, where Surt and his hellish destruction couldn't follow. Chapter 17. 2 days later. This is appalling. Miss Simone's quiet, simple words made Hal cringe. So did the irked expressions of the council members, and the horror on the faces of all the parents, and the disgusted grimaces of several goblins who joined the meeting. "It's a matter of time before we're overrun by old Earthers," an elderly councillor muttered. "Agreed," said another, this one a stern, middle-aged woman. "Even with reinforcements, Portal Patrol won't hold them back for long." "Nor should they," a third chimed in. "We must help these people not grumble about their presence in our land." For the first time ever, an actual television had been brought into New Earth and set up in the community building. It couldn't receive a broadcast signal, but it didn't need to. Nancy Trace had provided all the original footage of Muspelheim on a small electronic device. Powered by Geo-Rocks, the TV painted a terrible picture of what was likely to be old Earth's final days. Around 40 people watched with mounting dismay. The 9 shapeshifters and their parents, the members of the council, Miss Simone, and Nancy herself. Goblins loitered in the back. "I'm sorry it took so long to get this to you," Nancy said. "It's been quite hectic, as you can imagine. All of this so far was filmed early in the week. The giants exploding and their fires lighting up the skies was around 2 in the afternoon on Tuesday. Everything you're about to see now has happened in the 2 days since." The TV was pretty big and standing quite high on the stage, but everybody leaned forward in their seats as Nancy's voice blared out of the speakers. "I'm here at the epicenter of the disaster, where the skies first lit up, after the fire giant leader Surt primed the far reaches of the troposphere and created a skin. 123 fire giants exploded and sent up their destructive power, literally setting the sky alight. That fire has now spread around the entire world, and the air is turning toxic. Soon, Earth will suffocate. That is, if it doesn't burn first, which experts say is more likely." The pictures on the TV showed helicopter and airplane footage, and the turbulent, angry sky was shocking. Every so often, the cameras caught flare-ups in mid-air that looked like a passing dragon had huffed out some fiery breath. This, scientists said, was the volatile gases building up high in the troposphere and pushing downward. Some particularly dense gas clouds descended faster than others. The lower those gases drifted, the more toxic and unstable the air became, and the more likely it was to simply catch alight. Earth is encapsulated in a bubble that defies science, Nancy went on, without any of the drama from the earliest footage. It was nothing but facts now, facts that scientists were unable to explain. The skin is about 6 miles high. Pilots report complete normality outside the skin, but inside, the air is poisonous and inflammable. It's a chemical chain reaction we can do nothing to stop. We have a week. Hal would have squeezed Abigail's hand if she were close by, but each of the shapeshifters was sandwiched by their parents. The mood couldn't have been any grimmer. Tuesday's return to New Earth had been awful, a pack of fleeing shapeshifters rushing home to cry about their failure. That evening, world leaders had attempted to calm the public and let them know everything possible was being done to solve the fast-spreading problem. On Wednesday, literally everyone had woken to red skies and sulphurous smells. By Thursday morning, authorities admitted nothing could be done. After 13 years with a virus in the air, living in bunkers to escape the deadly allergic reaction, and after stepping outside and returning to normality at long last. Now it was the end of the world again? People were preparing for transport to New Earth, a mass exodus into a magical land. That was easy for locals in the Stockport Bay area, but portals didn't exist in most parts of the world, so a plan had been concocted to fly thousands of Geo-Rocks around the country and overseas, drop them at designated targets, create portals, and ship people through in an organized manner. The TV showed buses rumbling along roads toward collection points in major cities under red skies. Crowds amassed behind fences, and men, women, and children jostled to be the first through the gates. The hastily organized evacuation plan could be summed up in a few words. Collections today and through the night, new portals opening on Friday 13th, and full worldwide evacuation by the weekend. Despite the news, as always, there were some who thought it would all blow over. Still, even they rushed to get out of the nasty winds and awful downpours. Weather has become problematic, Nancy's voice cut in. Acid rain stings, while furious burning gales cause something similar to sunburn. Respiratory problems have exacerbated the crisis. Across the world, a temporary option is to get underground, back to the air-filtered systems we lived in for so long, until portals are in place. For locals where we already have portals, Mayor Larson has advised an early morning evacuation to New Earth, if not sooner. Turn it off, Miss Simone said quietly. The voice continued even as Nancy reached for the remote control. As of this afternoon, on Thursday, November 12th, the city, the country, indeed the world is... The TV screen went dark. Hal trembled in his seat. His parents' reassurance that he'd done nothing wrong fell flat when he overheard news of the catastrophe in snatched conversation around the town. One had actually pointed at Hal and said, You and your meddling, you caused this." Miss Simone got up and started pacing. "I visited Old Earth myself when it started, and I was horrified. It's worse now. And this film only highlights the seriousness. It's inevitable. We must prepare for an influx of refugees," a counselor said. "But where do we house them?" "We can't," another said. "We'll have to split them into groups and ship them off to other towns and villages. That means we need horses, carts. They could bring their motorized vehicles." "They will not bring their motorized vehicles." "How will we protect them from the natural dangers of our land? Manticores roam the forests, and we can't have these people upsetting the Naga and causing unrest. They will need to gather together, and we'll bring them all across tomorrow morning as a single party so we can guide them, and hopefully avoid individuals running off and causing mayhem in our land. I should point out that the elves have already expressed their displeasure. The centaurs have too. Not that we care what they think. Still, the council went on, and Hal began to tune them out. So did his friends, and all of the parents. "Is there nothing we can do about this?" Dewey's dad said. Mr. Morgan often spoke for them all in his booming Welsh accent. Never mind the inconvenience of all those poor people evacuating to New Earth. I just don't want our old world dying." "Nor me," some of the other parents agreed. "I fear it's out of our hands," Miss Simone said. "I have the centaurs working on a possible solution, but I wouldn't pin our hopes on it. There's just no time. This goes well beyond anything I could ever. I just have no way to—" She trailed off, throwing up her hands. "The only thing I can suggest is going after Cert." Nancy spoke up. 123 fire giants went up in flames, but their leader did not. He returned to Muspelheim. Based on what we know, he's completed his work on Earth and now seeks to take his battle to Asgard. After that, he'll destroy everything else. "With whose army?" a goblin muttered. "He blew 'em all up." "That's unclear," Nancy said. "Is the gateway to Muspelheim still open?" Abigail asked. Her mom nudged her, but her dad nodded with approval at the question. "It is not," Nancy said. "Cert closed it behind him when he left, or it closed on its own." Deflated, Abigail hung her head. "So we have nothing," Miss Simone muttered. She paused in her pacing and peered around at the shapeshifters. "Any more ideas?" Hal was amazed she hadn't raged at them yet, blaming him and his friends for the mess. She was frantic with worry, but she was still being nice. He spoke up. "We have to reopen the gateway. We have to find Cert and make him stop this." Thomas scoffed openly, but Fenton leaned forward to look along the row at him. "Maybe we use superstitious magic again, and someone to channel that magic." Chairs creaked as friends and parents glanced about. In the background, the counselors continued their own discussion. "Explain," Miss Simone said softly. "Well, superstitious magic," Emily said, jumping to her feet. "It's Thursday 12th today, which means it's Friday 13th tomorrow. That has to mean something. That's a whole load of superstitious magic," Darcy exclaimed from the end of the row. Heads turned toward her. "Yes, we can use that. And maybe Madame Frost can channel it somehow and open that gateway. If anyone can do it, she can." "At a price," Hal muttered, groaning inwardly at the idea of negotiating with her again. In fact, he expected to see her anyway. Today was the deadline. He had a weird little fire giant ember he could give her that supposedly offered immortality, but if that wasn't good enough, then she'd demand his fire gland. She could be outside the community hall right now, waiting for him to emerge. Nobody heard his mutterings, though. "So," Fenton said slowly, "we show up at the 13th floor of that office building at dawn with Madame Frost, and she grabs the superstitious magic from the air and then uses that to open the gateway." The number of snorts from goblins was a little off-putting. "And then we go in and find Cert, and we persuade him to reverse the damage," Emily said. "Or make him," Thomas growled. "How do we make him?" Dewey asked quietly. Mr. Morgan nodded and boomed. "That's what I want to know. You'd have to be a fire giant as powerful as him to change his mind." Hal frowned. The ember. "But if you were a fire giant as powerful as him," Hal's dad added, "you probably wouldn't need Cert at all." "Except Cert's probably the only one who knows how to reverse it," Hal reasoned. "Just being as powerful as him might not mean anything if we don't have his experience," Abigail finished. "His world-destroying expertise, his sky-igniting prowess." Right. The counselors had finally stopped arguing and paused to listen. Miss Simone walked along the front of the hall, peering at the shapeshifters as she went. "I don't hold out much hope for this plan at all, but we have absolutely nothing to lose. So I stand behind you 100%. Go find Madame Frost and get it done." "Now hang on a minute," Mrs. Bridges said. Fenton's mom looked royally fed up. "Do I have to be the one to say this? We're safe here in New Earth. I feel terrible for our old world, of course, but if the chances of saving it are so slim, why send our children back into danger?" "Mom," Fenton muttered, hanging his head. Shush, son, his dad said. Just for once, your mom's right. I was right all along, she snapped, glaring at her husband. I was the one who said he shouldn't have gone on this fool mission in the first place. He could have been killed. All of them could have. She got to her feet. Simone, I think it's time for us parents to make a stand. We owe you everything, but there has to be a limit. Sending our children into such danger. Mom, Fenton said loudly, I'm 13. I can decide for myself. I have to disagree, Darcy's dad, Mr. O'Tanner, said. He frowned and stood too. Disagree with your mum, I mean. Not you, Fenton. He looked at Mrs. Bridges. You're wrong. We're only here with our kids today because of the agreement we made with Simone all those years ago, and these kids have proved themselves capable. They take care of each other. I'm proud of my girl, and I respect her decision when she agrees to go on these dangerous missions. As Darcy blushed and stifled a grin, her dad placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely terrified every time she steps outside the front door. But, you know what? I think I'm less terrified of these missions than I would be if she were going about a normal life back home before the days of the virus. He looked around at everyone. Do you remember that world? Imagine our kids growing up there now, driving on dangerous roads, going to college, having wild parties, dating. Chuckles spread about the hall. Dating, Mr. Stanton said. Yeah, you're right. I'd rather Emily walked into the jaws of an Ouroboros like she did the other day than have her dating a boy. What about me? Mrs. Hunter commented. My Lauren is dating and walking into the jaws of an Ouroboros. Yep, Mrs. O'Tanner said with a laugh. I feel sorry for you. Hal smiled to himself. If only Darcy's parents knew the truth, that she and Fenton were on the cusp of becoming an item. I'd like to add something, Nancy Trace said, raising a finger. She'd stood up and was busy thumbing through footage on the TV, which played at crazy speed in silence. I just thought it was worth showing you this. I know you parents have reservations about your kids going off on adventures, and I know the kids probably feel rotten about how things have turned out, blaming themselves and all that, so I wanted you to watch this. She located the footage and started playing it at normal speed. The sound suddenly blared from the speakers. Ridiculous how the mayor made a decision like that without consultation, without even taking a vote, a middle-aged man complained on the streets of the city. The Denver building stood as the backdrop, with the deep red sky showing to one side of it. And now here we are, the apocalypse. A young woman cut in from behind. I hate to say it, but releasing those 13 prisoners was the wrong thing to do. It's brought about the end of the world. Another voice, and the camera panned to the side. Those poor people had to be saved, but at what cost? I believe the mayor was wrong to make that call. Everyone deserves a chance, and the mayor was right to save them. The mayor should be offered as a sacrifice to the gods. Fire the mayor and bring back those kids. The camera could barely keep up with the clamor of voices. The only thing the mayor did right was to bring those shapeshifters in. She should have left the decision to them. They'd have done the right thing and sacrificed the prisoners to save the world. No, they wouldn't, you moron. Those poor kids were given an impossible choice, but in the end, they did what they had to, which was to save those innocent prisoners. The end of the world is not their fault. Where are they now? We need them. I watched that dragon flying about and those kids throwing bombs at a giant, and I thought, this is who should be in charge here. The mayor did the right thing, requesting their help. But we need them again now. This problem ain't going away. Help us. Bless those children from New Earth. If you're listening to this, please help us. There has to be something. Nancy cut it off. She turned to face the audience, a faint smile on her face. I basically walked around a crowd outside that building, and I only had to ask one question at the beginning. People chimed in left, right, and center. The consensus is pretty clear. Her smile broadened. Nobody is blaming you for this mess, kids, and nobody should. This whole thing was just too big to begin with. Miss Simone nodded, which is why I'm insisting you do what you can to help. Meanwhile, I'm working with the centaurs on some chemical proposals. They're helping, Dewey blurted. If they don't, then this region of New Earth faces a massive increase in human population, which they'll hate. And plus, they owe us. Hal nodded to himself. Why else would the centaurs help, other than to try and shake the guilt they felt about the previous apocalypse? One that they had caused. They're working on a way to neutralize the toxins and make it non-flammable. Although I'll be honest, they seem to think it would take weeks of research to come up with a solution. We don't have weeks. Abigail jumped up. Then what are we waiting for, guys? Let's go. Her words spurred the shapeshifters into action. They all stood and mumbled goodbyes to their parents, and there was a lot of hugging and kissing for the next half-minute. Hal struggled to free himself from his mom's grip, and his dad had to pry her fingers loose so he could retreat. "You be careful, son," his dad said. There wasn't much else for him or anyone else to say. Being careful was a given, but it had to be stated. That was what parents did. As the shifters gathered, Nancy approached. "Room for one more?" "Sure," Hal said. She laughed. "Thank you. Actually, since Larry's not here right now, I'll meet up with you at the Denver building if that's okay. Probably this evening or later. The world needs to see what you have planned for Friday 13th, and I'd like to be there to record it." Hal nodded. "Sure you don't want to come with us and collect a nasty witch?" "I'll pass this time, but only because Larry's not here, and because I'm working on a report and need to get that out for the evening news." Abigail frowned. "People are staying home and watching TV instead of evacuating?" Nancy burst out laughing. "Good heavens, no. Well, some are. Most people are running around like headless chickens, figuring out where the nearest portal is and where to get in line. My report is for those in charge all across the world, up-to-date coverage, exclusive on—" "Channel 9, Fenton interrupted with a grin. He shook his head. "Yeah, we get it." Hal set off shortly after, with his passengers on board. It felt strange flying across New Earth on a relatively simple errand to collect a crotchety witch. If only the rest were as simple. Their so-called plan was sketchy at best. The Friday 13th superstition might generate magic, and Madame Frost might be able to harness that energy and open a gateway into Muspelheim, and then Hal and his friends might find Surt in that expansive realm of fire, and then what? The sketchiest part of all was how to persuade the fire giant to undo the damage he'd caused. He thought about that all the way to the witch's swamp. Who would Surt listen to? An equal? A loved one? Someone higher in rank? Certainly not a group of kids. He'd asked 3 of them to chew on that ember and join him in immortality, and Hal currently had it strapped somewhere around his neck, buried in his transformed magical garments. But how would being immortal help? "You will be like us, and you will show me the way to your realm." That was what Surt had said, or words to that effect. Being immortal wasn't a lot of use right now, though. Sure, it would be easier to withstand the infernos descending from the sky in a day or two. But Hal and his friends could do that anyway, simply by retreating to New Earth along with everyone else. He chewed on that notion rather than the ember. If everyone migrated to New Earth, then Surt's plan to destroy the world would fail pretty miserably. So, why had he gone ahead anyway? He's confident we'll go to him. Hal imagined what old Earth would look like in a few days from now, consumed by toxic gases and fires, death for all who walked its surface. New Earth would be safe, but nobody would ever use the portals again. He's banking on 3 of us to cave. He thinks we'll eat the ember so we can go after him and get revenge, or so we can beg him to restore the world. Either way, he's waiting for us to show up, and when we do, We'll be in his power, and he'll force us to show him how to get to New Earth so he can destroy that too. Unfortunately, Surt's confidence was justified. With the world dying, what choice was left? Someone had to go to him. The alternative was to give up and allow old Earth to burn. Hal sighed. Yep. The fire giant was pretty sure of himself. He was biding his time, sitting back and waiting, certain a foolish shapeshifter would pay a visit sooner or later. And Hal knew who that fool was. "Hey, Dragon Boy!" Fenton yelled. "You're passing right over." He blinked and glanced down, then immediately veered in a tight circle to land on the small island in the swamp. Chapter 18. Lull before the storm. For once, Madame Frost was pleased to see them, or pleased to see Hal anyway. Come in, she beckoned, curling her finger as she stepped back from the doorway. "You are most welcome." Nobody entered. They remained on the porch, and the witch frowned. "No? You don't want a cup of hot chocolate? A cookie?" She turned her attention to Hal. "I must say, I'm impressed that you kept your word. I expected to come looking for you today, and you'd run screaming from me, begging like a whiny little baby. But here you are, on my doorstep, standing there like a man, come to honor our deal." "We need your help," Hal said, eager to change the subject. "Our deal can wait. Old Earth has a problem, a big problem." Yes, so I hear." A scowl developed. "So you're not here to honor our deal. Instead, you want more of my help?" "The world is dying," Emily snapped. "Stop thinking about yourself for a change and help." "Why should I care about old Earth? I don't live in that dreary old place. I live here, in this rich and bountiful land." "Which will soon be full of people from that dreary old place," Lauren said. "Is that what you want? For New Earth to suddenly be really crowded with people?" The witch shrugged. "I doubt anyone will bother me here in my swamp." She considered for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "I can see possibilities too. New blood, if you like. Deals to be had. People need my kind of skills, you see. Healing, enhancements, luck." "We do too," Hal interrupted. "We need you to open a gateway into Muspelheim. Are you able to do that?" "Surt closed it after him," Abigail added. "We thought maybe you could crack it open again." Despite herself, Madame Frost looked intrigued. She leaned against the doorframe. "Reopening a gateway is certainly easier than opening a fresh one. There's always a residual outline, you see, like an old wound that won't quite heal. So yes, it's possible. But it would take enormous amounts of magic, and unless you know how to bottle it up and take it across to old Earth—" "We're thinking of using superstitious magic," Fenton said. "It's Friday 13th tomorrow. A lot of people are scared of it." Madame Frost's mouth fell open. She stood up straight. "It's Friday 13th tomorrow? Goodness, how did I miss that? That's an interesting date even in New Earth. Why, witches all over the land will be out at dawn, harnessing the energy and—" She rubbed her chin, her eyes bright. Yes, I see. Well, I have to say I'm interested. Harnessing the magic from the day itself." Robbie practically jumped up and down with excitement. "So you can do it?" She began to pace back and forth, talking fast. "You know, that kind of magic builds up and surrounds certain objects and things like a ghostly aura, be it four-leafed clovers, ladders, mirrors, all those infamous superstitions that might conceivably be plucked or walked under or broken, thus invoking the spell. And where did these superstitions come from? Nobody knows for certain, but magic is everywhere on the prowl, looking for an escape. And that occurs when someone cracks a mirror, knocks on wood, finds a lucky horseshoe, tosses salt over their shoulder, runs across a black cat. Ah, but is it good magic or bad? That depends. The good kind gathers around clovers, while the bad kind is attracted to ladders and mirrors. Both good and bad are often vying for attention. And Friday 13th? Darcy whispered. The very worst kind of magic, the witch exclaimed. And so powerful. Magic ebbs and flows, but it's strong on these special days. It's been strong all week, I'll wager, but it will be at its strongest tomorrow, starting at dawn. Emily shuddered. Does this mean things will go bad for us tomorrow? The witch laughed. Things have been going bad for you already, my dear. And considering the alternative, I shouldn't think it could get any worse. Besides, when I harness the magic, its intention becomes moot. It'll simply be energy with no real purpose other than what I use it for. Hal found himself relaxing inside. Madame Frost was on board with the request for help, and it seemed their plan might actually have a chance of working, or at least the first part of the plan. Reopening the gateway to Muspelheim was pretty major, though. If they could accomplish that, then surely the rest would be doable. As the witch darted about her cottage, gathering a few items she'd need to harness the magic, Hal and his friends quietly discussed the matter of Surt and how to persuade him to undo his damage. I have a plan, Hal said, but you probably won't like it. If you have any other ideas, I'm listening, but otherwise, well, I think I might chew on that ember in my pocket. Emily gasped. And become like Surt? Immortal? Robbie added. Hal frowned. Shh, let's keep this part to ourselves. He quickly outlined his idea, which was to visit Surt and try to negotiate with him. Since that most likely wouldn't work, the best possible scenario he could think of was to lure the fire giant into Old Earth and close the portal behind him. Maybe then they could bargain with him. What does being immortal have to do with it? Abigail asked. The look on her face suggested she was 1,000% against that idea. He'll insist on it, Hal said. You know he will. It's like being a dragon and walking into the labyrinth of fire to talk to the Emperor. He's not going to pay attention unless I have dozens of battle scars. I have to meet Surt on his turf as one of his own kind. He paused for breath. But only I'm doing this. I need you all to help capture him when I lure him out. And then we kill him, Thomas snarled. No, Hal said, shaking his head. Then we do whatever it takes to change his mind and reverse the damage. He's our only hope. Madame Frost emerged with a sack slung over her shoulder. I'm ready. Well, isn't this lovely? We're all going on an outing together. This is becoming a habit. And at the end of it, I get to take Hal's fire gland, right, Hal? Hal swallowed and shrugged. She glared harder. Unless, of course, you have something else for me instead. That was the new deal, wasn't it? She grinned. Oh, but then I'll need repaying for this new favor I'm about to do for you. I don't know, Hal. It seems you just keep getting yourself more and more in debt. I do believe that Firegland is mine, after all. Hal had no idea how he'd be able to stop her when the time came. He attempted to change the subject. So if we're harnessing the magic at dawn tomorrow, where are we sleeping tonight? In Old Earth? Right there in that building, the witch said. We need to be set up and ready at first light. So we'll go there now and be prepared. Hal transformed and headed off, now with an extra passenger. As he flew, he could hear his friends mulling over the finer details of the plan. You're not in this alone, Abigail called to him in a warning tone. Never mind that for now, Thomas snapped. Let's figure out what he needs to say. Yeah, if he just walks up to Surt and says, Hey, I'm like you now, how about we talk about what you did? I can't see Surt changing his mind, Fenton said. Even if Hal chews on that ember and turns into a fire giant, Robbie said. A couple of them sucked in their breaths. Robbie, shh, Lauren muttered. What? Oh! But Madame Frost had already heard. What's this ember you're talking about? Fenton spoke quickly. How about Kitsune? That shut everyone up. Hal quit beating his wings for a moment. Kitsune? The yokai shapeshifter was still locked up in a barn. Miss Simone hadn't had much luck talking to her, and until she could have a decent conversation and get a sense of the prisoner's state of mind, There was no way a dangerous yokai like Kitsune could be released. She was a spirit inhabiting a human host, and when that host died, she'd take another. That alone was a reason to keep her away from the public. What if she grew tired of her current body? She lacked the capacity for empathy. She'd lived a long, long time in a community that routinely lured sailors to their island to be used as hosts. Lauren spoke first. I don't understand. What about her? She's a shapeshifter, Fenton answered. But she can be anything. She could be a fire giant, maybe. Not without seeing one first, Darcy reminded him. And she wouldn't be as big, Robbie said. She has size limits. Well, she could pretend to be Hal, Abigail said suddenly. She could take the ember and be immortal and talk to Cert in Hal's place. Or not take the ember. She'll still look the part. Some of the others gasped at her for being so careless around Madame Frost, but Abigail shot them down. There's enough of that ember for the witch, too. You hear me, Madame Frost? You can be immortal, and Hal keeps his fire gland. Immortal? The witch repeated. Hal thought she sounded a little bit gobsmacked. After a pause, Abigail said, Look, if Kitsune does this, she'll get what she always wanted, a way to live forever without her host body growing old. She can mimic Hal, and then, once she sees Cert from a distance, she can turn into a fire giant with Hal's face and sell the idea even more. A lot of sighing suggested everyone thought the ploy was even more foolhardy than Hal's. Kitsune couldn't be trusted, nor could the witch for that matter, as Thomas openly reminded them. Abigail agreed with him, insisting that the situation was desperate and literally everyone could die if they didn't take some risks and trust their enemies to some extent. She talked them around in the end, saying her plan was just one of a few possibilities. They'd have to wing it, but they'd make it work. We're all facing a common threat, she argued. Kitsune's not, Darcy said. She's perfectly safe locked up in New Earth. Not for long, Abigail growled. Let's go grab her. If she's with us, she'll have to help. Hal didn't rate her plan very highly. He had no doubt Kitsune could mimic him. But could she argue their case as effectively? She was a little simple in that respect after leading such a sheltered life tucked away in a bedroom most of the time, and she didn't really care that much. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain his doubts while flying across forests toward Carter. Hal, let's pick up Kitsune on the way, Abigail called to him. She definitely sounded happier now. Seeing no other choice, he did as he was told and landed by the barn in Carter where she was being held. A couple of goblins sat right outside the door, munching on roasted chestnuts. They paused when Hal descended on them, and they watched with scowls as three boys climbed down and entered the barn. They didn't even speak as their prisoner was released from lockup. They said nothing at all until Fenton, Robbie, and Thomas marched Kitsune outside and urged her to climb onto Hal's back. "Hey," one said at last, "what do you think you're doing?" "Tell Miss Simone we have Kitsune," Abigail announced. "We need her help." Knowing Miss Simone would most likely support the shapeshifters in every way didn't mean the goblins liked having their prisoner snatched from under their noses. They snarled and grimaced. Fenton said, "If Blacknail were here, he wouldn't complain." "Yeah, well, Blacknail ain't here." "Thank you," Darcy called politely once they'd all clambered on. "Have a nice day." Hal took off. He'd only caught a glimpse of Kitsune as she'd been ushered from the barn, but he'd seen enough. The petite woman had long black hair and beautiful, doll-like features. Miss Simone had given her a black silk robe, the same enchanted material as the shapeshifters, because she too was a shifter. Locked in the barn, she'd had the opportunity to transform into whatever she wanted, be it an ogre, a centaur, or even one of the goblin guards. She was a mistress of disguise. But because changing her overall mass had limitations, she couldn't be a full-size ogress and smash her way free, nor a tiny fairy and slip out of the barred window. There was nothing to stop her from escaping now, though, nothing but curiosity. She sat in silence on Hal's back as his friends took turns explaining to her what was going on. Fenton ended with, "And if you help us, it means immortality, what you always wanted. And freedom," Abigail promised, "because if you're immortal, well, then there's no need to snatch a new host." "But we'll be trusting you to behave," Emily warned. "If you start hurting people or causing trouble, we'll come after you." They spoke as if everything would be resolved and normality restored. Once Kitsune got a look at the sky over Old Earth, she might not even want to help. Kitsune kept her mouth shut the whole time. Hal hoped she wouldn't suddenly turn into a harpy and flap away. She could do that so easily, and it would be hard to stop her. Still, the promise of immortality. Hal landed by the portal into Old Earth. Goblins surrounded it, but it wasn't to stop people going in. It was to prevent a surge from the other side. A lady in a businesslike jacket and skirt stood there with a few others in suits. She was having a heated discussion with the goblins. As Hal thumped down, most of them spun around and backed away, their eyes wide. The lady didn't notice immediately and kept on talking, her voice commanding. "Needs to be sooner than that. I have a whole city choking on toxic air, and you're stopping me from providing a safe haven for them. We have to come through now." The goblin eyed Hal over her shoulder and responded, "Mayor, I ain't got approval to let you pass yet. If I let you in, your people will run wild, and we'll never see 'em again. Be patient. Arrangements are being made for proper refugee camps, and in the morning—" "Oh," Hal thought, "so this is Mayor Larson from the city?" "It's due to rain in the morning," she yelled. "I can't have people traipsing about in acid rain. Please just let us through." Hal chose that moment to stomp closer. The mayor glanced back, then did a double take and almost fell over herself trying to retreat. After a moment, she let out a shaky laugh, her gaze shifting to his passengers. "Oh, it's you! I never got a chance to thank you personally for releasing those prisoners, and I want you to know this catastrophe is not your fault. But now we need to cross into New Earth before—" "We have a plan," Emily called. "Move aside, please." The mayor had no choice but to stumble out of the way as Hal lumbered up the ramp toward the smoky portal. He plunged through. The other side was chaos. Hundreds of people milled about, all shouting and jostling, and a legion of portal patrol officers, goblins, and centaurs barred the way into the portal. But Hal's attention was drawn almost immediately to the sky. He gasped at the sight of it. It was far more dramatic and frightening than on film. Aside from being a deep red in color, fire raged far above the rolling black clouds. A harsh wind blew through the trees, and most people had pulled up their coat collars to combat what had to be a stinging sensation on the skin, judging by the way his friends started exclaiming about it. The crowd went quiet for a moment. Then voices began rising again. "Are you here to save us?" "What are you going to do about this mess?" "Tell these idiots to let us through." "Let's go, Hal," Emily shouted. "This wind hurts." He took off immediately, heading for the city, leaving the pleas behind. But it astonished him how many people had come out this evening. He wouldn't be surprised if the entire city's population had amassed by the portal. And he had to wonder if Carter's council really would wait until morning before allowing them through. Sleeping out in the open with that wind, the possibility of acid rain, or worse, fireballs from the sky, and to top it off, the prospect of dawn breaking on Friday 13th, as if these poor people hadn't endured enough bad luck. Hal very much doubted the portal blockade would last overnight. What about the newly formed portals? 3 in a line, and 1 in a backyard. He made a slight detour to take a look, much to the annoyance of his passengers. If he discovered people sneaking through, he would let them, but he was curious to find out. He clearly saw the damage to the houses where they'd battled fire giants, but the portals were gone. Miss Simone had acted quickly. He could think of quite a few more established portals in the region, and those were probably still open and heavily guarded, but Miss Simone had shut down any new ones in a hurry. And while she was at it, she'd probably collected up the huge pile of Geo-Rocks on the New Earth side. She didn't waste any time, Dewey said from his back as Hal circled around. A good thing too, Thomas said, or we'd be overrun by now. We should be overrun, Emily complained. Those poor people, why can't they just be allowed through to New Earth? Who cares if they run wild all over the place? Let's see, Thomas argued. Naga, centaurs, elves. Pretty much everyone who's not human would have a problem with that. Fenton agreed. Yeah, it has to be controlled. Control it later, Emily said. They all voiced their opinions, except Madame Frost and Kitsune, who remained silent the whole time. Not surprisingly, the streets of the city were deserted. Hal headed once more for the Denver building and landed out front. After everyone had dismounted, he reverted to human form and immediately felt the sting of the wind on his cheeks. They all hurried to the entrance and ducked inside. Looking around at his friends, Hal saw several ruddy complexions, most a little uneven, depending on which side the wind had attacked them. Madame Frost's pointed nose and wrinkled cheeks had taken on a bright red gleam. Even Kitsune's porcelain skin was a little burnt. Still, the yokai said nothing. Her bright, wide-eyed look suggested she was still soaking up everything new to her, the smoky portal, the number of potential human hosts, the red sky, the tall buildings of the city, and now the elevator as they traveled to the 13th floor. She could escape, but she was either too scared or too distracted. "I've heard a lot about you, Kitsune," Madame Frost said to her as they huddled together in the tight space. Silence. "You're not much of a talker." Thomas scoffed. "You wait until she starts. You'll never shut her up." Suddenly, an extra Thomas stood with them in the elevator. Madame Frost gasped, then laughed. "Well, that's really quite remarkable. The likeness is—" Kitsune then morphed into the witch, clothes and all. This shut Madame Frost up in a hurry. By the time they stepped out of the elevator, Kitsune had morphed yet again, this time into a white fox with 9 tails. She bounded out into the corridor before anyone else, then froze in confusion, looking around as if wondering what had happened to the lobby. "Welcome to the 13th floor," Thomas said as he strode past. He had the audacity to pet the fox on the back of the neck, which caused Kitsune to growl angrily, swishing her tails about. Thomas just laughed. 9 tails. Was that significant? Surt and his Norse world seemed to find the number 9 important. The entire week had been about the numbers 13 and 9, with a little bit of 12 thrown in. Farther along the corridor, Hal and his friends stopped to survey the damage, starting with the massive hole to their left, a gaping exit to the outside world, offering a fatal drop to the pavement far below. Red daylight flooded in, accompanied by a strong breeze. Hal peered out through a much safer intact window. Even though he could transform, it unnerved him being so high up, and he felt much closer to the terrifying sky. A huge flash of fire seemed lower than any cloud he'd ever seen. The volatile, toxic chemicals were descending fast. The air itself would soon be inflammable at ground level. "At least it's cooler in here now," Darcy murmured, staying well back from the dangerous opening. "Yeah, there's quite a nice deadly breeze blowing in," Robbie said. He moved closer, shielding his face against the wind. "Wow, I nearly ran straight out of this the other day. Couldn't see a thing with all the dust." "I did run straight out," Hal said. The damage seemed even more extensive now that the dust had settled. The fire giants were so tall they'd opened up the 13th floor to the level above and doubled the height of the room, yet they'd still scraped their heads. The amount of concrete lying about was staggering. The group weaved past it all, careful not to stub their toes on the smaller lumps. Wiring from ceiling lights lay strewn across their path. Twisted rebar stuck up here and there. A thick coating of dust threatened to choke them every time a gust of wind stirred it up. Amid the debris, chairs and tables had been knocked over, crushed, buried, or all three. "Well, this is just lovely," Madame Frost said, nodding. Yes. Where exactly was Surt's gateway? I'd like to get set up." Several of them pointed to a spot in the center of the office, right where the demolition work had started. The witch walked around the vacant area, kicking chunks of concrete out of the way. Hal wandered over to the hole in the dividing wall to the adjacent office. Leaning through, he was startled to find 6 motionless hellhounds laid out flat on the floor. Frowning, he watched them for a while. "They're still here," Abigail exclaimed as she stepped up beside him. Hal nodded. "I think they're dead." Judging by the lifeless tongues and half-shut staring eyes, and the fact that the animals had no fiery orange glow, it seemed obvious they'd expired. "Surt just left them here," she said, sounding sad. "I guess they were dead anyway. Reanimated corpse dogs or something? Maybe they need fire and magic to survive?" But he really had no clue what they needed. The rest of the shapeshifters ambled closer. It was a somber moment. Nobody had any love for hellhounds, but still. "I guess we'll spend the night in one of the other rooms then," the witch said. "Suits me," Thomas said with a shrug. "I'll be a manticore, though, so don't even think about disturbing me." "What about Kitsune?" Darcy murmured as the fox sat and yawned on the other side of the room. "Lock her up or what?" In the end, the group decided against it. Locking her up wouldn't help build a respectful, trusting relationship. They just had to hope she stuck around. This would be the true test of her intentions. As long as she doesn't quietly slaughter us all. "I'm going to find some blankets for tonight," Emily said. Darcy frowned. "In an office building?" "I'm sure there's a storeroom on one of these floors. We just have to find it." It's an office building." But nothing would stop Emily from searching from top to bottom. She headed off at a brisk pace, pleased to have something to do for the next half hour. "In the meantime," Hal called after her, "we'll get snacks and drinks from that vending machine down the hall." Lauren raised an eyebrow. "But you don't have any money." Hal's answer was to pick up a small lump of concrete. "All right, kids," Madame Frost said, rubbing her hands and grinning. "I'm going to get some shut-eye. Let's wake just before dawn. It's going to be an interesting day." Chapter 19. Friday 13th. Madame Frost kicked Hal awake. He jerked and blinked. Thoroughly confused, he stared up at her robed figure in the near darkness. She held a makeshift torch that flickered and lit her face with eerie shadows. "Rise and shine, fireboy! Dawn is nearly here." He bolted upright as everything came flooding back. Looking around, he found half of his friends stirring under their blankets and the other half still being kicked awake by the witch. Candy wrappers and empty soda cans littered the office. To his surprise, he spotted Kitsune sitting there also, still in her white fox form, her 9 tails gently swaying. Evidently, she was keen on the idea of immortality, otherwise she would have slipped away in the night. Hal frowned at the sight of 2 extra-covered figures. When the witch paused over them, then turned to Hal with a puzzled look, he shrugged. But as soon as she whipped back the sheet of one, it all became clear. Nancy Trace and Larry the cameraman had snuck in during the night. "Didn't want to wake you," Nancy said with a yawn as she sat up. She snapped on a dazzling flashlight, causing everyone to recoil and shield their eyes. She shut it off again. "Goodness. Is it morning already?" "Close," Madame Frost said, staring with narrowed eyes at the reporter. "I know you. You're the one on that screen." "On the TV, yes." Nancy climbed to her feet and stuck out her hand. "Nancy Trace, reporter for Channel 9 News. And you must be Madame Frost. Pleasure to meet you." She gestured to her companion, who was just now sitting up. "That's Larry. He's my right-hand man. Can't do my job without him, and—" "Who is that?" Everyone followed her gaze to the white fox. "That's Kitsune," Hal said. "She's, kind of like us, a shapeshifter, only different." The news team spent the next few minutes getting caught up on the latest plans. Then the entire group went to check on Madame Frost's work. The evening before, everyone had chipped in to clear the floor around the site of Surt's old gateway. The witch then sprinkled some nasty, stinky white powder in a large circle. Dead center, using the same powder, she'd painted a lavish swirl on the floor, an ancient hex to focus the energy in one spot, or so she said. And she'd laid out dozens of small candles around the perimeter, which she now went around lighting one by one. The soft ambience was oddly comforting. "The circle will help keep the energy contained," she said, "and the swirl will focus it. The candles will let me know if the energy is trying to escape, and if so, I can use a couple of restraining spells. But the main thing is to channel the magic into a single point right above that symbol, where the gateway was before. I think the magic will find its way into the old wound the same way rainwater trickles into a depression, the path of least resistance." She ushered the shapeshifters into position around the circle, evenly spaced. Nancy and Larry were roped in, too, and Kitsune, though she was still a fox. "Reminds me of Surt's demonstration," Robbie said, looking a little nervous. "Hope I'm not going to burst into fire again." "Reminds me of voodoo magic," Larry mumbled, hoisting his camera onto his shoulder. "It is," Madame Frost said. "What stinks so bad?" Nancy asked, wrinkling her nose. "The goofer dust." Seeing a lot of blank expressions, the witch rolled her eyes. "It's probably the sulfur you smell, or maybe the dried manure. I doubt it's the powdered bones, which are generally odorless, or the herbs and spices, which are normally quite nice. Perhaps the insect chitin." "Are we opening a gateway or raising the dead?" Larry said with a frown as his red light came on. "If you don't want to help, then get lost," Madame Frost told him. Finally, 9 shapeshifters, a witch, a fox, a reporter, and a cameraman stood in a circle waiting for the sun to rise. "There's 13 of us," Hal noted. Through the gaping exit hole in the south face of the building, the purple sky slowly lightened to a deep red as the sun peeked over the horizon somewhere to the right. Constant flashes of yellow light reminded Hal of fireflies, but giant ones. Heavy black storm clouds became visible. A light rain pattered on the glass. It truly looked like the end of days. First came a slow brightening of the room, but the witch waited. As the first shaft of muted light appeared on the wall, she began to mumble under her breath. Feeling a little useless as well as apprehensive, Hal glanced across at Abigail, who stood just out of reach. It started with a tingly feeling in his fingertips. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Goosebumps rose on his forearms. The candles flickered. The entire circle of 13 had noticed. The witch paused, watching the candles. A smile appeared on her lips. Dewey shuffled uneasily. Emily and Darcy glanced sideways at each other. Robbie frowned and looked up, as though he suspected a draft had crept in from somewhere. Madame Frost resumed her mumbling. The candles flickered a little harder. Larry was the only one busy doing something. He moved his camera from side to side, and when he settled on Nancy, she leaned close and began whispering. Hal heard snatches, but then the witch broke off from her muttering and snapped, "Quiet! No talking!" Nancy shut up, giving the camera a glance that suggested she'd just been scolded like a naughty schoolgirl. The candlelight moved in an odd way now, first one, then the next, and so on around the circle, as though a phantom were wafting slowly around the perimeter, seeking a way out. Hal felt nothing except the continued tingling, but it was more noticeable when the candle nearest to him flared up and nearly went out. The powder smudged here and there, releasing more of its pungent smell. Then it began to whip up in a frenzy, first on one side of the circle and then the other. It quickly abated, and straight after that, the huge symbol in the center began to shimmer. Hal's mouth dropped open. Why would a painted symbol wobble and blur like that? But it did, and right above, the air itself trembled. The witch's murmurs increased, and she held her hands wide and tilted her head back. The shimmering intensified. Then a fiery light appeared just off the floor. Irregular in shape, it stretched and contracted, pulsed and flickered, then caught alight. A weird, flaming S-shape that twisted slowly like a burning cobra, poised to strike. It flared bright with a roar, then straightened and thickened. The noise died away, leaving the flames to softly crackle and spit instead. The witch dropped her arms. Done. Hal could hardly believe it. Seriously? It's done? That's a new gateway to Muspelheim? How do you know? It looks different to the last one, Robbie commented. Smaller too, Thomas agreed. Are we supposed to climb through that somehow? Madame Frost's face darkened. I just sucked a lot of magic from the air, concentrated it in one spot, and punched a hole through reality to a world I've never visited before. Do you think you could do any better? Well, no, Robbie said, but like Hal said, how do you know it's a gateway to Muspelheim? Stick your head through and see, the woman snarled. Nobody wanted to be the first to try such a thing. Surt's gateway had actually resembled a gateway. This one looked like a superheated mistake. Hal stepped over the candles and into the circle. He approached the floating rip in reality, if indeed it were that. Raising his hands, he judged the flames to be a little cooler than he'd expected. Maybe it was a magical gateway after all. Taking a breath, and aware that everyone watched him closely, he tentatively reached out. Then he stuck his hand straight into the heart of the thick band of light. To his relief, it didn't burn him, and his hand had magically disappeared from view. It was a gateway. He plunged deeper into the light, the flames crackling inches away on either side. His entire arm was gone now. He pulled out. Everything looked fine. Hearing sighs of relief all around, he tried again. This time, he stuck both hands in and tried to pry the band of light apart, to widen it. His astonishment grew. Not only did the hot flames fail to burn him, but the edges of the rip were tangible, and he could force it open the way he might widen a tear in a curtain. Now he could see through it, and he saw a desert beyond. "Guys," he said shakily, "it's Muspelheim. She did it." His words broke a different kind of spell, and everyone rushed forward to get a look. They all crowded together, exclaiming and peering and prodding. Robbie stepped around to the backside of the gateway. I can see through this side, too. Same place, different view. Thomas stuck his hand in from the front side, while Robbie inserted his on the other. It appeared at first as though they'd touched their palms together. But then they both pushed deeper, and their arms vanished bit by bit, swallowed up within each other. It almost looked like Thomas was messing about with a magic mirror, except the reflection was wrong. Laughing, they backed off, and their arms and hands reappeared. "Are you finished playing?" Madame Frost growled. "Now, Hal, it's time you paid me your dues. Immortality and your fire gland." Immortality, sure, he thought. He turned to face her, reaching into his pocket. Pulling out the egg-sized blackened ember, which still glowed softly through thin cracks, he tried to break a piece off, but found it too tough. So he crossed to Kitsune, who sat there on her haunches licking a front paw. She paused when he approached. "Kitsune," he said, "I need you to be human for a minute." Abruptly she transformed into Hal. He sighed. "Fair enough. Now look." There's enough here for you, me, and Madame Frost to be immortal. Chew your piece off, not too much, no more than a third, okay?" He handed it to her and watched with a degree of apprehension as she held it up and studied it. "This is safe?" She spoke so softly that probably no one but Hal heard her words, or his words, since she looked and sounded like him. Hal pursed his lips. "As far as I know, but honestly I can't say for sure." She handed it back. "Can't say I blame you," he thought. Madame Frost cackled. "She has a point. Tell you what, Hal, why don't you take the first bite and we'll go from there?" "No, Hal," Abigail murmured. "This is the plan," he said simply. "The plan was for Kitsune to be you." "No, it wasn't, not really. I have to do this myself." With everyone watching, including Nancy and her cameraman, Hal raised the ember to his lips and bit into it, taking about a third. He found it tough, but yielding, chewy, and weird. It tasted like dirt. He grimaced as he worked it around in his mouth. It stuck to his teeth, and he had to dig at it with his fingers. Finally, he swallowed it. He waited to see what would happen, and everyone watched with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. "Well," he said after a while, and then he felt it. A warmth spread throughout his body. More than a warmth, a fiery hotness. It felt like dragon fire in his chest, only it was everywhere, reaching to the tips of his fingers and toes. His skin grew so hot that when he held up his hand, it spontaneously combusted. Everyone yelled. Most of his friends scrambled backward, but Abigail leapt toward him. He stepped away and held up his other hand to ward her off. "Wait a minute." With the flame flickering softly, the heat in the rest of his body faded, channeled to the outlet in his hand. Now he understood why the fire giants kept igniting. They just grew too hot within, and had to release some energy. His flames dwindled and went out, and he wiggled his fingers, seeing no burns. "Easy," he said with a grin. "So I guess that's it. A bit of fire and—" Emily let out a squeal, and Robbie gasped. They were all still looking at him, and he realized pretty fast that something was happening. He glanced at his hands again. "What's up?" Abigail put a hand to her mouth. "Hal, you're—" "Look in the mirror, man," Robbie said. But Hal could see from his hands what was happening. The flesh seemed to be thinning. He could see the shape of his bones through it. There was no mirror in sight, but a picture frame on the wall had a highly reflective surface thanks to the lighting, and he hurried to take a look. In the reflection, he saw the same thing. Prominent cheekbones, horribly sunken eyes, thin lips. "I'm turning into a skeleton." Alarmed, he stood there breathing hard while his friends crowded him. Emily patted him on the shoulder. Abigail, with tears in her eyes, took him by the arm and held on tight. Over their shoulders, Larry poked the camera at him while Nancy spoke softly. Undergoing a transformation of some kind, becoming one of those fire giants in a brave effort to confront Surt and— His friends' voices drowned her out as they started arguing. "You shouldn't have taken it, Hal." "Is this permanent?" "That's what immortal means, moron." "Yeah, but I mean, is this skeleton look going to last forever as well?" "Oh, Hal." "How about we focus on the problem, otherwise the rest of the world will look the same way." These wise words came from Fenton, and Hal snapped out of his self-pity. "He's right. Kitsune, what do you think? It's not pretty, but it's immortality, at least as far as I know. I don't see why Surt would have lied about it." "You are becoming a fire giant?" she asked, still in Hal's voice. She probably looked more like him than he did. "I think so. Any chance you can quit being me?" Thankfully, she morphed into her own form and flicked her black hair aside. Then she peered closely at him. "You feel well, yes?" "I feel great, actually. I keep getting hot flushes, but—" Flames suddenly sprang from his shoulders, and Kitsune jerked backward. But then that happens. It doesn't hurt. It just cools me down. After a while, the flames went out. Kitsune nodded slowly. If it works, I will live forever. If it does not work, I will take another host. I have the power of enchantment and illusion, so I can mask the ugliness. She gently pried the ember from his fingers and chewed on it, taking half of the remainder. The witch, meanwhile, had sidled closer, clearly anxious that she would have some left for herself. As soon as Kitsune had taken her share, the witch took the remaining third of the ember and popped it into her mouth. Hal was amazed. You don't care about the skeletal features? I mean, Kitsune can hide it, but you... Madame Frost laughed. You think I care about looks? I care about longevity and power, boy. Both women went through the same transformation as Hal, first growing warm, then uncomfortably hot, then igniting. Though Madame Frost's flames were far more impressive, enveloping her all over so that everyone retreated in horror, even Kitsune. But the witch simply cackled as she stood there bathed in fire. After 10 seconds, the flames went out, and she looked down at her blackened, smoking robe. She said, fingering the fabric. If that were real fire, this old rag would still be burning. It's fire, but it's not fire. Like a phoenix, Dewey muttered. That fire looks hot as well, but it's not really. It burns the phoenix to ashes, but it doesn't burn anything around it. Doesn't even blacken it, Emily agreed. Magical fire. It's warm, though, Thomas said, raising his hands to Kitsune's shoulders as she ignited again. Like Hal, the two women began a slow transformation into skeletal husks. Now Hal understood the horror on his friends' faces as they'd watched him do the same. It was pretty creepy. Kitsune's was worse. Her skin seemed to melt away, revealing the muscle and flesh below, though it was dried out, almost brown rather than gory and bright red. But as she raised her hands and studied the effect, she frowned and quickly regained her usual perfect complexion. Madame Frost had no such illusion ability, at least not without a potion or two, and she remained gaunt and skeletal. But she waved it off. I'm overdue for a beautification spell anyway. I'll deal with it later. Now that's immortality taken care of. Allegedly. Just your fire gland now, boy. Oh, come on! Abigail yelled in anger, swinging around to face her. Give it a rest. He's putting his life on the line, going into Muspelheim to face Cert, risking everything to save Earth, and all you can think of is yourself. A deal's a deal, young lady. Yeah. Well, he just gave you immortality. That's instead of his fire gland. That's what we agreed at your house. You don't get both. Madame Frost smiled. Immortality was indeed an alternative payment for the deal we struck at the Broken Cliffs. That's what we agreed, yes, and I'd have settled with that. But then you wanted this gateway reopened, and that doesn't come cheap. So, the fire gland, please. She turned squarely to Hal. Hand it over, boy. He shook his head. Later. I need to be at full strength to face Cert, and that includes being a fire-breathing dragon. You used that full-strength excuse last time, she growled. It's even more important now. Plus, I need a guarantee that you won't leave me trapped in there, so you stay here and keep an eye on it and get ready to close the gateway when I get back with Cert. Her eyes blazed, and she snarled. Don't tell me what to do, boy. Hal turned to the gateway. I'm going in. Wait, Robbie said. You're not doing this alone. Hal shook his head. You're all going to stay right here, except for Kitsune. She's coming with me. He glared at her. You have to earn immortality and freedom, right? She studied him. Without further hesitation, Hal threw himself into the gateway and ended up lying on the sand of Muspelheim. He stood and looked around. He appeared to be in the same place as before. Surt's chasm lay not too far away, surrounded by its wall of fire. Fake fire, he thought absently. Half fire, magical fire, or whatever it is. Abigail popped her head through. "Hal!" "Don't," he warned her. "Stay there, Abby. There's no point in all of us doing this." She reached for him, and he stepped closer and took her hand. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "Someone has to keep an eye on the witch." Tears welled up. "Hal, please be careful and come back alive." "Coming back dead might be tricky," he said, attempting to lighten the mood. He realized there was no way to do that, so he changed the subject. "Is Kitsune coming to help me or what?" "Oh, you can bet on it. Wait here. I'll send her in." She gave him a last, lingering look, then disappeared, and Hal was left staring at the weird, fiery rip in reality through which he could see part of the office and a few shadowy figures. "I shouldn't have let Kitsune have that piece of ember until after she was here with me," he thought morosely. "She's got what she wants now. There's nothing to stop her from leaving us all in the—" Kitsune appeared, her head and shoulders leaning through the gateway. She gasped and jerked her head from side to side, her eyes wide with fear. "Come on," Hal urged. "I need you." She was too intent on the surroundings to look at him. "Why? Why should I? You destroyed Haven. My people are broken. You had me locked up. Why should I help you now?" She's backing out. Swallowing, he said, "Because if you don't, Old Earth will die. And if Old Earth dies, you'll die with it." She finally stared straight at him, her eyes narrowed. "Why? I can simply leave this dying world behind and return to New Earth. And you cannot stop me." "No." Hal felt tired all of a sudden, tired of arguing, tired of negotiating with selfish people to do the right thing. "But you should know that immortality comes with a price. That piece of ember we ate, it came from the fire giants, it came from Surt himself, and we've already absorbed it into our bodies. What you don't realize is that Surt tried to cross into New Earth and couldn't, nor could his sword. It's as if this—" Hal gestured around him. "This world is not compatible. New Earth refuses to let any part of it in." Kitsune's gaze slowly hardened into a scowl. "You are saying I am now trapped here? In Old Earth, yes, or in this land of fire if you prefer. That's your choice. But you can't go back to New Earth, nor can the witch. And nor can I." "I don't believe you," Kitsune said, still scowling. "Then go," Hal retorted, turning away. "I don't care anymore. I'll do this on my own. Do what you like. But if I fail, then Old Earth is dead." He stalked off, truly not caring if Kitsune followed or not. He could do this alone, or he'd die trying. He just had to persuade Surt that he'd switched sides, that he— Wait! His heart leapt. "Okay, so maybe I do care." He turned to find Kitsune clambering through the gateway. She stumbled across the sand after him, her expression a mixture of apprehension and annoyance. Hal sighed with relief. He was glad for the company, and she had the power to make a strong ally. "Just you and me, then," he said when she caught up. "Surt lives in that chasm over there. Don't worry, the fire's not real. We can walk straight through it." "Walk through it?" She squinted. "Don't you mean fly?" He grinned. "There's an invisible bridge." They walked, trudging across the desert under Muspelheim's sky, which was decidedly less turbulent and scary than Old Earth's. Chapter 20. An Ocean of Lava. "Ready?" Hal waited for Kitsune's nod before stepping through the fire and onto the invisible bridge leading down into Surt's pit. As before, it was a disconcerting feeling. And again he wondered why he didn't just transform and fly down. Perhaps because this time it was better to approach in his slightly skeletal fire giant guise. He glanced back. "How about dropping the illusion? You look too pretty." If she saw that as a compliment, she didn't react. Instead, her perfect features suddenly degenerated into a ghoulish mask. She looked like Hal, a walking skeleton wrapped in a thin layer of skin. Halfway across the bridge, just as he was beginning his descent with Kitsune right behind, a voice boomed and echoed across the chasm. "I knew you would return." Hal found Surt standing there, looking up at him from the mouth of his enormous cave, with his hands planted on his hips. Hal swallowed and continued down the bridge to meet him. He glanced back once to make sure Kitsune stuck close. "I did it," he said. "I chewed on that ember. I'm one of you now." Surt quietly inspected him. "My friend took it too," Hal said, jerking a thumb back at Kitsune. "How did you find your way here?" the fire giant rumbled. "A witch helped me. I made a deal with her to reopen the gateway." He hastened to get to the point. "I want to come with you. I want to be a fire giant. I want to be immortal. I wanted it the moment you offered the chance. But the others, well, they're not interested. But I am. I'm a dragon shapeshifter, so I understand fire. I love fire. I want to be more than just a dragon. I want—" "What trickery is this?" Surt snarled. "Do you think me a fool?" "No, really, You're here to persuade me to restore Midgard to normal." "No, that's not it at all. I just want—" "Tell the truth, boy, or I'll flay you alive." Hal faltered. This wasn't going as well as he'd hoped. He wrestled with a new ploy. I thought of a way to destroy Earth properly without people escaping into my own world and—" Surt snorted. "I remain unconvinced of your sincerity. But it doesn't matter. You are here now, and your ramblings make no difference." Abruptly, he turned and marched toward the massive entrance to his caves. "Come, let us wake my warriors." Sure," Hal said, hastening to catch up. "But, didn't they die when they blew themselves up?" The giant laughed. "A mere handful. I have legions more. Now tell me the truth. Why are you here?" His giant footfalls echoed in the darkness. Hal's own seemed pitifully small, and Kitsune's smaller still behind him. He thought quickly. "I want to help you. My people betrayed me and I—" "Nonsense. The truth, boy." "What? Well, I'm tired of being used as a dragon and need something else." "Liar!" Angry now, Surt paused and turned back. He loomed over Hal and Kitsune, fire suddenly blazing from the top of his skull and lighting up the tunnel. "Lie again, and it will be the end for you." Hal had to work hard to calm his thumping heart. "You want the truth? All right, I'll tell you. You see—" The fire giant's bones creaked as he leaned closer still, his fist rising. "You see, Hal sighed. "Okay, I came to trick you. I thought if I could get you to reverse what you'd done, we'd have a chance to save Earth." And that's the end of that scheme, he thought. Surt nodded and he lowered his fist. The truth at last. But why would I ever agree to reverse what I'd already set in motion? Because I was going to tell you of a better way. Hal couldn't help sounding a little tetchy and sullen now, even if it meant the giant's flames intensified in anger. "I mean, you wanted to destroy everything and everyone, but you're not even close. All the people of Old Earth are about to step over into New Earth, where they'll be perfectly safe and happy while Old Earth burns. So your mission to destroy everything will fail miserably. Go ahead. Smite me for smart-mouthing you." Surt stood up straight, then turned away and resumed his marching. A little surprised, Hal and Kitsune hurried after him. It was a moment before the giant spoke again. "You didn't fully answer my question. Why would I agree to reverse what I have set in motion? How would that further my cause?" "Because," Hal said, "if the sky was normal, then people would feel safe again, and they'd go back home. and that would give me a chance to shut down all the portals so that when you set old Earth alight again, they'd have nowhere to go. Then they'd all die." Again, Surt fell silent. They arrived in the chamber with the river of lava running through the center and the empty cage hanging above. The giant stepped over the river and kept walking, heading into a narrow but extremely high tunnel. Hal had to take a long, running jump to clear the river. He barely made it. Gasping, he turned back and watched as Kitsune simply leapt with ease. She almost seemed to float. "I have a better idea," Surt said at last when they caught up to him. "I'll hang you upside down and peel the flesh from your body until you tell me how to cross into your magical realm so my army can see to its complete destruction." Hal slowed, breathing hard, not just from the fast pace of his walk or the terror of being tortured that way, but also from the realization he'd just made matters a whole lot worse. He hadn't reckoned on another army. Trapping Surt in Old Earth would be difficult enough without an army behind him. Just ahead, Surt arrived at his destination and gestured all around at the brightly lit cavern. His voice boomed along the tunnel to where Hal loitered. "Behold!" Curious, Hal edged forward until he was able to peer around the vast underground chamber. It seemed to go on for miles, and its floor was an ocean of lava. Still, though the heat was intense, Hal felt it had been hotter in the labyrinth of fire when he'd visited the dragons there. "Why is it not as hot as it should be?" he muttered. Surt laughed down at him. "The infernos of Muspelheim are more than just heat. They contain magic." "So it's like watered-down fire, then?" Realizing that sounded stupid, he added, "I mean, half fire, half magic." "By all means, step down into the molten rock if you wish to test its heat. You will be quite safe. You are, after all, one of us now." Hal absently touched his face. The sunken cheekbones made him shudder. "Why are we even here?" he muttered. As if in answer to his question, the bright orange ocean began to spit and bubble and erupt, and out of the roiling lava rose dozens of figures. They ascended in unison, graceful and ominous, another army of fire giants. "Dead souls," Surt explained. "And they're all warriors?" Hal asked, trembling. He knew the answer already. He could tell by their armor and weapons, and also by the horrific injuries that had probably sent them to their demise in the first place. Severed limbs, huge gashes and holes in their torsos, and in quite a few cases missing heads. Many appeared unharmed by the lava itself, but even as they floated out of the churning vat, flames sprang up and danced on their shoulders and chests, sending smoke curling into the air. The cavern smelled of sulfur and death, not a pleasant mix. He looked behind to see Kitsune taking it all in. She hadn't said much at all, but she didn't seem particularly scared either, just interested. As he watched her, she shot him a glance, then slowly morphed into a full-fledged fire giant. She grew taller, and her black robe changed to clunky armor, while her slender female figure became that of a stocky man with dark, weathered, heavily scarred skin. Why not a female warrior? Because there weren't any as far as Hal knew. Kitsune had obviously picked one at random, a warrior with both legs and arms and a head, but also a terrible chest wound that Hal almost gagged at. He could virtually see inside. He looked away with a grimace. "Can't you choose another?" he whispered. She ignored him and continued growing. Pretty soon, though, she'd reached her maximum mass. Even making herself skinnier, she fell a good 6 or 7 feet short of the warriors who floated slowly toward them. Surt hadn't noticed Kitsune's transformation yet. Hal wasn't quite sure what she intended, but he doubted it would help matters. He wanted to tell her to hold back and wait, but it was already too late. She retreated to the cover of huge rocky outcrops and melted into the shadows. Hal said nothing about her until Surt noticed she was missing. She left, Hal said with a shrug. She gets bored easily. The fire giant glared at him with empty eye sockets. Again, I don't believe you, but nor do I care. She is of no consequence to me, and neither are you. And that was exactly how Hal felt right now. Inconsequential. Surt had seen right through his plan. There was no way to combat the giants. They were an army of dead warriors risen from an ocean of lava. The only thing he clung to was the fact that Surt had not scoffed at the idea of reversing his damage to the atmosphere. He hadn't suggested it was impossible. He'd merely questioned why he would do such a thing. Did that mean he could reverse it, if given an incentive to do so? The fire giants drifted out of the bubbling lava and landed on the rock, still dripping red-hot splashes. Smoke poured off them, and the acrid fumes made Hal's eyes sting. Yet, since he'd taken Surt's ember, he felt a little more resistant to the heat and the smells than he might otherwise have been. He hurried to catch up with Surt again as the leader marched back along the tunnel. Behind him stomped probably 50 or so giants, their clanking armor and thudding footfalls almost deafening in the confined tunnel. Hal imagined Kitsune slipping into the ranks somewhere near the rear, the runt of the litter, but still a formidable monster. When Surt finally exited the giant cave into daylight, he grabbed up his sword, which was embedded deep in the rock. It was as dull now as it had been in the first place, encrusted with spent magic. The giant swung his skull to face Hal, and his fiery hair whipped around in slow motion. I thank you for reopening the gateway. Without it, I would have been trapped here as before. You have facilitated my final strike. Hal ground his teeth. And if I hadn't come, he thought, old Earth would die for sure. So you're saying you didn't close the gateway on purpose? He yelled as the giant began rising into the air. It expired. Hal stood there alone for a moment as Surt soared upwards and through the wall of fire that surrounded the chasm. In seconds, he vanished from sight. But then came his army. They too floated easily into the air, dozens of them, eerily graceful and silent, burning brightly against the red sky, all manner of weapons clutched in their fists. And at the rear, a smaller giant turned to look down at Hal with a somewhat surprised expression. Kitsune could fly as well. She'd really immersed herself in the role. Hal frowned. If she could float into the air like that, then... Before he even had a chance to really focus on the idea, he lifted off the ground and began arcing up toward the cliff edge. Shocked and panting hard, he gazed down at his dangling feet. This was such a strange feeling, and pretty awesome. He was no stranger to flying, but floating was effortless. He had only to think about changing direction for it to happen. Amazed, he willed himself through the wall of fire and tried to catch up with the others. Moving fast proved difficult, and he only managed to reduce the distance a little. By the time he reached the gateway, Surt's army was already amassed there, dropping gently onto the dune. Surt stood by the flickering rip in reality. He said nothing when Kitsune landed nearby, though he tilted his skull sideways. Then he turned to Hal. Ah, you're getting the hang of it. I approve. We'll make a fire giant out of you yet. Hal realized an impasse had presented itself. The gateway was too small for Surt and his army to fit through. The only way... I expect you want to take this sword and replenish it for me, Surt rumbled. It was a question. Sort of. Hal nodded, his mind whirling. I can take the sword, he thought. He can't fit through the gateway, but I can. I'll take the sword and then use it to bargain with him. Maybe the sword itself can be used to undo the damage, if I can just figure out how. Surt held it out to him. At this size, the sword would be far too heavy for Hal to carry. He stared up at it, frowning. The giant laughed softly and retracted his hand. Without collateral, I would be a fool to release this sword into your care, especially on a day like today. Can you feel it? Can you sense the energy in the air? He held his free hand to the gateway as if warming it on a campfire. With magic this strong, I can simply do this. He thrust his sword and arm through the flickering opening into old earth. That much he could manage. As he stood there, the outer edges of the gateway flashed and hissed, sparks and fire shooting out on all sides. Energy circled his arm and crept up around his shoulder, and a ferocious wind tore around him, sending up a narrow twister that blurred his features. He laughed long and hard, then withdrew his arm. His sword now shone bright, gleaming with a brilliant white light. Astounding! I knew superstitious magic had been growing on Earth, but this is stronger than I've ever known. Friday 13th, Hal muttered. The most superstitious day on the calendar. Surt swept his dazzling sword around. Interesting. Well, my sword is now replenished. Without hesitation, he hacked at the gateway to make it taller. Sparks flew again, and the searing heat caused Hal to step back in alarm. Meanwhile, the army of giants roared with eager delight, fists beating on chests, and a number of far more ordinary swords crashing against shields. Hal felt he'd been here before. His heart sank deeper and deeper. How exactly did he expect to prevent Surt from leading an army through to Old Earth now? The chance was slipping away. He'd made the situation far, far worse. In half a minute, the gateway stood 20 feet tall and gaped wide in the middle. Liquid fire dripped off the rim, and black smoke curled into the air. Through the opening, Hal glimpsed his friends dashing about. Surt once more lifted his sword. It was dull again, but he thrust it through the gateway and started the process again. As before, it sparked and crackled and hissed, and the blade began to gleam. The giant laughed and laughed, almost drunk on the power his sword was busy sucking out of Old Earth. At that moment, Hal transformed. As his wings spread wide and the nearest warriors jerked back in surprise, he swung around and lashed out with his tail, aiming high. The heavy club on the end connected so hard with Surt's shoulder that the giant toppled forward through the gateway. He went crashing in, sword and all, landing flat on his face in Old Earth with only his feet remaining in Muspelheim. A small fire giant, Kitsune, leapt through after him. Hal turned and roared at the rest of the army. They roared back and advanced. He breathed fire and engulfed them, but he didn't hang around for long. He reverted to human form and, running straight along Surt's spine as though it were a bridge, darted through the gateway into the office. He didn't even touch the sides, now that it had been widened so considerably. "Close it!" he yelled to Madame Frost as she stood there looking startled. All the shapeshifters were there, scattered about the room, equally confused. Only Kitsune had a plan, and that was to throw herself down on Surt before he could climb to his feet. "Close the gateway!" Hal yelled again. "Robbie, grab his sword!" It occurred to him just then that Surt and his sword needed even more separation. "Throw it back!" As Surt roared in anger and tried to get up on his hands and knees, Hal transformed again and jumped onto the giant's shoulders to help pin him down. Kitsune remained on his lower back, trying to block the open gateway and the surge of furious warriors. She could do very little except lash out with her fists, and when a huge hammer came out of nowhere and knocked her sideways, Hal had to blast the opening with fire again. Even so, he saw large hands reaching through his flames and an enormous boot stamping down on the floor as the first of Surt's warriors breached the gateway. Surt struggled fiercely, his skull twisting all the way around. Robbie threw himself into the fray, beating the prone giant with his huge ogre fists, then slamming his foot down on the hand that gripped the dazzling sword. He ground his heel in, forcing the giant's fingers to release the handle. It was pandemonium. Dewey clip-clopped in to stamp and kick. Fenton sprayed his glue water on Surt's arms and legs in an attempt to stick him to the floor. Emily buzzed about, raking her claws at some of the invaders as they tried to get past Hal. A few of Thomas's quills flew past. "Hal, watch out!" Lauren screamed. He didn't know what to watch out for, so he threw himself sideways, dragging his bulk with him. A split second later, the dazzling sword spun past as Robbie hurled it with all his might through the gateway. It impaled the nearest fire giant and knocked him back into Muspelheim, and he stood there looking surprised at the hilt jutting from his chest. But more hands reached through the opening into the office as the giants fought to step across the threshold. Hal blasted more fire to push them back. On the floor, Surt roared over and over. And then, amid a dusty whirlwind that hadn't been there a second ago, the gateway collapsed. 3 severed arms dropped to the floor and lay there twitching as the last remaining puffs of fire and smoke dissipated and the final crackles of energy fizzled out. On the floor, suddenly still and quiet, Surt's skull twisted around to look upon the closed gateway. "My sword!" he boomed. "It's gone!" Abigail gasped, buzzing in from wherever she'd been hiding. She gave Surt a swift kick. "You're on your own, you great big idiot!" Chapter 21. A World Undone. "Open it!" Surt roared, his voice bringing down a fresh deluge of dust from the floor above. "Open the gateway!" He seemed to have figured out the culprit for the calamity, Madame Frost, who hunkered near the wall, visibly trembling. Hal had never seen her so shaken. She'd acted fast, though, and he felt immense gratitude toward her in that moment. "Not a chance," he answered for her. He'd returned to human form. It was difficult to move with so much rubble and so many friends close by. Plus, he couldn't help feeling his weight only added to the chances of a complete structural failure. When the dust cleared a little, he spotted Nancy and Larry huddled in the corridor. He, of course, was filming, and she spoke rapidly, her eyes wide. Robbie climbed off the giant. Everyone stepped back in a hurry, half expecting Surt to leap to his feet and attack them, only he couldn't. He struggled, then struggled some more, and gradually tore an arm free. Fenton had emptied his entire stomach onto the giant, and the glue had stuck fast. But a fire giant wouldn't be held down for long. Surt burst into flames, roared and thrashed, and wrenched his other arm free. Then he rolled and yanked until his legs came loose. It was only then he and everyone else realized his feet were missing. They remained in Muspelheim. It reminded Hal of the time Jolie had been sliced in half under the lake when a portal had closed on her during the time of no magic. Like then, the cut was clean and bloodless, not that fire giants bled anyway. If Surt wasn't enraged before, he was now. He howled and tried standing, but he stumbled and fell. He tried again, and this time managed to remain upright on his stumps, only now he stood about a yard shorter. For a tense moment, he glared at the exact spot the gateway had been, as if willing it to reopen. Then, with a strangled cry of fury, he abruptly spun around and staggered from the office into the corridor where the wide-open exit waited. Without further hesitation, the giant threw himself out. A second later, they all heard the heavy thump as he smacked down on the road surface below. "Where's he going?" Thomas yelled. "He has no army, no feet, and no sword. He's finished." "He's still dangerous," Fenton said. Hal went to follow. "We need to go after him. He's the only one that can reverse this mess. We just have to make him." "Okay, but let us help," Lauren said as he prepared to shift again. No time. It would be far too awkward and time-consuming to get everyone on his back in such a confined space, so he left them behind and threw himself out of the building, much as Surt had done. He transformed as he plummeted, then spread his wings and swooped around in a gentle arc. The giant hobbled along below, leaning on walls as he went, smashing windows and bending lampposts, lashing out in anger at a random car parked by the side of the road. Hal flew overhead and thumped down a safe distance in front, then reverted to human form and turned to face him. David and Goliath. "It's over, Surt!" he shouted. The fire giant snarled, stretched his arms wide, and threw back his skull for an almighty roar that shattered nearby windows. Above him, Lauren and Emily flew into sight, plus a figure that made Hal blink in surprise. Tengu? But it wasn't really the defeated Oni king from Haven. Kitsune had simply copied his form, a large, horned, red-skinned, muscle-bound man with feathered wings. He even had the same tattered pants and lopsided crown. The rest of the group had to be descending in the elevator. It would be a few minutes before they arrived. Hal began to wish he'd brought Robbie along with him as backup. "You, boy, have made a grave mistake." Hal puffed out his chest. "What could you possibly do that's worse than you've already done?" He gestured upward, and in doing so gasped at the sight of the sky. This was the first time today he'd seen it in full daylight and had a chance to really look at it, and it terrified him. Fires burned freely high above. Black clouds boiled angrily. As he watched, a great streak of volatile gas ignited from one horizon to the other. Hal lifted his hand, palm upwards. Was that rain? He gasped as a stinging drop splashed onto his skin, then another. When the rain began to patter on the road, he made a dash for shelter under an old blue and white awning with holes in it. Lauren, Emily, and Kitsune veered off in opposite directions, and one of them squealed. Surt laughed. "What? Does the rain hurt, boy? I thought you were becoming a fire giant." Hal frowned, glancing again at his hands. Surt had a point. His skin wasn't so pallid and sunken anymore. He must be healing the immortality out of his system. Good. He didn't want it anyway, and he certainly didn't want to look gaunt and skeletal. "So what happens now?" he shouted up at the giant. "You don't have anywhere to go. Maybe if you reverse this mess, we can—" He broke off when Surt took a few stumbling steps closer. But then the giant stopped, his shoulders sagging. His skull hung forward, and he stood like that for a while as the rain picked up and started pelting him all over. The harder it hit, the more it sizzled against his flesh and doused his flames. It didn't seem to hurt him, yet he was obviously dejected. In the distance, Nancy and Larry appeared in a doorway. Behind them, a group of shapeshifters spilled out of the building and stopped under the covered entrance. The skull lifted to face Hal. "I see no choice, boy. Without my sword, I cannot return to Muspelheim. To open a gateway, I would need the help of your witch friend, help that I know will come at a price I won't pay." He shook his skull. "I am not willing to save Earth and flee in shame. I will die here with honor, along with Earth and its inhabitants." "But why?" Hal argued as the rain picked up. He had to shout even harder to be heard. "Why kill us all? There has to be a better way." "You would not understand. It's my destiny. The world shall burn, Asgard will fall, and the prophecy of Ragnarok will be fulfilled. Not if you die here with us. You're just making excuses." Surt sighed and nodded. "I admit, I am defeated. But a defeated warrior does not simply crawl away to die quietly. He dies fighting. He dies with honor, taking down the enemy with him." "But we're not your enemy." The giant snapped his head up and roared, "Enough!" His booming voice echoed off the buildings. When he spoke next, he was calm but firm. "I must go now, the way of my brave army before me." Self-destruction was exactly what Hal had feared. If Cert didn't fix the atmosphere, who could? He's literally our only hope. Cert slowly lifted his arms again. Despite the downpour, flames sprang up and an aura enveloped him. "No!" Hal yelled. "Don't do it!" I wish I had a Geo-Rock, he thought desperately. But blowing up this fire giant wouldn't save the Earth either. Hal backed into the shadows of the awning, though it was futile. When the giant exploded like the others, his inferno would spread the full width of the street, and probably its length too, before expanding upward into the sky. Still, he could save himself. His friends were far enough away to be out of range. He could be too if he transformed and left now. They could all escape together to New Earth, safe from the fire giants of Muspelheim. And then it would all be over. Old Earth would die in the next day or two, if not before, its atmosphere toxic and inflammable, its surface scorched, everything burned and dead, along with whoever didn't make it through a portal to the neighboring magical land. The familiar dome-shaped, fiery glow spread outward from the giant, scorching the street, the walls, and the windows. "No!" Hal yelled in desperation. He ran out from under the awning and into the stinging downpour, gasping as it burned his face and hands. Hunching down, he transformed. His hard scales offered instant protection, but then the rapidly spreading dome of fire engulfed him. Leaping off the ground, he flew toward the giant and made a grab for whatever he could find within the dazzling inferno. His claws closed around the giant's body, and he tore into the air. Ascending fast, Hal felt the heat spreading up his limbs and enveloping his body. The brilliant energy had already swept over his face and up to his beating wings, so he flew blind. Growing hotter and hotter, he snarled and kept on climbing. The increasingly toxic air got into his lungs. Despite his dragon armor, acid rain slid into the cracks and tormented his flesh. Harsh winds threatened to blow him off course, and he felt the searing heat they carried. Passing through a black cloud, the acrid, choking fumes almost overpowered him. Huge explosions of fire rocked the sky, and he barreled through, climbing higher and higher. "You are making this easier for me, boy," Cert roared and began to laugh. The temperatures and burning sensations increased, and Hal knew even his tough dragon hide couldn't withstand it for much longer. Although it was impossible to see from within, he imagined the energy surrounding them was already expanding toward the sky, all the power channeled upward. Cert was probably right. Being so high, the giant didn't have so far to reach for his final release of energy. Hal dropped him. The terrible heat and dazzling light fell away, leaving him alone among the black clouds, high above the world, watching Cert tumbling back down to Earth. This was the second time Hal had dropped him. The first time, Cert had broken apart when he'd smacked down. Hopefully that would happen again. Feeling woozy from the toxins and smoke, Hal began his descent, dodging a number of flare-ups on the way. He remembered how he'd felt on the ship near Haven, when a storm had blown up around them. He'd been dashed against the deck, pummeled by rain and spray, nearly swept off his feet. And he felt the same way now, only the wind was superheated, the rain like acid, and instead of a churning ocean below, a thick layer of boiling fire pressed down from above. Hal dropped as fast as he could, following the twisting, tumbling sphere of light as Cert plummeted to Earth. This time, the fire giant smashed through the top of a 10-story building. He plunged 5 floors before coming to rest in darkness. Smoke and dust belched out of the hole in the flat roof, and Hal landed to one side and waited a moment for it to clear. Puddles had formed on the flat surface. Thick, poisonous vapor rose into the air. Hal thought about the story of the original giant, Ymir, and how he'd formed from the toxic drops of melting ice. and he shuddered at the thought of these puddles leaking through the roof and forming another such monster. His chest hurt, and he was cold. He couldn't remember ever getting the shivers while in dragon form. His skin crawled, and he felt nauseous. The acid was stinging more than he'd realized, giving him a kind of afterburn like sunstroke. The hole left by the falling giant was huge. Hal dropped into it, spreading his wings to slow his descent a little, but thudding down hard 5 floors below. In darkness now, standing in a cloud of fumes and still being rained on, he turned and scoured the shadows for Surt. The crumpled body lay where it had fallen, beneath Hal's feet. It was horribly mangled, almost torn in two, all 4 limbs badly twisted, surely beyond repair even for a powerful fire giant. However, the skull was missing. You really need to screw that thing down. With no sign of fire anywhere, Hal wondered if life had finally gone out of the giant. He didn't believe it, though. In fact, he hoped it wasn't so. Now that his eyes had adjusted to the gloom, he could make out the inner rooms and furnishings of another office building. This one probably hadn't been used in over a decade, and it wouldn't any time soon with the top 5 floors demolished. Hal edged deeper into the room so he was out from under the gaping hole above. Then he reverted to human form and stood shivering. "There's still time," he called. "Surt, I can save you. I can take you back to Muspelheim." A deep, rumbling laugh drifted from the shadows. "At the cost of my honor. If it's your honor you're worried about, I'd say you lost that already. You might have ruined the Earth, but you did a pretty poor job of killing everyone, and look at you now, the great and powerful fire giant Surt, beaten by a group of kids and an old woman." Hal choked out a laugh. "Yeah, I'm wondering what all the gods of Asgard will say about this when they find out." A silence followed. Trying to control his shivering, Hal wandered about, keeping his eyes peeled for the skull. He didn't know if it would be trapped under something or floating around somewhere. He still saw no telltale signs of fire. He continued his taunting. "So after all that boasting and bragging about destroying the 9 worlds, you're just going to die here before you even got started? Wow, that's lame." Hal laid on the scorn even thicker. The mighty king of the land of fire defeated by mortals? All those gods will laugh their heads off. No pun intended. Talk about going out with a whimper. Still nothing. "On the other hand," he said in a less jeering tone, "you could go back to Muspelheim and live to fight another day. You could rebuild your honor and prove yourself worthy again." Drawing on some classic sayings from history books, he added, "You may have lost this battle, Surt, but that doesn't mean you've lost the war." The silence continued. Hal wished he could get out of this place and go home. His head spun, his stomach churned, he was soaked, and he felt both cold and hot. Shivering, he called out again. "What do you say, Surt? I'm leaving now, and when I leave, I'm taking your useless body with me. I'll break it into pieces and bury it deep, so you can never find it. You'll be nothing but a floating skull. Or you can return me to Muspelheim," Surt whispered, his voice coming from somewhere to the right. Hal turned that way and shuffled closer, peering into the shadows. "That's right. I can return you to Muspelheim." Again, that silence. Hal felt like he might be making progress. "There are 2 conditions. First, you undo what you've done to the sky. And second—" He let that dangle. If Surt was interested, he'd ask. "Second?" Hal smiled. "Second, you stay in Muspelheim for 1,000 years." Quickly, he corrected himself. 10,000 years. "Which is it, boy?" 10,000 years, at least." Surt chuckled. "I expect you believe that to be a long time. It is the blink of an eye. So yes, 10,000 years it is. Maybe 100,000 years then. 10,000 years it is, Surt repeated, more sternly this time. Hal swallowed. All right, fine. Now, reverse what you did to our sky, and then we'll get out of here. After a long pause, something shifted. Surt's giant skull rose into view from behind a debris-covered row of cabinets. He had no fire at all, and no streaming flames for hair. He floated, but that was the only sign of life. Are you honorable, boy? I think so, yes, I try to be. Then we have an agreement. Hal tried to contain his excitement. We do? You'll undo the damage? I will. We shall go to the roof. Hal grimaced. The last thing he wanted was to stand out in the rain, but he nodded and backed away. Okay, let me shift, and then... He closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. The skull waited. Sorry, just tired. I may have to walk out of here. Not sure I should fly right now. Ah, the hero wanes. Perhaps I should carry you. There is room on my skull. Astonished, Hal waited while Surt floated closer, then lowered to the dust-covered floor. As big as he was, it would be like perching on a particularly large, rounded stool. Are you sure? He muttered. I mean, my honor is in disarray, Surt growled. This small indignity will make no difference. Swallowing hard and fully expecting to be tipped off, Hal sat with his legs to one side so Surt could see around him, if indeed he could see in the normal sense. It was hard to get a good grip on the smooth, rounded surface. The skull lifted off the ground. Wobbling a little, Hal wished he could reach down and grab the eye sockets or ear holes, but he felt that would be an indignity too far. He had to trust Surt wouldn't tip him off in a fit of anger or as petty revenge. If he did, Hal would transform, though he suddenly doubted he'd have the time nor the energy to arrest his fall. That could hurt. What he hadn't considered was the stinging rain on his human skin. Grimacing and moaning softly, he hunched his shoulders and tucked his hands under his armpits. But it was still raining quite heavily, and he could do nothing to prevent it from soaking into his silky clothes and trickling down his neck. He shivered harder. Rather than pause at the top and allow Hal to hop off, Surt picked up speed and shot across the rooftop, then over the edge. Hal forgot about the stinging rain for a moment as terror gripped him. Indignity or not, he reached down and curled his fingers into the eye sockets to avoid sliding off his perch. Surt chuckled. Perhaps I should drop you as you dropped me, twice. Don't, Hal growled, or the deal's off. This made Surt laugh harder. Still, he sailed smoothly toward the ground and leveled off at what Hal guessed was about shoulder height. He relaxed, then screwed his eyes shut as rain ran down his face. His skin might as well be on fire the way it burned right now. He desperately wanted to find cover and spend 10 minutes shifting over and over to heal his battered body. It was all he could do to sit upright and hold on. Was the end of the world really about to be over? He could hardly believe it. He wanted to believe it, but could he trust Surt to hold up his end of the deal? Was this a trick? If so, what did the skull have in mind? Before he knew it, they'd arrived back at the Denver building. Hal was in a daze by then. He felt dizzy, and he shivered violently. His friends came rushing out. He barely heard their words, and much of what he saw was a blur. He thought he spotted Abigail in the front, and there was Larry with the camera to one side, and a skeletal kitsune, and the witch at the back. And then, as Surt stopped and lowered to the ground, Hal toppled sideways, and hands caught him. Their voices became distant. He heard Surt's booming voice say something, then a pause, and several of his friends gasped responses. Then he vomited and blacked out. Chapter 22. A New Deal. He woke to the taste of delicious cool water on his lips. Not acid rain, just the ordinary drinkable kind. Abigail whispered, "Go easy, just a bit at a time. Don't want you puking again." She had his head cradled in her lap, and as he blinked awake, he realized they were still outside, still under a red sky, but outside in the sunshine, with no sign of acid rain. It wasn't exactly a warm day, but the sunlight felt good, except where it directly touched his skin. He struggled to sit up, then gasped at the state of his hands. They were bright red. What the heck? Yeah, that's a pretty bad sunburn, or rainburn, maybe even a windburn. We all have it, but yours is 100 times worse. He squinted at the red blotches on her face. Looking around, he found everyone else craning their necks to look up at the sky. Though it drove him crazy every time he moved and his clothes rubbed against his raw skin, he followed their gaze. "Wow," he remarked. "Wow, indeed," Abigail murmured. Not only had the rain stopped, the winds had died, and the high-altitude fires had gone out. The black clouds lingered, but they seemed to be breaking up. The sky remained red, though not as angry and vivid. Hal looked for Surt. The skull appeared lifeless, resting alone on the road. "Is Surt still with us?" he whispered. "He is. He's undoing the damage he's caused." She gently touched his arm, and he tried not to wince. "Hal, you're amazing. You talked him around. Do you realize you saved the world?" "Nah," he said with a shrug. He grimaced when she squeezed a little harder. "Okay, that's it. I need to shift a few times and heal." She grinned. "I will too, then. I waited for you." It only took her a couple of shifts to clear up her complexion, but Hal needed to transform back and forth 6 times before he felt normal again. The burns to his skin had been pretty significant. He hated to think of a normal person getting caught out in that rain, and there had been plenty of them amassed around the portal last night. Abigail didn't have any news about that, but it turned out Nancy did, thanks to her mobile phone. She stared at the screen. "Signal's gone again. Better than it was an hour ago, though." She smiled around at them all. The goblins let them through right before the rain started on Simone's orders. She said the council would do the same if they were standing out in the acid rain. It became a bit of a rushed stampede, but the main thing is everyone's okay thanks to her. Hal smiled. "Good." Nancy studied him, then waved Larry closer. "A quick interview?" The man was already hovering nearby, and he automatically lifted his camera. The red light came on. Nancy lifted her microphone. "Hal, you're looking better. That was a brave thing you did, going into Muspelheim after a fire giant and everything that followed. And you persuaded Surt to reverse the damage. Tell me about that." She shoved the mic in his face, and he stuttered a bit while trying to formulate his thoughts and his words. He spent the next minute or two giving an account of his pursuit, of finding Surt in the darkness of the building and persuading him to reclaim his honor and fight another day. "So we have to keep our end of the deal," he finished, aware that his friends had moved in from all sides. He spotted Kitsune lurking in the background, in her human form with a rather skeletal look about her, and Madame Frost stood with her arms folded and eyes narrowed. She had the same gaunt appearance, only much worse, and she spontaneously combusted from time to time. "We have to return Surt to his world, where he's promised to stay for 10,000 years before pestering us again." 10,000 years, Robbie muttered. "Yeah, I'll be an old man by then, so I doubt I'll care much." Everyone chuckled, except Kitsune, who didn't seem to have much of a sense of humor, and Madame Frost, who clearly had something else on her mind. "So you expect me to perform that spell again?" she growled. Everyone turned to her. Larry edged closer, and Nancy snaked her microphone between shoulders until it hovered by the witch's chin. Hal nodded. "Yep. You have to reopen the gateway just a little bit so we can shove Surt through." He glanced over at the skull resting on the road. I mean, so he can float home. Not sure if he needs his body or not, but if he does, we might have to pass it through bit by bit. Remembering he was on film, he added, I'm kidding. But anyway, as soon as he's through, you close the gateway, and it's over. A smile played across her thin lips. I sense a new deal in the air. You still owe me a fire gland, Hal, and you gave me immortality in return for opening the gateway the first time. What else do you have to bargain with? Oh, come on, Fenton snapped. Does everything have to be some kind of deal to you? You could do it out of the goodness of your heart, Emily said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, but wait. There is no goodness in your heart. Nancy spoke up too. I would remind you that this is being recorded. Is this how you want the world to see you? Madame Frost lashed out with one hand in a sweeping gesture, and even though she never made contact, Larry's camera jerked sideways and nearly tumbled from his grasp. I don't care about the rest of the world, the witch snarled. I care about me. Don't you understand that yet? How clear do I have to make it to all you whining, bleeding heart, high and mighty, stuck-up mortals? She raised her voice. Tell me what you have to offer in return for my spellcasting. Then we'll talk. She stomped away, her robe flapping angrily behind her. Dewey was shaking with anger. She can't do this. Hal, you made a promise to Cert, and we need to keep it. This is for the good of the whole world. Madame Frost has no right to— We know, Fenton said, clamping a hand on his shoulder. Okay, so we offer her something. Doesn't matter what. We just need her to open that gateway again. They all mulled it over. What else could the witch possibly want? Hal couldn't believe it. She was immortal, and she'd even acknowledged it just now. What better gift for an evil old crone like her? And she still wanted his fire gland despite everything. Immortal. The sounds of his friends' voices faded as a notion struck him. He found himself wandering over to where Cert's huge skull lay motionless in the road. Can I ask you something? The empty eye sockets flickered, and the skull shifted slightly, scraping on the hard surface. Then it rose into the air, and streams of fire sprang out, moving slowly like underwater reeds. Speak, Cert rumbled. You gave us immortality in that little ember. How long does it last? After a pause, Cert began to laugh. Hal realized his question was a little foolish, so he had to wait for the giant to compose himself before rephrasing. I mean, is there any chance it could wear off? Look at me. I've shifted probably 10 times since I ate my piece, and I feel like I've healed myself. Have I? I don't look like a skeleton anymore. Cert grumbled. You are a special case, boy. It is indeed possible your power washed the immortality from your system. That's impressive. And Kitsune? She's a shapeshifter, too. Did she lose hers? Perhaps. Hal sighed. That's a shame. That means she'll go right back to stealing hosts every time she grows old. Then she should accompany me to Muspelheim. There is more to my realm than sands of fire. There is? Yes. There are mountains of fire, valleys of fire, even forests of fire, although admittedly those forests are petrified. Hal couldn't tell if the skull was messing with him or not. What if she didn't transform anymore? He thought back to how many times she'd shifted since chewing on the ember. First into a fire giant, then into a Tengu look-alike, then back to herself. So maybe 3 times. She's still bony-looking, so it might not be too late. If she quit transforming, could she keep her immortality? Cert gave his one-word answer again. Perhaps. And the witch? She's not a shapeshifter, so? Then she will retain the spell and live forever. What if she casts a spell to make herself look less skeletal? Would that mess with how long she lives? Cert gave a heavy sigh. These questions are tiresome, But would it? After a pause, Surt said, I know very little of a witch's power. She has Muspelheim in her body, and she is not a shapeshifter, so I would say she is one of us. She is not a magical being, but she can cast magic, so she could conceivably erase her immortality over time if she wished. But why would she? Hal had enough to go on for now. He returned to the others. Hal, we have an idea, Darcy said before he could speak. What's one thing that Madame Frost doesn't have? Everyone looked at him expectantly. What kind of question is that? Hal spread his hands. I don't know. A moral compass? Darcy giggled. Well, that's true. But I mean more specifically, what can't she do that we can? Sleep at night? Wait, she probably sleeps just fine because she doesn't care about anyone or... Forget about her personality and character, Abigail interrupted. Darcy's talking about a physical thing she can't do. Just like Surt had a moment ago, Hal quickly grew tired of the questions. Just tell me. It was Thomas who answered. She can't shapeshift. The realization of what they were suggesting gradually sank in. Wait, you want to give her the power to shapeshift? The very idea struck Hal with horror. No way! First, she doesn't deserve it. Second, she's dangerous, and she'd be even more dangerous if she could shapeshift. And third, I just got through talking to Surt about this very thing. If she starts shapeshifting, she'll lose her immortality. Even better, Robbie said with a snort. Yeah, that would be awesome, Fenton agreed. She gains immortality, then loses it because she's so greedy she wants to shapeshift as well. Hal shook his head, his mind whirling. No, we can't give her that. Emily patted his arm. We don't intend to. I doubt Miss Simone would allow it anyway, but we can still offer it to Madame Frost as a deal. We'd just lie, Robbie said. To her face, Lauren agreed. She shrugged. She's demanding the impossible, and that means we have to lie. It's either that, or Surt doesn't go back to Muspelheim, and then we'll forever be in danger. What if he mends his body and gets his full strength back? He could start this whole end-of-world thing over again. No. We have to do whatever it takes to get Surt home, and if that means lying to an evil witch, well, I can live with that. Her short speech left her breathless, but everyone nodded in agreement, including Hal. Emily pursed her lips. Let me do the talking, okay, guys? I can word it in such a way that it's not actually a lie. Why do we care? Thomas growled. In case she calls us out on it. It'd be like the fine print of a contract. We won't actually say we will give her shape-shifting abilities, just that we might. She nodded slowly. Leave this to me. Hal was happy to hang back on this one and let Emily take charge. He still felt weary, both mentally and physically. He called out to Surt, How much longer? The skull came floating over. It is already done. The process is irreversible now, meaning that the destruction of Earth is slowly being undone as we speak. My fires are dying, and nothing can rekindle them now. Everyone took a moment to peer up at the sky. It did seem to be clearing up bit by bit on its way to recovery. The air smelled a little fresher, and the breeze was harmless. Then I think it's time to go, Hal said. The group collected the somewhat sulky witch and headed up to the 13th floor. Surt took his own route, floating straight up the outside of the building. They joined up in the debris-littered corridor. The draft, coming in through the huge hole in the external wall, still had a hint of burn to it this high up in the air. But it wasn't terrible. With Surt hovering behind them, the shapeshifters and news team picked their way across the room to where 3 giant hands lay on the floor. That's a handy marker, Robbie quipped. Nobody laughed. Emily took a deep breath and turned to the witch. You want to know what we're offering in return for opening the gateway again? Well? Madame Frost put her hands on her hips and raised her eyebrows. This had better be good. Emily nodded. How would you like to be a shapeshifter? It seemed the witch had been determined to scoff at whatever lame proposal Emily offered. She almost had the look of someone in the middle of a scornful retort. But then she froze, and her eyes widened. Shapeshifter? Is that something you'd like? Emily asked. Hal suspected the witch had never even considered that as a possibility. It was probably a far greater prize than she would have settled for in the end. Is that something you can authorize? She said, a hint of skepticism creeping in. Emily shrugged. Miss Simone listens to us. When we left New Earth last night to collect you, she told us she'd fully support us in whatever we decide is necessary to end this whole thing. Well, it's necessary for you to make us a new gateway so Cert can go home. Nice, Hal thought. Not even a hint of an actual promise to make the witch a shapeshifter, whatever we decide. Yeah, and in the end we'll decide not to bother. But the witch was a little more wily than that. So let me get this straight. I'll make you a gateway, and in return you'll give me shapeshifter abilities? Emily paused, her eyes darting from side to side as she tried to skirt around the lie. Hal had a ready answer. That's exactly right. He tried not to notice the way Emily's head jerked around to face him. But there's a time limit, he went on. We can't have you showing up in a year from now to claim your prize. So if you agree to this, you come by Miss Simone's lab in Carter this afternoon, or you lose out. She scowled at him, but a smile crept across her face. This afternoon? Not tomorrow or the next day? This afternoon, Hal repeated. He could feel the puzzled stares of his friends. He'd just done completely the opposite of what they'd agreed and made a pretty clear vow to the witch. She rolled her eyes. This afternoon, then? Giving Hal a stone-cold glare, she thrust her awful skeletal face toward him and jabbed him in the chest with a bony finger. Tell Simone to be prepared, and let me be clear on this. I will choose what manner of shapeshifter I wish to be. Not you or anyone else, me. And I'll take your fire gland at the same time. Is that all understood? Hal nodded, still trying to ignore his dismayed friends. This afternoon. We'll be waiting. The witch grumbled. She turned her back on him. All right, everyone stand in a circle so we can get this over with. The group was 14 strong this time. 9 shapeshifters, Kitsune, Madame Frost, Nancy, Larry, and Cert, who floated just inside the circle, ready to slip through whatever meager gateway the spell created. As the witch muttered to herself and a breeze picked up, the skull rotated slowly. You have impressed me. I return to my realm defeated, but not beaten. This is but one battle, and I underestimated your tenacity. I will honor our deal and stay away for 10,000 years. Then I shall return, and then the prophecy of Ragnarok will come to pass. I guess your sword will be charged by then, Lauren said, sounding nervous. For a moment, Cert remained silent, and the only sound was the witch's incantation. But then he spoke again, his mind clearly in some faraway realm. In Niflheim, deep within a cave beneath the mountains on Lingvi's island, dwells the wolf Fenrir. He is shackled and chained, and he broods and waits in captivity, waiting for Ragnarok, waiting to wreak havoc and have his revenge upon the gods of Aesir. That is when I will strike. He sighed heavily. It would appear I was foolish in dismissing the prophecy and yielding to impatience. I must bide my time before attempting to destroy the 9 worlds. Well, good luck, Lauren muttered. Thomas wasn't anywhere near as diplomatic. Let's hope the wolf stays chained up. The skull swung to face him. Your loose tongue will be your downfall. As Thomas opened his mouth to retort, Fenton gave him a violent sideways shove on the shoulder. Know when to quit, he snapped. Hal swore he heard Cert chuckle softly. Meanwhile, Madame Frost continued chanting. Her deep frown suggested she labored under the exertion of harnessing magic from the air. "It's weak now," she complained. "I told you the best time was at dawn. All this opening and closing and reopening." Despite her moaning, a flare of light in the center of the circle signified a breakthrough. Literally. That tiny, flickering gash was an actual hole to another world. Now it just needed enlarging. Everyone watched, fascinated, as the witch swayed and chanted. The wind increased, and unfortunately a lot of dust flew up with it, swirling around just outside the circle. The air shimmered and blurred, and a soft glow of light suggested magical energy had been pulled into the center and just needed a stronger focus. That came shortly after. The light brightened and shrank, twisting and rippling like a living thing. Then, when the ghostly mass edged closer to the pinprick gateway, it all merged together, and the opening widened dramatically, sparking and hissing and crackling as its edges burned freely and dripped bright orange globs onto the floor. "Yes!" Hal shouted. He was pretty certain Cert could fit through the gateway. "Go now," Abigail urged, "while you can." The skull floated gracefully toward the gateway. Hal saw the familiar desert and red sky beyond, and the chasm bordered by fire, and an army of fire giants. He had a horrible thought. What if one of them thrust the sword across to old Earth? The floating skull wouldn't be able to pick it up, but it would still be here. It might empower him, perhaps change Cert's outlook. Hal tensed, prepared for some quick action. Cert moved closer to the gateway. "It is ironic that my body remains. This gateway would not be adequate otherwise. It is also fortunate that I can form another in time." He spun slowly, giving them all one last impassive glare with his dead, empty eye sockets. Then, without another word, he plunged into the opening. The witch immediately flung her arms out and shouted something, and a blast of wind almost knocked them all flat. The gateway snapped shut with a nasty crackle of energy. Puffs of smoke drifted away from the fading glow. Madame Frost gasped and sagged, and the wind died. Dust began to settle as she haltingly moved toward the closed gateway. She examined the vacant spot, sniffed at the air, and nodded. "It's finished." "Nicely done," Fenton said rather grudgingly. "And now Cert has returned to his world," Nancy said, spinning to face Larry's camera. "We are safe. The threat has gone, with a promise not to return for 10,000 years. This is an astonishing moment, folks." Hal tuned her out. He briefly heard the words exclusively on Channel 9, and smiled, but his attention turned to the witch, who was already eyeing him with a hateful sneer. "Is this the part where you break your promise?" she challenged him. Hal shook his head. "Everything I said was true. Come to the lab in Carter this afternoon, and Miss Simone will be waiting for you. I promise." As she nodded and stomped off down the hall, a silence fell. Again, Hal could feel the weight of a roomful of stairs. "Hal?" Emily pressed. "Are you going to explain yourself?" Robbie flung out his arms in frustration. "Yeah, what the heck? I know we need her, but are you serious about this?" "He was lying to her," Thomas guessed. "Turns out he's a good liar." Hal shook his head. "I wasn't lying. I meant everything I said. Come on, let's head home. I'm sick of this place." Chapter 23. The Witch's Choice. Hal and his friends raided another vending machine for snacks and drinks before they left. Feeling a lot stronger, fully loaded with passengers, but with the weight of the world lifting from his shoulders, he flew out of the city and across the countryside, marveling at the difference in the atmosphere. Cert had come through. The sky really was on the mend. The fires had gone out, the black clouds dissipated, and the overall hue had changed to orange in the east and purple in the west, with only a faint redness in between. When he arrived at the wooded patch nearer the coast, Hal was startled to find an endless stream of people snaking from the smoky portal onto the road and toward the city. He flew around in a graceful arc, allowing Nancy to speak excitedly into the camera over her shoulder. "We're seeing nearly 1,000 Stockport Bay residents returning home now that the threat is over. Some of those people climbed into vehicles they ditched by the side of the road. Most walked, and they seemed happy to do so. They had smiles on their faces, and they gestured at the sky and hugged each other. Kids ran free, darting in and out of the bushes. In the fields, cows grazed. Had the stinging rain harmed them at all? They didn't seem too bothered. Hal came in for a landing by the portal. The clearing was abuzz with officials, guards, portal patrol, goblins, centaurs, and Miss Simone. He'd never felt so happy to see her. "Miss Simone," he called after his passengers had dismounted and he'd reverted to human form. "I have to talk to you." "Well, that's good, because I have to talk to you as well." She smiled around at them all, her eyes shining. In a moment, unlike her usual self, she placed a hand across her heart and swallowed. "My young shapeshifters, you have no idea how proud I am of you all. Take a good look at the sky. It's healing, and that's down to you." "Oh, well, it was nothing, really," Robbie said. "It absolutely was something, young man, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. This is a story even you don't need to embellish. It's remarkable enough just as it is." Though she beamed happily, Robbie frowned in confusion. "Embellish? Why would I embellish a story?" Hal glanced around again to locate the witch. She stood impatiently, waiting for the last of the tired city folk to amble past. She eyed Hal, and he eyed her back, and he was suddenly worried. What if he was wrong about this? To his relief, a man in his mid-20s stopped and exclaimed, "You're the witch." He was as tall and gangly as Madame Frost, with black hair. She didn't seem at all interested in conversation, but he was, and something he said caught her attention. Hal searched the crowd around him. "Kitsune? Where? Oh, there you are." He waved her over, and as she approached, he lowered his voice. "Listen, do me a favor and head on through to New Earth." "I refuse to be imprisoned in that barn," she said stiffly. "You promised me immortality and freedom." "And you have it," he assured her. He glanced at Miss Simone, hoping that was okay with her. She frowned. "Kitsune," Abigail broke in, "you really helped us. Remember when I told you that the best way to prove yourself is to do something selfless? You know, offer to help without expecting something in return? Well, you did that." She narrowed her eyes. "I helped only to bargain for my freedom. But you could have run off any time. Or flown off." Abigail patted Kitsune's arm. "You stuck around for us, so now you're free to go." Miss Simone opened her mouth to say something. Hal jumped in first. "But immortality comes with a price," he said, realizing he sounded like Cert now. "Go ahead. Go through the portal while Madame Frost is distracted." With suspicion written across her face, Kitsune marched up the ramp. Portal Patrol officers and goblins stepped aside without question. She glanced back over her shoulder, then plunged into the blackness, and stumbled backward. Confused, she tried again, and again. Hal felt a great wave of relief inside. He almost collapsed with delight. Grinning inanely, he gestured for Kitsune to come back down the ramp. She did so, slowly. Hal smiled and reached for her hands. "Kitsune, the reason you can't go through that portal is because you're immortal. You have Muspelheim in your body, and as long as you don't shapeshift, you'll live forever. But here, in Old Earth, your immortal yokai spirit will live in an immortal human body." As she frowned and digested that, Hal glanced over his shoulder to check on the witch. Surprisingly, she was still listening intently to the man. Or, Hal went on, if you decide to shapeshift a whole bunch of times like I did when I was healing from burnt skin, you'll end up washing the immortality magic away, and you can come back to New Earth. But you'll be the way you were before, an immortal yokai spirit looking for a new host every time your mortal body dies. There are plenty of hosts, Kitsune said absently, staring at her hands. This one is damaged. She still had that oddly pallid look about her, gaunt face, slightly sunken eyes, prominent bones. You already proved you don't have to shapeshift to look nice, Darcy offered. You have the power of illusion too. Use that. Cast a spell on whoever looks at you. Yes, Hal exclaimed. Yes, use that instead of shifting. Stay here in Old Earth and live forever. There's plenty of room. Start a new life. A moment later, Kitsune's appearance altered. Her face softened, her complexion returned, and she looked even more beautiful than before. Her hair took on a fuller, more lustrous sheen. Her simple black robe changed in a more subtle way, tightening around the waist and accentuating her figure. Like this? Yeah, Fenton muttered. Like that. Darcy backhanded him. One of the Portal Patrol officers edged closer. Ma'am? Sorry, I couldn't help overhearing. Look, excuse me if I'm butting in and all. It's just, well, if you're sticking around, I can help you settle in. Hal and his friends watched in amazement as the man, suave and cool in his uniform, gently talked Kitsune into accepting his help. By the time he was finished, she'd tentatively taken his proffered arm so he could gently lead her away. She glanced back, clearly puzzled. Miss Simone clapped a hand to her mouth. Oh dear, that man needs to be warned about her. But I'll get to that later. Can she be trusted? Thomas muttered. She could turn into a squid or any kind of monster and kill him in an instant. She doesn't need to be immortal when she has all these people around her. Abigail turned to him. So what's the answer? Lock her up forever, or take a chance and trust her? Yeah, Fenton said. We'll come and lock her up again if she goes back to her old ways. For now... He shrugged. I'll quietly keep tabs on her, Miss Simone said, staring after the unlikely couple. He's a Portal Patrol officer, so it'll be easy to check up on him every day. Hal swallowed. Okay, my turn now. With everyone watching, he marched up the ramp toward the portal. He nodded at the goblins, and they grimaced and nodded back. This is it, he thought. If I'm stuck here in Old Earth like Kitsune, then I'm going to end up losing my fire glands somehow or another. For a horrible moment, as he plunged into the black smoke, he felt a powerful resistance. He struggled. It felt like forcing his way through a thicket where certain stubborn branches snagged at him. He had to fight to get loose. In total blackness, he floundered and took another step, then another. And as he came to a halt again, his chest burned with fire and frustration, and he released a blast of fire and an anguished cry. But then he toppled through. Breathing hard, he stood in New Earth and started to laugh. It was just as he'd hoped. Anyone and anything from the Land of Fire was barred from crossing into New Earth. But unlike Kitsune, he'd shifted enough times that Muspelheim was largely gone from his system. A few more transformations, and he'd be back to normal. As for Madame Frost, he threw himself back into Old Earth and quickly realized there were no such restrictions heading in that direction. Easily stumbling free, he laughed again and rejoined his friends. By this time, Madame Frost had broken off from whatever the young man had been telling her. He stuck with her, though, not that she seemed to notice. I trust Hal has told you of our agreement? She demanded, speaking to Miss Simone. Hal quickly explained. I promised Madame Frost something in return for her help, sending Cert home. I promised you'd make a shapeshifter out of her, Miss Simone, and she's going to take my fire gland at the same time. Miss Simone's face darkened. "Well now, and this is all going to happen this afternoon," he went on. "All she has to do is show up at your lab, and you'll be ready. Okay?" He gazed at Miss Simone, and she stared back at him, obviously puzzled. But she nodded. "If that's the agreement, then I suppose I have no choice." Madame Frost clapped her hands, loud and sharp. "Excellent." She turned to the young man behind her. "I'm sorry, Mr. Braxton." "Ted," he interrupted with a slight bow. "Ted, yes. As much as I admire your ambitious desire to build a zoo of mythical creatures, I'm afraid I have to get home. Things to do. Maybe another time." The man backed away. "Fine, but the offer is still open. You and me, Madame Frost, with my money and resources and your infinite knowledge of New Earth." "Yes, yes, thank you." She dismissed him with a wave and marched up the ramp, then turned and sneered at Hal. "See you at the lab." With her gaunt features, her grin contained even more malice than usual. She kept grinning all the way up until the point she plunged into the portal, at which she bounced backward. Then it was Hal's turn to grin. He took Abigail's hand. "Time to go." Together, they hurried up the ramp and paused as Madame Frost bounced back a third time. She looked confused, frantic, and angry all at once. "What's going on?" "I don't know what your problem is," Abigail said. Then, mimicking the witch, "See you at the lab." She and Hal walked into the blackness. The shapeshifters had always been praised upon return from their missions, but this was different. This was a huge celebration. The town hall was full of shapeshifters and their parents, plus a large group of people from Old Earth, and many more. A party of epic proportions with tables full of food, decorations hung everywhere, music and dancing. And the music! It pumped out louder than any music Hal had ever heard. It came from Old Earth speakers, but these were nothing like the invisible ones on TVs. These were large, upright, rectangular boxes, and they made the floor vibrate and caused an uneasy sensation in the stomach. The music itself had to be an entire orchestra of instruments and a variety of different singers. Nancy said some of the songs were 60 years old. Obviously, she was joking. Over the past few hours, probably half of Carter had come out to listen, though most had their hands clapped over their ears. The hall was so full that the party spilled onto the moonlit streets. Quite a few goblins were present because, well, they tended to sit outside the town hall at night anyway, roasting chestnuts and chatting, and tonight there was a lot of free food on offer. The delicious aromas of cooked meat, baked bread, and cookies wafted through the streets. Hal leaned against a wall at the back of the community hall, taking a break from the noise. He didn't like dancing much, but Abigail did, and she kept trying to drag him back into the fray. With a smile, he watched her scouring the milling crowd for him. Darcy and Fenton were dancing together too. They'd been hanging around each other all evening. Hal smiled. Looks like Fenton got lucky. Sitting at a nearby table, Robbie and Lauren laughed and laughed at something Dewey had said. Meanwhile, Thomas, his hair bright red in the array of lanterns hanging across the hall, seemed to have attracted the attention of a woman from Old Earth, the mayor herself. Hal spotted Detective Mills talking to Nancy Trace. Larry, for once, did not have his camera with him. Instead, his wife clung to his arm as they talked to Miss Simone. It was an unlikely mix of people, but it was pretty clear that the near-apocalyptic events of the past few days had brought the two worlds closer, at least on an official level. The city on the coast was the same city Hal and his friends had laid eyes on when climbing the lighthouse and looking out over the fog for the first time. The same city where Scraggs had attacked them, and the same city in which Abigail had lost and found her father. And now the city would go down in history as the epicenter of an attack by fire giants, which had very nearly brought Earth to an end for the second time. Tonight, then, was a celebration of old and new Earth working together and resolving what had started out as a small but serious problem and turned into a calamity of epic proportions. And Nancy Trace, along with Larry, had recorded the whole thing. The TV screen had been playing scenes all night long, over and over, and at some point Hal had stood there watching with a sense of awe and wonder, partly at the marvel of television, but mostly at the sight of himself crashing about in the offices and hurtling through the sky. He concluded he must have a screw loose for diving into so much danger. Seeing himself laid out flat on the pavement under the covered entrance of the building, he was a little sickened at how ill he looked with his red skin and puffy face. That acid rain had burned, and it brought tears to his eyes to see how lovingly Abigail cradled his head in her lap until he woke. "There you are," she shouted over the loud music as she came at him from one side. "Thought you'd escape the next dance?" "Yep." She shook her head. "Not happening. Come on." He resisted her pull. "I'm tired. Can't we just hang out? What about your dad? He looks like he needs a dance partner." She grinned. "Did that already. He's got 2 left feet." She eased closer to him. "Come on, what's wrong? Still fretting over Madame Frost and your fire gland?" "Actually, no. I think she's staying in Old Earth for a while. She'll figure it out soon enough, but I wonder what she'll do about it. What would you choose if you were as old as her? Immortality or shape-shifting?" Abigail shrugged. "Don't know, but I agree she'll probably stay in Old Earth for now. Last I heard, that man she was with was offering her money to help him with his zoo of mythical creatures." "That's illegal," Hal said, frowning. "I hope he's not serious." He sighed. "Anyway, enough of that. What about that wolf?" She blinked and frowned. "Huh? The wolf? Fenrir? I wonder if that's true. Is there really a wolf chained up somewhere waiting to be freed? And if it gets loose, will it be the end of the universe as we know it?" Abigail rolled her eyes. "Sorry, but... Look, Surt and his fire giants were obviously real. But all that prophecy stuff? Ragnarok? It's all fairy tales." "Why? How can you be so sure?" "Because..." She paused and looked away. "Because if all that stuff is actually true about the 9 realms and the gods and what have you, then there's a lot more out there than we thought." Hal smiled. "Yeah, it's a bit much to think about, isn't it? Let's stick with what we know. There's plenty right here in New Earth to keep us busy." Darcy came spinning past them, dragging Fenton, who shot Hal a pained expression. She laughed and shouted over the music. "Come and join us." "No, it's okay," Hal started to say. But with a grin, Abigail grabbed his hand and wrenched him away from the wall. "We're right with you, Darcy." Hal groaned. "Give me monsters any day." The Island of Fog series. In the next book, Golem of Gloom, the shapeshifters are faced with a curious mission when they run across a 10-foot stick-and-mud figure animated by magic and who is falling apart. They vow to save her from dissolving into the mud and help her get home, wherever that might be. That's a challenge in itself, but it turns out there's more to her than meets the eye. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.